It's left to go here in the Coach Dave 1000 as we head to the home of British motorsport. It's been a tricky challenge over the 18 hours of racing that we've had so far this season, and the chase at the top of the standings is on. Simware.pro by Vides leading by just 16 points from Yas Heat. They will be chased all the way to the end of the season, especially on days like this. Whilst it looks lovely out there at the moment, we are aware that there is some wet weather in the area that should spice up what will be a thrilling race either way. I'm Lewis McGlade, and in the commentary booth alongside me will be Ewan O'Leary. No David Christie in the comms booth this time by because he's too busy running cameras, bringing you the broadcast here for the Coach Dave 1000, round number 4 of the season here at Silverstone. It's going to be a fun one this year, and we are looking forward to it.
It certainly is. Silverstone's a great circuit in whatever car, really, and these GT3s are going to provide some great racing here today and tonight, indeed, through the 6-hour race. But that weather you just mentioned there really is going to spice things up. We weren't necessarily expecting much, but it is Britain after all, so we can't be too surprised. And so that is going to provide maybe a few frills and spills throughout the day.
In the top 6 in the championship, we've got 4 Bentleys. Now, on a day like this, around a circuit like this, with weather like this is the kind of the opportunity for someone else in a different car, in a different manufacturer, to come sometimes get involved in the mix. It is a widely different circuit to what we've been running through the season. Of course, we began back in Barcelona, we went to Imola, we've done Nurburgring, and now we come to Silverstone before we wrap up the season in Monza. A bit of a European road trip here in the Coach Dave 1000. With it being so widely different, you might see things like the McLarens running a little bit stronger today and stuff like that, which could completely topple the championship on its head.
Exactly, yeah. We've seen a number of different manufacturers take wins so far. In terms of Bentley and Porsche have been the two to get one so far, but it could well throw up a couple of surprises here in the wet weather. But I think this weather does put it down to the teams a little bit more than the cars themselves, especially if these weather conditions actually do change, because when these conditions really do change, it's those really important decisions that are going to be made in the pit stops in terms of when are we going to get onto wet tyres, when are we going to go off them. If indeed we do see those fluctuations in the conditions, that's where the races are won and lost, and that's certainly not down to the car, that's down to the brains down on pit lane, and of course in the driver's seat as well.
Yeah, indeed. And as we are racing towards the final couple of rounds of the season, it's where it does become a little bit more intense for a lot of these teams and drivers. Got a lot of pressure on their shoulders, which when it is tricky out there on circuit, you kind of feel it a lot, especially around here, where we know in wet weather you can't really abuse the curbs too much. You've got to stay away from them. But this is Silverstone. You throw it over the curbs in quite a lot of places, like particularly through Maggots, Beckers and Chapel, on the exit of Copse, going through Abbey. There's a lot of places around here where you do typically lean on the circuit itself to kind of guide you through it.
Yeah, there is a lot of places where you do lean on the car quite a lot. There's a lot of high-speed corners around here. You mentioned Maggots and Beckets. You can see on your screens here the overtaking opportunity sort of at Stowe, down at the end of the Hangar Straight. We've got a number of other high-speed corners now with the new complex that I'm not quite sure we can call new anymore. At the F1's turn 1 and 2, etc. It's not our turn 1 and 2 here today. And of course Copse Corner as well. So yeah, there's plenty of corners here where you're leaning on the circuit, you're leaning on the cars, and you're leaning on these tyres. But of course, that's never really a limiting factor in these races. They do tend to change them every hour anyway.
Yeah, just a reminder again as to how the strategy works in the Coach Dave 1000, that we have, over the 6-hour race, there's necessarily no mandatory pits. They don't have to require to pit in 6-7 times. None of that. They can come into pit lane as many times as they want, but they have to pit every 65 minutes, or every 65 minutes rather, is the stint limit. So if you go out of the pit lane, you have to come into the pit lane 10 minutes into the race, then you leave 12 minutes into the race, well, you'll have to pit in 65 minutes after that. Every single stint can be no longer than 65 minutes. And then wet weather, that can be a little bit tricky. You know that we don't drink the fuel in wet weather that we do in the dry, and kind of taking that into account to basically go, right, we're actually going to underfuel the car by 10, 15 litres and kind of understand the limitation of your car to still get to that 65-minute window. That, plus getting your tyre pressures right, it's insanely difficult, because getting your tyre pressures wrong by even a half a PSI can impact your stint to 5-10 seconds over the entirety of the stint, maybe even longer than that if you get it completely wrong, and that by that point you're basically done for the day.
Yeah, you've got to remember that when you make one of those mistakes in terms of tyre pressures, it's not a short stint. You're stuck there for an hour on your own, completely with the other cars steaming past you, and it's going to turn into a very long afternoon. So you absolutely cannot get those kind of decisions wrong. In terms of the tyre pressures. But what that does leave there, the 65 minutes you just mentioned, the underfueling that likely will happen throughout this race because of the wet weather, it does leave you with a bit of spare time at the end of the race. The longest running teams could well end up with 40 minutes from the end of the race with still one pit stop to go, and their final stop could be very, very short indeed, or indeed they could have maybe a shorter stop and underfuel the car really properly earlier on in the race. Maybe you're stuck behind one of your rivals, you want to get out in front of them, you can underfuel that little bit just to get out in front, and in my opinion, that's basically how the 41 car won the first race at Barcelona, with a bit of a strategic call midway through that race to overtake Williams Esports and Veloce, who they were battling with throughout much of that race. They strategically called that one, and they got out in front. Obviously, they did have the pace to convert once they did get out in front, but they still had to make the call, and they still got it right on that day. So it's all about who's going to get it right today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of just one of those things. You got to run your strategy to your perfect number, and sometimes it can be a little tricky to get on top of. But of course, there's so much that happens here. By the way, in the SimGrid, with the Coach Dave, obviously had the Coach Dave 1000. We had the Coach Dave time attack as well that was on a couple of days ago. The season 2 Coach Dave time attack, which was thrilling. We obviously had a lot of fun with the Coach Dave time attack the month before, in the month of May. June was obviously very exciting. Also got to announce that we've got the Coach Dave 6 hours of Spa. Obviously, we've had a little couple of trips on iRacing with the 6 hours of Le Mans, 6 hours of Fuji, and now with the 6 hours of Spa, which should be starting on the 17th of July, so a little bit later this month. Do like the idea, the SimGrid and Coach Dave, we're kind of spreading out into other places in the sim racing world. Very much still an ACC focused series, but there's still so much in the sim racing community that we do. Capturing some of the drivers from iRace to even maybe drag them over into our neck of the woods every now and then.
Yeah, it would be nice to see, to kind of drag them over and get into the iRacing races that we're now having on the SimGrid. As you say, it's very much ACC focused, and that's where a lot of the drivers do ply their trade on the SimGrid. But iRacing's becoming obviously a bit more popular over here, and that can't be a bad thing. So yeah, good to see branching out a little bit and some more races happening here and there. And only 2 weeks to wait until the 6 hours of Spa, which is coming up. I think the week before the iRacing special event official 24 hour, if not 1 week, then 2 weeks before. I think it's 1 week though, so it's good practice for anybody looking to do well in that race.
I do believe it is 1 week before, because I'm wisely informed that it's on the same weekend as British GT, the 24 hours of Spa, the iRacing one. So yeah, I think it is the week before. Like you say, it's good. It's good practice. We are unfortunately in that part of the year where we are just going to see Spa left, right, and centre. That's just that's a classic trait of sim racing, is that always around the end of July and the start of August it's Spa City, but that is not the case here today. Obviously, we're racing at Silverstone. They'll be heading into qualifying in a few moments' time. Now, this is a circuit where you can pass, you can make overtakes, but still there is that vibe of track position is still king, especially when the weather's quite tricky.
Yeah, it is difficult. I do feel like the weather makes overtaking a little bit easier, because the probability of a mistake from the driver in front of you does increase a great deal when we go into the wet weather conditions and the classic British weather that we're seeing here today. However, you're right, track position is still going to be very, very important. And so qualifying is going to be very, very important. It's as simple as that, really, and it's going to be very, very close, as we've seen so far in this series. Qualifying being separated by hundredths of a second, thousandths of a second, up towards the top positions. You're going to need to get it absolutely right if you are one of those top teams looking to have a real tilt at this championship. And you'd definitely say that the top 4 very much in that conversation, with 12 hours of racing to go over the 2 rounds we have remaining. Mathematically, we do still have 24 teams involved in this, 25 teams indeed involved in this championship, but realistically it's down to about 4. And they're all going to need to be in those top 5 positions, definitely top 10, if they want to do well today.
Well, qualifying is underway, so let's jump straight into the race server. With 20 minutes in this session, it is not going to be easy, and look at how heavy that rain is. Looking at one of the 3 Prime racing cars on screen at the moment, and that looks unpleasant, Ewan, as we come out onto the Lewis Hamilton straight, obviously onto the Grand Prix start-finish straight. Lots of kicks of oversteer coming through the Vale chicane and through Club. This looks tricky.
It does look tricky, but just look in the top right-hand side of your screen about the weather forecast. It's set to get a little bit better in the next half an hour. I don't know if we're not going to see the dries by the end of this session, but we are going to see faster lap times as we go on in this one. It's just going to get quicker and quicker and quicker as we go on. It's basically going to be the final driver to come across the line. We'll probably have the best track conditions and probably be right up there. So there's going to be a bit of jockeying for position going on. going into the final minutes of these qualifying sessions, then the opening moments might not matter that much in terms of the overall result here. It's more about a case of the drivers actually getting accustomed to the conditions rather than the actual lap times.
I don't know what happened to Williams Esports in the... Was it one of the Williams Esports cars? There was certainly someone off in the right back of shot. Now, I don't know if it was a spin coming towards Aintree or whether it was over the other side of the circuit, because obviously that leads all the way down. If you were to keep going in a straight line, you'd actually meet Maggots, Beckers and Chapel. If you were to go backwards down the circuit from the Wellington Straight. But either way, we'll start seeing some laps here as we'll see Marc-Philippe Enders coming through what is the first corner around here, of course, through Copse, the old turn 1. And then on that race down towards Maggots, Beckers and Chapel. One section of corners which seems like it's really, really complicated, but I think a lot of drivers overthink it a lot. There is only one part of it, this sounds crazy to say, there is only one part of it where it's really important to get right, and that is this bit. The rest of it, you can be offline ever so slightly. I mean, even in these conditions where you're probably not attacking it, especially at the start of the session, you're not attacking at 110%, you can afford to back off just a touch and then make sure that you nail the exit, because you've got the run on the hanger straight down towards Stowe where we're presently at.
I do see what you mean about the final section of that being very important for the run onto the hanger straight, but I do think you're underselling it a bit as well in terms of how difficult it is. Twists and turns all the time. You can't really make a mistake through there either, and I guess in my opinion you can't afford to be offline, because one corner leads into another and then into the other. And so if you get the first part wrong, then the next bit's going to be more difficult, and then it kind of gets worse and worse as you go through the corner. So I do think it is still a very difficult place, but probably most important in terms of actually setting up a move in this race. Stowe Corner is one of those opportunities on the circuit where it's very, very important that you get that run out of that Maggots and Beckett section and in towards Stowe Corner, because that's probably the best overtaking opportunity on the circuit, or one of them.
Well, here's another one that's a good one. Obviously onto the Wellington Straight, as we'll see Enders obviously picking up the slipstream from the R8 ahead, but then behind him you've got Hendrickson in the 128. That's the John Lacey Esports Academy BMW M4. Little bit too deep there into Brooklyn's corner. Just attacked a little bit too hard, did Enders, but departing the final corner at Luffield before we head through the Kink of Woodcote and up towards the line. Let's see what the first times are for this session. The number 11 goes on the pole, but then one of the Prime E-Racing cars in the legendary 78 instantly beats it. That one's Meyer in the second of the Prime E-Racing car. They do have 3, and the highest place in the championship is that number 77 of Felix Arndt. It's just gone up into 5th position. Malinovsky battling for the championship. They're looking to do some good things here today, up onto the provisional pole.
Yeah, it's a good opening lap time there from Malinovsky to get up into the only driver to get it into the 207 so far. But you can just see the lap times here. The spread of the field is a lot larger than what you would normally see, and the lap times are a lot slower than what you'd normally see. These conditions are really affecting, and it's a great indicator of how wet the circuit actually is in terms of how slow the lap times actually turn out to be. The fact that we are well over the 2-minute mark with these lap times does show how wet and how difficult it is. It's a fairly long circuit, and these cars not the quickest, of course, so you are nearing 2 minutes anyway in a normal session with these. However, the conditions are taking their toll on a few as Jesse Cooperman gets things wrong into the final section at Brooklands.
That is a circuit, a corner which I think is very easily underestimated, because you want to attack it, but then you kind of think, actually, if I just balance off a little bit more, back off a little bit more and carry speed, then you're going into it almost... It's really hard to describe, because you're going into it too slow and you think, yeah, of course you are, but it's kind of one of those ones that there is still, it feels like there's a minimum speed to it. I was chatting to a couple of drivers that were attacking it obviously in open wheelers and stuff a few weeks ago, and they were saying that it's a corner that you attack, you go right to the outside and you attack through it. You never really use the brake as much as you think. You've got to brake quite early, but don't brake hard. You're basically just feathering it through the corner. You're carrying the momentum through. You're kind of letting the car do the work for you as it's scrubbing off the speed as you're turning. The lateral grip is what's slowing the car down. And it's that kind of stuff where that is purely on feel. There's no mathematical, well, there probably is a mathematical way to deal with it, but I'm not smart enough to deal with that. But there is, you just do it on feel. You just think that's what feels fast, and I'm just going to do that.
Yes, all about instinct, and that's why certain drivers prevail in the wet rather than flipping heck. That was an entry to the pit lane. That's why certain drivers prevail in the wet weather conditions, because their instinct is just more tuned in to this kind of weather, and they have a feel for it. You talk about the feel of the conditions in these in these sessions so often. It really is about that, rather than, as I said earlier, I don't think a certain car is going to prevail here today, and that is what's being proved at the moment with the top 6 all having different manufacturers represented right now. It's more down to the drivers, down to the team's preparation in terms of the setup. What kind of wet weather setup have they got for today's race? How much of a wet setup are they going to tune it towards? Are we going to see some dry weather a little bit later on? Who's got it right in that aspect? So it's going to be more down to that kind of thing rather than any specific car. But we are getting faster, as you can see at the moment. The 55 just clipping Malinowski for first place at the moment.
Yes, indeed. That is the Race Anywhere SimSport Pro BMW M4 that's just gone up onto provisional pole now. You can see again, as you pointed out, Ewan, at the top of the hour, top of the session, well, not top of the hour. It's still not for another 12 minutes, so we'll ignore that one. The rain is scheduled to disappear. It does look like we are going to have no rain a bit later on. Bit of a snap from the Whipperman Racing car, and it's going to be the West Competition Racing car that we're on board with, Apostle, that's just going to try and get past. But obviously this is in qualifying. It's a little bit trickier. They're on a hot lap, you're on a hot lap. They don't really want to just move. You want to get on with it. It gets a little bit dicey back here, and that's why we're seeing the lights flashing as we'll see that West Competition Racing car right its way up. But it does look like the rain is going to disappear. Now, that doesn't mean that we're going to have slick tyres. As you were saying earlier, I think the circuit is just going to get really, really fast. It means the lap times right now aren't, or might not be, super important. Just get yourself in the rhythm and make sure that you are on the circuit and being one of the very last cars to cross the line.
Yeah, there's no way that's the pole time. Well, that's been proven right there almost immediately. 78, and there's no way that 78's pole time at the moment is going to be the final pole time, in my opinion. 2:07.3. We are going to get faster and faster and faster, because let's not forget that the weather conditions we're seeing right now are actually, in terms of the intensity of rain, it's lighter already than it was 10 minutes ago. We're getting lighter and lighter rain. It is still falling, but we're still seeing lighter and lighter rain throughout. It's going to dry up completely with about 2 minutes to go, 3 minutes to go in this session. But as you say there, no chance to get onto slick tyres. It really depends what we're going to see at the start of this race, though. And it also depends, I'm sort of interested to see when this race starts in terms of in-game time, because we're already 10 past 8 in-game at the moment. You can already see the headlights making a bit of a print on the road at this stage. We could well be seeing a very long, dark race if indeed we start at 9 PM or something, or maybe we'll start a bit earlier on in the day.
I don't think it continues straight on. This is one that Michael Hamlet will definitely confirm for us soon enough, but it doesn't continue straight on from this as far as my knowledge is. But never trust a commentator's maths, and that includes when it comes to telling time. There is your pole sitter at the moment, Manuel Meyer, who has set that 2:07.325, about 10th clear of Dornelles in the 55. But also Abelad's up there as well, the number 41. Obviously that is very important to note, because that is the team that is right up there in the championship lead on 116 points. They finished 1st, 3rd and 5th, which, if you follow that trend, then they're probably finishing this race in 7th. But knowing this team, I don't think they're going to be finishing this race in 7th. They are a team that are always here to win, and I know everyone is, but they know how to get it done.
Let's not forget that 3rd place at Imola came from starting, if not last, then nearly last. They were, I think they got a penalty or a qualifying ban, I can't remember what it was. But for some reason, they were woefully out of position at the start of the Imola race. Who was starting the car? I think it was Ogorodnikov, maybe, who was in the car for the first hour or so. He was about 10th by the end of the first hour, despite starting about 45th. None of those numbers are exact, by the way, but you get the idea. They did a very good job indeed. 5th place last time at Nurburgring, and they're right up there again, as you'd expect them to be throughout the order of the day.
But they have struggled in qualifying quite a few times. That's kind of the thing, is that I think they qualified down towards the back end of the top 10. The Nurburgring, if I remember. We've had 3 different pole sitters, by the way, in the championship, and we're obviously, hopefully, aiming for a 4th. At the moment, it's a Prime E Racing 1-2, because Felix Arndt has got up into 2nd position. I did say those McLarens of Prime E Racing might be quite strong today, and they certainly are showing that. Huh?
That's not what you said. You said it's going to be one of them that wins.
Yeah, I said it is going to be one of them that wins. So like I said, I was going quite strong today. What do you mean?
You should lay that down on the line now, because you look like a bit of a genius if if he comes off.
Yeah, but now
you should have said it right before, actually.
Well, no, because now all we've done is we've just completely cursed him. Even though I don't believe that, the number 3 goes up onto the pole, so instantly removing the Prime E-Racing off of that, or at least both of them off of the front row of the grid. One of them now drops down to second position, and the number 3 goes up onto pole. These times are going to come in thick and fast, though, and this grid. Take a screenshot of it, because I can tell you for sure in 7 minutes and 45 seconds that order will look completely different.
It will. You can see it's getting a lot closer as well in terms of the times. Early on in this session we really did see a big gap between the first and the last driver, or first and 10th, let's say. It was well over a second, approaching 2 seconds as we got the first times on the board, but now it's only half a second. It's much more like a SimGrid qualifying session that we're seeing once again. Outrageously close times, as always, in these sessions. And so you can tell that the track's just getting that little bit quicker. We're now into the low 207s as opposed to the high 7s that we started this one in, and only Malinowski was able to get into there. Interestingly, Malinowski's barely improved from that initial pole time that he set out in the first run of times. From that point onwards, he really hasn't been that quick compared to the rest. Everybody else has been improving and improving. He has not been getting much quicker at all, I'm afraid. So they're starting to slip and slide down the order.
I do want to know, coming through the final corner now, the number 6. I'm going to keep our eye on the lap times, because you'll note Williams Esports, the number 6, Dara McCormack. Where is he on that list? He's not in the top 23. Currently 28th on the grid, setting a time and now moving his way all the way up into 12th position. So an important lap there from Dara McCormack, because when it comes to teams battling in the championship, did see a couple of issues for them a little bit earlier on in the session, but when it comes to teams moving up there in the championship, this is one that's not far off. It's currently 3rd in the championship. It's a race winner in the season. Yes, we would expect more from the team that started off with a double podium than, I know obviously they had issues last round, but down in 12th in qualifying, I'd still expect them to be up inside the top 5, to be honest.
Yeah, I would certainly as well. I mean, they could well be leading this championship if the Nurburgring race went a bit better. Was it a disconnection they had?
I think so.
I can't quite remember. I saw something on Twitter about it. That they were, I can't remember who it's from. Probably Williams or SimGrid or someone. That they disconnected, if not from the lead, then certainly in the conversation for the win during that race. So they could well be winning this championship at this stage, or leading it, I should say, leading this championship at this stage. And they will certainly want to make some inroads. They're 24 points back, but that is more than retrievable with the 2 races remaining.
Yeah, the opening 2 races of the season, we saw SimWorld.pro by Vides and Williams Esports on the podiums in both of those races. And then, of course, in the last round of the season, we saw neither of them on the podium, as Yazhi took the podium. TF Racing also jumped onto the podium, as we'll see Race Anywhere SimSport come across the line. This is one that was right up there at the top of the session a bit earlier on. Is there going to be a return up there? Yes, there is. Valentin Barrier held on to the provisional pole for almost no time, because Donelles came across the line to set a 2:06.6, running about. It almost feels like every sort of 3 or 4 minutes the track is getting about half a second faster. It does seem to be continuing heading into this final 5 minutes of this session. Malinowski improving massively already, and that is only in the first half of the lap.
Yeah, he does need to make up a second if he wants to get back to where he started this session, of course, but he's got plenty of track to do it out over the old pit straight, the usual F1 pit straight, I should say, and into the usual turn 1. It's well outside the top 10 now for Malinowski, who, as I said earlier, has really not improved since that early pole time in this session here, nearly a second away, from Donelles in the top spot right now. He's got about a quarter of a second over the rest of the field, including Valentin Barrier, who's currently in second. But Malinowski makes his way out of the final couple of corners and through Aintree onto the Wellington straight, and he'll need his Wellingtons here down into the final couple of corners.
It is a bit wet at the moment, improving to the tune of around about 1.5 seconds at the moment is this Yazhi. Heading into Brooklands now, it is an incredibly difficult car to drive, but when you get it hooked up, it is absolutely on it. And this 82, the car that was on pole position last round, the car that's looking so strong, it's right up there in the championship, just 16 points off of your championship leader, currently down in 15th position in this qualifying session. Race its way to the line. Is it going to be up to pole?
Wow.
Yes, it is. is by 7, count them, 7/10 of a second over Martin Schumacher. What a lap as the rain comes to a close. The rain has apparently stopped around this Silverstone circuit. This is going to be a thrilling end to the qualifying session.
Yeah, these times are tumbling like a stone down a hill at the moment. There's absolutely no way that's going to be the pole time, I'm sure of it, from Malinowski. He's still very impressively out front at the moment, but he's going to be challenged by everybody. Dornelles can't get anywhere near at the moment. He's still 3/10 away, but there's so many drivers jumping wildly up the standings. And as we forecasted earlier on, the driver who comes across the line last will have the best of the conditions and will likely really possibly outperform themselves, really.
I think this car might be close to being the last lap, the last car across the line. Look at the times. If they've got enough fuel, I think it'll be a little bit too tight. You've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds. 15 seconds from here across the line, that's going to be pretty close. Yeah, I also think that he's heading on to his final lap of the session rather than beginning his penultimate one. It's going to be tight across the line, and unless it improves by around 3 or 4 seconds, it's going to be a little bit tight, but they might have timed this to perfection. Either way, Meyer goes up into 3rd position at the moment, just ahead of Schumacher, ahead of Victor Nicolai as well, but behind Dornelles and Malinowski, who presently hold the front row. I feel this is going to change very, very quickly. The track is extremely busy as all 38 of our competitors are taking to it at the moment.
Yeah, and they're all vacuuming up the water as well that's lying on the road right now. You can already see how much drier it is getting. We should probably give a bit of credit to Meyer, though, in 4th place, because he is performing by far the best of the primary racing cars at this stage, up there in 4th place, but will likely tumble over the next few moments, possibly with Apostle here as well in the West Competition racing car. He was leading this session at one point, but he's down to 12, which just shows how crazy it is, and he's straight back up to the top again.
Absolutely super lap from Apostle. Now we'll have, this is the final lap for Apostle right now as we're in the final minute of the session. I think Williams Esports, by the way, are in the pit lane, so they're qualifying. Down in 28th again is Dara McCormack. So they've dropped right the way down the order, I believe still in the pit lane. For the team that's 3rd in the championship, they are going to be starting potentially even lower than 30th.
They've already dropped down to 29th. In the moment you completed that sentence. That's how quickly the times are tumbling here, and they are going to fall outside the top 30. They have done. 30th place for Darren McCormack early on in this race, but as we saw at Imola with the 41 car, their championship rivals, all is not lost when you start so far down. Speaking of the 41, by the way, they've just dropped down to 24th. They're not having a very good time either.
And when their main championship rival are currently 2nd in this race, that is going to be hugely dramatic. They need a good lap in the final moments of the session. Here's the Kramer Racing esports car, one of the last few to start a lap. You can see them all coming through shots as being those last few, all starting their laps within this session. The number 41 was one of those. So as we look at Kramer Racing, that black and blue Bentley coming through the back of shot, that is the number 41. Meyer finishes the session 4th position, 1/10 off of pole, by the way, so super lap time there from Meyer, but there are going to be some huge laps coming in over the final couple of minutes of the session.
Yeah, there absolutely are. Postle's going to be biting his nails off at the moment. Well, he would have been if he was watching, because he's trying to improve and put himself further out in this qualifying session. Will he be able to just put a couple of temps into his rivals again that will really set him apart? There's still about a minute's worth of cars behind him at this stage. He crossed the line with just over a minute left in this session, and so there's still a fair few cars to come across the line after him, and they may well still have a chance at overhauling him here, but he's going to try and put himself out of sight with this lap time over the line, and he does just about do that. 2/10 of a second, it might be enough.
But what's this car going to do? Here's Malinowski. Boom! Straight back onto pole. That's a great lap time from Malinowski, looking for back-to-back poles in the Coach Dave 1000 by 0.3 of a second ahead of Apostle. Still plenty of lap times to come in, though. It is certainly not done.
Certainly isn't. Dornelles is making his way around the final corner now. He needs to find over half a second, which is a tall ask, and he's probably the last driver to really have a realistic shot at overhauling Malinowski. Over the line for Dornelles, and it's 3rd. It's the inside of the 2nd row, which he'll absolutely take, but another impressive lap from Malinowski. Looks like it's given him the pole, with his championship rivals in the form of Simware.pro and Williams Esports way out of position. The 41 is 28th, but at least they're ahead of Williams Esports, who will start 35th.
My goodness me, there's Sadarov across the line, who just moved up into 7th position. What a dramatic session that we have had here in the qualifying session at Silverstone. A couple more cars to cross the line, I believe, to end this session, but I think that might well be it. I think their time had already been called. I think the pole position definitely goes the way of Yas Heat, ahead of 4 BMWs. It's going to be a tricky run through Magnus Beckers and Chapel on that very first lap, but on the race on the hangar straight down towards Stowe, that could be where it's decided.
It could well be. It's going to be a very, very, very difficult start for everybody. I think everybody's aware of what's ahead of them. But yeah, what a great qualifying session that really was. I mean, people often talk about why we bother with qualifying in a 6-hour race when there's so long to go afterwards. But that's exactly why, because that was a very entertaining qualifying session indeed. We're hearing, of course, that it's going to be a dry race start here today, but the rain will be with us throughout the race here in this one. We're starting at 4 p.m, by the way, the next day, if you think in sim at the moment. So we will get slightly dusk towards the end, but it won't be in the darkness.
Yeah, now, basically, as soon as the session started, they're gridding now. They're getting ready to go racing now. But the timer is going. The time, it stops for no one. And whilst we're on this gridding process, whilst we're on the outlap, getting ready to start this race, that time's still going to be ticking down. The 10 minutes are coming. There is rain on the way, and you can tell in half an hour's time, it looks like it might well start to ease off a little bit. It's going to be heavy rain for it. It's going to be a thrilling start to the race. Boothby will start on pole position ahead of Apostle. Then we've got Dornelles here in the race anywhere. SimSport car alongside one of the T3s. You can see all of them as we run our way down this massive 37-car grid. And Ewan, for our championship rivals, for Igor Rogonikov, for the number 41, they look to start from 11th position. Their championship rivals up from pole position, but then some of their main rivals as well in Williams Esports 34th on the grid.
Yeah, they must have jumped up very late on in that session. I completely missed that, but they're not quite inside the top 10, but they have recovered some places there to be in 11th position. But yeah, as you say, Williams Esports in a much, much worse place. They're not even on the left-hand side of your screen at the moment. That's how far down they are. There's only 4 cars behind them, and that's not where you'd expect to see Darren McCormack. And if they want to get back into this championship conversation after the difficulties they had at Nurburgring, they have to do very, very well today. And in my opinion, they have to beat Simware.pro and Yas Heat in this race. The 128 is the other kind of championship contender. I'm sort of thinking about maybe having a late charge in this one. They qualify 17th, and it will be Luca Lozio starting that race, this race from there for them. The BMW does seem fairly strong, so they maybe have a shot, but yeah, it's the 82 have really taken this one by the scruff of the neck. But I'm so fearful for these guys over the first 15-25 minutes or so, because what do you do about that weather forecast in the top right hand side?
I mean, remember how I said the 1.5 hour looked like it was going to be easing off? Well, according to the weather forecast, in half an hour's time, the weather will ease off so much that the rain will stop. And so this is going to be very tricky. Do you kind of leave it out on the slicks? I mean, you kind of can't. There was this whole thing. Obviously, ACC changed all the time. We've got patches off. There's Williams Esports, by the way, as we look further down the grid. A couple of virtual drivers by TX3 machines as well back here. But we know that ACC is adapting, is changing all the time with various updates. The meta, in a sense, changes all the time as they roll off the starting grid. The issue with that is that sometimes a couple of patches ago, you might think, actually, at that one track a couple of 3-4 months ago, actually we were able to stay out on the slicks for so long. But now, potentially not. You've got to learn constantly as to how to adapt, how to change for the conditions, and how to adjust. And it depends how heavy the rain comes down as well.
Exactly, yeah. The reason why rain is so interesting in sim racing, normally sim racing teams especially, they put so much preparation in. Everything is so exact. They can measure everything almost to the millimetre, to the point of a litre, to whatever measurement you're going with. They can measure everything with absolute precision, because in dry conditions, in normal race conditions, they know exactly what's going to happen, they know exactly how their car's going to behave, and they know exactly what to do. But in the rain, there's absolutely no way of doing that anymore. You've got to really kind of figure out and feel the car yourself. You've got to make the calls with your own head. You can't just, you can't just do 6 65-minute full fuel tank stints and whatever in this race like they would in the dry. It's a lot more. It's three-dimensional. It's more interesting than that. It has more to it, and so it really does separate the field, and it really does make everybody think with their head, really, rather than think with science, which is sometimes a bit robotic and a bit boring.
And unfortunately, I think that means that we actually have to be slightly better at our jobs this afternoon, Ewan, because we've got
We're going to have a nightmare today, because there's going to be cars all over the road all day.
Well, what a first race for Cameron Roger to join us in the Coach Dave 1000. We'll be catching up with him in a couple of hours' time. New commentator to add to the SimGrid rostrum. But yeah, whilst there's some other, I'm wisely informed there's some other things heading around this race circuit in real life at the moment. But to be fair, I'm really intrigued as to where this race is going to go. Had a little look there. It's Abeladze that's starting, or we do believe starting in the number 41. Of course, the SimWed.Pro, the championship leaders from 11th position. But are they in the danger zone at the moment, or do you think this rain might actually help them? Because if it comes down at the right time, they might be able to skip quite a lot of people without even having to take major risk in doing so.
Well, before all of that, they have to make the right call when this rain comes down. If they make the wrong call, then whether they're in a good position right now or not doesn't really matter, because they will have made the wrong call and they'll be miles back. If they make the right call, are they in a good place? They're in a decent place to start this race. They're not where they'd like to be. Yasheet are on pole here, and if the race were to end in the positions they're starting in right now, they would undoubtedly lose the championship lead by quite a few points. Because they'd lose out on a good 32 points, and they'd come in with the deficit that Yasheet have right now to the final race. They don't want that. However, we saw what Ogorodnikov can do in an opening stint of a race. Imola, we know what that team can do. We've seen that time and time again in the SimGrid, and we've seen it indeed in the Coach Dave 1000. So they're not in a bad place at all, but they, as do everybody, they have to get this call right. It's so important.
So who's winning this race? Oh, rain's already started. I'm not actually going to ask you that. Don't panic too much. Rain has already started. You can see it here. As we're coming around to the race start here in Silverstone, the rain is already coming down. Oh, my.
Wow. This is going to be one of the sketchiest race starts you're ever going to see in your life, because the cars are all on sticks at the moment. They will have tried to warm them up, but they won't be at peak operating temperature just yet. It's not like they've been running around for 10 minutes here and they're up to speed. Ooh. They're trying to get going, and there's 37 cars, the 37 maniacs around you heading down towards Copse Corner in the wet.
And the track has already switched over to being classified as greasy. This is going to be a very tricky start here as the Coach Dave 1000 is heading into its penultimate round of the season. And what an exciting start this could be here at Silverstone. 6 hours of racing is about to get underway with Malinovsky on pole in the Yasheet. West Competition Racing and Apostle is alongside in the front row of the grid as we get ready to go racing. They're spaced out massively already as they're just trying to give themselves a lot of room as we are underway, potentially not quite yet. We'll go racing on that race down towards the first corner. Green flags in the air, and we are racing. Malinovsky leading from Apostle down towards the first corner already. A look to the inside was Victor Nikolai in that number 33, just trying to piece his way through the trio of BMWs, but he's still going to have to hold in fifth. Already breaking the slipstream is Malinovsky, and this is the tricky part. Heading through Maggots and Beckers and Chapel for the first time in a group of 40. It's going to be tricky. Slightly offline there was Malinovsky. There's Kramer going out a little bit too wide. Nathan Smith is coming through, and he's just trying to pick his way past one of the Prime E racing cars. We are being told a couple have taken gambles and have come in on wets.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of these teams have been ahead of the curve a little bit and tried to get on the wet tyres early on. So there's some teams here braving it out on the slicks early on. There's some who have gone for the wets. The 82 and the 3 have gone for the wet tyres, and you can see that immediately because they're getting away from Offerman, who started on the slick tyres.
Yes, indeed. Well, there is Malinovsky heading through onto the Hamilton straight. Apostles directly behind Offerman, also very close. A lot of progress being made by the 199 of Smith in the background. You can see in that black BMW having got past the Kramer racing car. Did drop back a little bit on the initial start, but has finally regained his momentum. I think he's actually still running in the 8th spot as we come across into the very, very tricky section in the wet, of course, the Village and the Loop section. Malinovsky's still leading. To be fair, I would have expected more to have pulled away a little bit in the opening lap of the race, but this track is going to be getting wetter and wetter. I wonder if those that are on the slicks, are they going to gamble just staying out? That's the critical thing. Can they gamble? It all depends on how wet this race circuit is going to get over the next sort of 10-15 minutes. And look at Apostle, absolutely all over the rear end of this Porsche.
Yeah, really trying to apply that pressure, but I think the best thing for him at the moment is to try and almost work together as much as you can in the wet weather. Try and get away from the rest of the field, because Offerman's going to be holding everybody else back just a little bit right now. He's going to be on those slicks and he's going to be paddling a little bit here, so they've got to work together to try and get distance into their rivals as much as possible. You're seeing on the right hand side of your screen, by the way, Darren McCormack making great progress in the opening moments of this race for Williams Esports. He started this race in 34th position. We'll see where he is coming over the line as the battle for the lead goes on into Maggotts and Beckett's.
Yeah, we go straight around the outside for Apostle. This has got to be a very brave move. Malinovsky, there's going to be a bit of contact between the two, and they're both going to straight line it. I think that West Competition racing car is definitely crashing over the right-hand side. Is it still going? No, it is not. It has been the spin out from Apostle. Malinovsky is able to retake the race lead by straight lining quite a lot of Maggotts, Beckett's and Chapel. Very hard to tell from that angle. A little bit of a tricky move as they're still side by side towards the back of the pack, heading back onto the hangar straight. There's also side by side between Offermans and Dykes as well, I do believe, heading down into Stowe, whilst we'll see this with our championship leader trying to get around the outside.
Apostle has recovered to about 7th place in the recovery from that spin, but it was just far too risky to be making that move at Maggotts and Beckett's there. It's such a tight corner, it's such a fast corner, there's not much room there, and you're both skating on the wet weather. It's very, very difficult to make that move, and so he probably should have just stuck behind, but obviously hindsight is a wonderful thing.
Look at that. Sadarov in the rear end is now getting down the inside of Dykes, coming into the first corner, or the new first corner at Abbey. Might well be making that stick. This is a little bit further back with Apostle. It's the move down the inside from Willem van Omen, rather defending from Apostle. Willem van Omen is actually on the slick tyres at the moment. It's quite hard to pick between who's on who, but the 41 battling out with Meyer, and that Prime E-Racing car picking up the spot. One we can tell you, by the way, that is on the wet tyres. Darren McCormack in that Williams Esports car, after all the progress that was made over that first lap, is, we believe, on those wet compound tyre, already making a lot of progress, is up to 18th position after starting 34th. Mad opening couple of laps.
Yeah, really crazy opening couple of laps. Hopefully later on in the race we might be able to see some of those opening laps and go back and have a look at that, because he will have been on absolutely scintillating form going through these first 2 laps of this race. But out front, Malinowski has done all he needed to do, really. He's on the right tyre. They've made the right call for now, but how is that call going to look in 10 minutes time? Because if you look at the forecast in the top right hand side of your screen, we've almost been looking at that more than we have the actual racetrack so far, because it's so important. They need this to stay wet if you're on those treaded tyres out front, and it's not going to stay wet for that long as the track conditions do officially turn to wet now.
But the rain, you can see there, it's rain cloud with a plus in the top right. This rain is going to be heavy. It's gone from the race circuit. Obviously you can say that where it says track in the top right, it will tell you essentially what the rough word is applied to the track conditions, whether it's fast or whether it's greasy, whether it's damp. It is already wet. We are moving through this very, very quickly. If you're on a slick tyre right now, you are going to be struggling, and that is the issue. I would not want to be on a slick tyre right now. I definitely want to be on those wets.
No, I mean, you only have to look at Offerman here. He's already dropped back behind Apostle again, and the 3 car's already been off in a wild spin. So that's all you need to know, really. The 166 car is really struggling right now. Almost, there's not a lot you can do in these conditions. He has to just watch those cars go left and right of him, and he has to he just has to go with it at the moment. What he's hoping for is this to dry out as quickly as possible, and hope that the rain really doesn't return, at least for the first hour, so that he can really start making back some of that time. Whatever call you've gone for right now, though, it's such a 50-50 call right now, maybe slightly in favour of the wets in terms of the long term, but it's such a 50-50 call that I think whichever call you've gone for, you have to commit. You can't go back on any of your call right now. If you're on the wet tyres and you see it getting dry in 10 minutes time and it's not going in your favour, I still think you have to commit at least until the pit stop window at about 5:20 to go. If you're on the dries right now and you're suffering and you're off the road, you have to keep going with it, and you have to get to that pit window, as I say.
No, you're 100% right. It's kind of the thing of once the race has started, you've made your bed, now you lie in it, and that is how it goes. If you've picked the wrong tyres, you've picked the wrong tyres. Pitting in at the moment, you are going to lose so much time for doing so, but you have to weigh up where you're going to lose more for doing it. I think it is it's not too wet right now. Willem van Omen, who is on the slicks, is slipping around, sliding around, is struggling right now, and this rain is by the forecast is going to get heavier before it backs off. And that's why I kind of think I'd want to have already reacted to this and already come into the pit lane and got onto the wets. But either way, if you're on the slicks right now, you're looking for a very, very long afternoon.
It is. I mean, it's not going to get any heavier anymore, by the way. The forecast keeps changing almost as quickly as we can say it right now. Darren McCormack is on an absolute charge. He's having the drive of the century here. He's up to 14th position already, making up more than 20 places from the start of this race, and we're yet to get 10 minutes into this race just yet. It's absolutely unbelievable from the Williams Esports driver, and there he sorry, that's the back of Abeladzi's car. He's in 7th place at the moment. I believe, by the way, the first car that is on the dry tyres in the order is Offerman in the 166. I think he did a 2:16 last lap time, 2:16.5. That is already 7.5 seconds slower than Malinowski out front. I know that the 82 car has clean air out front, but it's not making much difference right now.
Oh no!
Struggling as McCormack's off the road.
What has happened to Darren McCormack coming down to the Vale chicane? He rejoins coming down to the inside through club. He's had a bit of an issue. There has certainly been another car involved in it, but he just joined ahead. Potentially it was Hendrickson, but he's just ahead now of the Grip Packs Engineering Audi R8. Hendrickson is, I believe, is the car that's not directly behind him in that Audi R8, but is the car one further behind. Let's take a look straight away on replay. There is indeed Hendrickson in that 128 John Lacey Esports Academy Junior car.
Yeah, McCormack recently got through on Hendrickson there, and so there was maybe an attempt at a repass from the BMW. We'll see if we can try it, but yeah, there's definitely contact between the two, and McCormack has found himself in traffic once again. But it's almost a championship-saving drive right now from Darren McCormack. If he spent the first hour in the dry and mired down in traffic, down in the 30s, and you could basically say championship over with still 11 hours to go of it. Right now, he's given them a fighting chance. So while they're not in the greatest position in the world, they are in a better place than they were even 9 minutes ago in this race. So despite that spin, he's still done a very good job.
Offerman comes into the pit lane to get off these slick tyres. There is Jan Viller van Oomen, who will now become the highest placed slick car as Hendrickson gets straight down the inside. A bit of a train behind. These should all be able to clear. If not now, then they'll be able to clear coming onto the hangar straight, just purely based on the momentum off. But you can see Van Viller van Oomen has dropped already behind even these two that we're looking at right now, as it's McCormack versus David Koloksai in the Ballas Esports car. That's a name that you'll be very aware of, you and Ankam as well. Obviously, he races a lot in open wheelers and such elsewhere in SimGrid. We do get to see him in some GT action around Silverstone here.
Did him do a lot of LMP2ing as well.
Yes.
In the past, a lot of downforce cars there. So interesting to see how he gets on with a more mechanically gripped GT3. But he seems to be doing all right at the moment, being in a top 20 in a field like this and surviving the conditions of this race so far. And I have to say, the first time I've seen him race ACC, I'm sure it's not, but he can't be too experienced. He's diving down the inside of McCormack there, and McCormack's going to be watching his mirrors even more after that recent incident with Hendrickson, because he won't really trust anybody after that one. After that attempt at a repass from the BMW, he won't really trust anyone. He'll be watching his mirrors a lot.
Speaking of Hendrickson, defending a lot from Julian Beck on the run up towards Abbey. Beck's going to try and go around the outside in that Audi R8, but I don't think it was fast enough to try and get himself alongside. And you can see there just ahead of shot, certainly not the case. And so he's going to have to sit behind. But when he sits behind, guess who's going to pounce? Of course, Darren McCormack is right there. And it's going to be looking, oh my goodness, nearly into the rear ends. Darren McCormack was very, very close. Now, with Offerman's already coming into the pit lane, as we pointed out just a couple of minutes ago, I do wonder if Jan Viller van Oomen will also come into the pit lane this time by, or if he's just going to get. That is pretty nasty.
I mean, how can he see? I can't see at the moment. I hope that's just graphically on our end rather than anything else. He is struggling right now. He did a mid-17 at last lap around. The leaders were doing mid-9s. I know, once again, I know he's in traffic, but it can't be costing him more than a second or two. He is bleeding time really, really badly. He's committing to it, though. I think he kind of has to. I know that this weather is going on for a long time now, but he kind of has to. Even through Woodcut, he has to catch the car there. He's down to 24th. His last lap time there was another mid-17. The lap times are kind of plateauing at the moment. He really needs this weather to dry up, though.
Just to clarify, by the way, as we did get an area. We do believe that Van Viller van Oomen might be driving from bonnet cam, which would explain why he's not got his windscreen wiper on. So there is also that. But either way, balancing the car through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, and up and over the curve on the exit. I mean, really is struggling for grip. Like you said, losing grip coming through Woodcote. If you're not careful, you can lose grip. I know it sounds crazy. You can lose grip on the straight if you're not careful enough, especially around here where it's a fairly flat circuit, but it does you come over the crest. Like for example, on the exit here at Stowe, you come over the crest, use a bit of curve on the left-hand side. Let's take a look with what Darren McCormack's doing. He's got side-by-side with Hendrickson on the right-hand side of the shot, and he's picked up that spot.
Yeah, he's avenged Hendrickson, if you like, and got through into 16th place. Colagrosso is next up in the Aston Martin, just up in front, coming into Abbey. There's going to be no move here. Very impressed with Darren McCormack, as if we didn't know he was a good driver already. He's just proving it once again, making up 20 places or so in the opening 10 minutes of this race. I know that it's been wet and so on, but it has been a scintillating drive from him so far. It's a dive down the inside at the usual turn 3 on the number 50 Aston Martin. He makes his way through and he's into 15th position once again. And Oman slips meanwhile down to 25th place and still continues to struggle as on the horizon the weather does seem to be easing off soon, but we've been saying that for the last 10 minutes or so really.
Oh, Malinovsky's in a little bit too deep, and here comes Victor Nicolai. He's going to get side by side in the West Competition racing car. They've been looking so good this afternoon thus far, and the lead heads back the way of the Romanian driver. Well, I say back the way, goes the way of the Romanian driver. West Competition Racing have been battling up towards the lead. They gave it a good go with their junior car coming down into Maggots, Beckers and Chapel, and Victor Nicolai heads to the front, but watch out for Dykes as well. And the Race Anywhere SimSport BMW M4. By the way, you can have your word in the YouTube chat. Of course, there is a poll out at the moment. Can Jan Willem van Oomen stay out on these slick tyres? At the moment, it is quite overwhelmingly yes, 73% yes. That'll be a top effort if he could do so.
Yeah, I would like to see him do it. I would really like to see him do it because I love someone going against the strategy and pulling off a bit of a surprise, but I can't see it happening here. The problem he has is that in about 20 to 25 minutes time, the wet tyre runners are going to be actually in the pit window to make a stop already. If you think about the 65-minute stints in this race, I know that pitting with 5 hours and 25 to go is going to be cutting it very fine in terms of the drive time, and you're really not going to want to overstep that limit, especially at the end of the race. You might want a few more minutes to buy yourself a bit of safety time, but we're getting towards that time where they can make an early stop. Obviously it would basically guarantee that they're going for just long stints till the end of the race, and that's not normally what we see. However, if they want to pit on those wet tyres because they're really starting to fade and it's really starting to get dry, and I think they're going to have the opportunity to before Van Oomen can really start to get the fruits of the labour that he's going through right now.
Well, you can see on your screen as well, Felix Rupert in 11th position in the number 11 has received a 5-second time penalty. That does come from race control. That's for an incident between themselves and the 128. 128, of course, is the John Lacey Esports Academy junior car that William Hendrickson is presently driving down the order. So has received a 5-second time penalty in the opening stages of this race. By the way, I don't think this is too bad for Malinovsky at the moment, dropping behind Nicolai right now. Can kind of just take a bit of a breath, let the race come back to them, maybe aim for it to go on the attack a little bit later on. Maybe they are just overcooking the tyres. They've overpressured them potentially, they've underpressured them potentially. Getting them absolutely spot on is actually tremendously difficult. It's kind of one of those things, going back to what you were saying earlier, Ewan, we know in sim racing, because you could do as many laps as you want around a circuit, you do as many laps as you want. You dial in those pressures so that they're absolutely perfect. In sessions like this where it's a little bit sort of in between, you've got that wet weather coming in, you've got to prepare for later on when it dries up as well. No amount of practice is really going to prepare you to do this exactly, to do this perfectly. You've got to do it yourself.
Yeah, I think it's you're right. I mean, it's what great. It was great about ACC actually is the fact that the tyre pressures do make such a big difference. In terms of what the track temperature is and what the weather conditions are, and you really do need to get it right. And kind of often in 24-hour races, you're kind of waiting for those real big temperature changes so that you can see a bit of a change in the order, because otherwise you're not really going to get them too very often. But yeah, it's what makes it very interesting indeed, and what makes it such a conundrum for all the teams and all the drivers. Because yeah, we don't like to see races run when they're completely run to an exact science, and they know exactly what's going to happen from there until the end and so on. That's a bit robotic and a little bit uninteresting. So these kind of conditions do make the race very exciting indeed.
Well, there's been a drive-through penalty dished out to the 977 Kramer Racing esports car for an unsafe rejoin. Don't know who would do that. Never would do one of those myself. Definitely not even a chance. SPQ Racing Team, that is the 201. They received a drive-through for unsafely rejoining in front of. We're riding on board on the right-hand side of your shot with Lewis Dykes. So I've got to say, they're doing such a good job at the moment, both Lewis Dykes and Victor Nicolai. We know how strong Malinovsky is in any sort of condition on ACC, and they are matching, if not beating at the moment. Obviously just 20 minutes into this race, so easy to say now. But yeah, drive-through penalty. So already received a very harsh penalty. The two that we've had, a 5-second time penalty to the number 11, and then of course that drive-through penalty to the 997. Just how it goes around Silverstone. I think Racing Control probably have a couple more things to look at.
It might well do. There's probably a lot that's gone on in this race, and we're not able to look at it all. So there's probably lots of things to go. The rain is going to stop soon, by the way, and so that's something to watch out for. We go back to a battle that Darren McCormack recently got himself free of, and he'll be very glad that he did, because this is quite hectic. Going down towards Cops.
Yes, indeed. Two Ballas esports cars in the form of Colagrasso, who we're looking at the moment in 16th position. You've obviously got David Kaloxai directly behind. William Hendrickson in that John Lacey Esports Academy junior car that, like you've said before, is kind of up there in the championship. A bit of an outside bet, but still is up there. Julian Beck as well is in 19th position. Just behind this, you've also got the Grip Hacks engineering car of Jesse Kauppinen closing in. It's a tight group at the moment between these this sort of five, but yeah, whether they're all spread out enough. I think Hendrickson does definitely have the speed to clear both. I'd say Kaloxai certainly is a little bit faster than his teammate at the moment.
Yeah, you'd probably say so, but it's all about fending for yourself almost at this stage in a race anyway, especially in these conditions. So it's just a case of not hitting each other really at this early stage. But it's certainly an interesting battle. I think Colagrasso is certainly the cork in the bottle, and he has been for a little while now, because the gap is 6 seconds and growing to the top 15. You can just see a load of cars. We'll see from this shot here, there's a load of cars catching on from behind.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, you've got that train that will indeed be growing. The likes of Hardy, of Allen, maybe even back to Martinez as well. It's a bit more of a gap back to Pellicori, who's in 24th spot, but still, you never really know when these trains, when you battle around Silverstone. It's one of those circuits, you know, we kind of say this a lot, there's a few circuits where you can just battle at and you don't really lose that much time, because essentially you dive it down the inside and you get it done in one corner, whereas around here you kind of make a move. For example, if you want to make a move at Brooklands, you're making a move through Brooklands into Luffield, and potentially even out of that onto the start-finish straight as well. Moves take a while to actually work. You can kind of see there in the background as Hendrickson was trying to get past Kaloxai, and then Colagrasso has gone a little bit too deep into Brooklands. This is slowing the entire group down.
It's not really helpful for their race, really. They should be running their own race. We're only 20 minutes into a 6-hour race, and they really should be, getting into line and trying to go as fast as possible. But that's not happening at the moment. Kaloxai under a lot of pressure into turn number 1 now from Hendrickson, who dives down the inside and does make that position up into 17th position, although it's not quite done yet. Out of the corner into Maggots and Beckett. They're still going to remain side by side, but Kaloxai just going to lift off ever so slightly into the corner and let him have that place. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure who Kaloxai is tied to officially, because I've seen him driving for Ballas Esports, Mugen, and I've seen him elsewhere in open wheelers, so it's I don't really know who he's part of a team of regularly, but he just drives a bit of everyone.
Pretty sure he drove for Matt Clip's team, Royal Blue, as well. Yeah, like I say, he's been a bit all over the place, but either way, on a day like this, using his brain there, just backing out just ever so slightly. He's very experienced, whilst we've said before, more so in downforce cars, but here as well, can you certainly use that to his advantage. Hendrickson had to back off a little bit from Colagrasso, and then nearly got a dive down the inside and made contact with Kaloxai, who does get down the inside into the Vale chicane. They'll go side by side. The advantage should swing for the John Lacey Esports Academy junior car once we've headed out of what is normally the final corner at Club. A bit of a slide over the curb, and there is Kaloxai with the drive actually onto the Hamilton straight, coming up towards Abbey, trying to make it 3 wide. In the background is Julian Beck, and then Hendrickson does indeed lift, does back out, and it becomes Ballas Esports 1 and 2 at least in this group.
Yeah, this is all getting very hectic indeed. Hendrickson is going to try and maybe go back down the inside, but it looked like more of a defence in the end of his place from the 2 Audis in behind. Then we've got an Aston Martin just catching up now, as well as another McLaren, another Mercedes as well. So it's all happening at the moment. So did they all move up a place there? Has someone got off? I think I might just be seeing things. But yeah, Kaloxai just hold on. and this group continues to grow in size.
Yes, indeed. Like I say, Hardy, Allen and Martinez. And this is why I said Pellicore, who's in 24th spot, probably won't be a million miles away from rejoining this group. And speaking of people, by the way, marching forward, and West Competition Racing, who are leading this race at the moment, looking very strong. The second car for them is presently running in 5th spot. After challenging for the race here, they got spun through Maggots, Beckett and Chapel. And I think, I'm going to take a guess here, that Apostle might actually be able to get past Sadarov and back up inside the top 4. He's going to look to the inside, bit of a risky move to get down there, but he is going to send it. Apostle absolutely throws it in, maybe a little bit too deep in the West Competition Junior car, hooks it up the apex beautifully. That was a super move down the inside of Sadarov in that 322 SimWare.Pro machine. That was absolutely top notch, really shows how to do it.
Yeah, it really does. He went for a very small gap on the right hand side there, and I wasn't really sure of it when he actually went for that there. I didn't think that was the best call, but he's proved that to be the right call there, and he's up to 4th place now, so a good job there. It's allowed Maya and Abeladze to possibly get involved. Don't forget SimWare.Pro here in the 322 are quite a way back in the championship now. They did have a good first couple of races in this championship, with a 4th at Barcelona, which was decent, but they got disqualified from the Imola race. So despite their podium last time out at Nurburgring, they're still out of it a little bit, and they might just resign themselves to helping out their teammates in the 41 who have also caught up behind.
Well, virtual drivers by TX3, by the way, have received a warning at the moment. Another note from Race Control, it was for a little bit of contact between themselves and SPQ Racing Team, the second of them, the 202. So there has been a warning dished out to virtual drivers by TX3 for that contact, but no penalty as of such. It's just the warning there. So I think Valentin Barrier is behind the wheel of that one. As we now ride on board with Abeladze, you can see the look out towards the 2 cars directly ahead. There is a 5-second time penalty though that I've just seen being dished out to Hendrickson. We'll update you as to what that was for in just a moment, but I think it might well have had something to do with an incident between them and Dara McCormack.
It may well do. Yeah, we didn't quite see it, but I did think that the two had come into contact, and it was an attempted repass from Hendrickson. And if you're the car coming from behind there, you are often going to be the one who finds themselves in trouble. The onus is on you to get the pass done in a clean manner. That doesn't mean that the car being passed can't do anything wrong, of course, but it does mean that you have to get the move done cleanly, and that wasn't the case on this occasion. And there is confirmation of it. You were absolutely right. That 4, car 6 and 128, it's causing a collision, and 10 seconds go the way of Hendrickson. He'll serve that at his first pit stop of the day.
Yeah, that's the thing. The penalties are not required to come down into pit lane straight away. So it's not a stop and go penalty. It will be added to the length of the pit stop. So he will only lose. Hendrickson and Rupert will only lose 5 seconds, 10 seconds a piece between them. And yes, rain has indeed stopped here, so we'll be moving potentially back towards slick tyres. Let it rain soon again, who knows? It might take it a little while for to do so, but we're already down to damp weather, or damp track surface from wet.
Yes, we are going to keep an eye on Jan Willem van Omen, because he is the only driver still on those slick tyres. He has committed entirely to this alternate strategy. Unfortunately, he's over a minute from the front of the race now, so it really does not look like this call is going to come off at all for him. However, he's going to be a great gauge for all of the teams to decide when this is going to turn into dry conditions. His last lap time there, way down the order now, his last lap time was a 2:12.0, which is still 4.5 seconds slower than Victor Nicolai's lap time there, which was a 2:07.5. He's just at a 2:07.1 on this last lap time, so still over the next couple of laps those wet tyre cars are still going to be improving and still putting time into this car, but after that they are going to be losing time, and I think they're going to be in as soon as they possibly can when the fuel window kind of opens, in about 10 minutes time. They don't have to wait all that long.
Can we just say that Jan Willem van Omen, what a job to, yes, be on the slick tyres in some insanely difficult conditions after qualifying quite well, dropping backwards behind a lot of very hungry people and still playing the cards right. I mean, whether it's the wrong strategy or not, I'm going to say that is hats off. That is major respect to get through that without any major incident. That shows the experience that Jan van Oomen has. That was really, really impressive. But you know, that's just how it is when you take a gamble on strategy. Sometimes it doesn't work. You've got to keep a cool head, and they certainly did in the GWR Dorking Community Car, as we'll see. Abelad's just trying to attack Meyer right now. No way to pass, but once he does get past Meyer, you'd have to say surely the next car in form of Sadarov probably won't be quite as difficult to pass.
No, they are teammates after all, but I think Sadarov is going to be very much focused on getting that pass done in front of him on a postal, trying to get back through again. I'm surprised that postal's not been able to get away, because the way he got through there, I thought he would have been able to pull away, but that's not been the case. So he's still behind for the moment. So we can look back from Colagrosso. Once again, he's been passed by Beck just up in front of this camera shot here. He's also been passed by Hendrickson, Koloksai in the last few moments. So he's falling backwards. It's not like he's on dry tyres or anything, but he's just struggling out there with the conditions, whatever that you can put that down to. He's just struggling as things stand. So he's falling back, and 19th place is where he is right now. He'll be lucky to be inside the top 20 by the time it comes to the pit lane.
Yeah, that's it. I think, you know, when you're rising your way up the order or whatever, you're trying to think of, even if it's 5-10 spots, whatever it is, you're giving yourself little goals through each of the stints. You're aiming to be up in the top 5. Going back to the 41 at that Imola race, and I do remember, unfortunately, David Christie being painfully right about it, which was, you know, the first couple of hours, it was like they're going to try and get inside the top 10, then they're going to try and get inside the top 5, and then they're going to try and get inside the 5, and each one was just ticked off with metronomic consistency. They were after a couple of hours, yeah, sure, they were only 20th, but still, that was from the back, and then they were in the top 10, and before you know it, hey, guess what, they're challenging for the podium again. Of course they are, and that's exactly where they finished on a day like that. Just shows, oh my goodness me, Ballas Esports, that was going to be a bit of a moment, and I think he might well be passed by Jesse Kauppinen. Yeah, outside line into Kops though is always a difficult one. He's going to be squeezed as much as possible. Kauppinen's going to have to make his way right round here, and he's going to struggle to do that, so he's going to just go for that switchback line quite possibly. It's a smoother run from Alan there in the 787 as well, so there might be a move from the McLaren, but no move there. And so they all stay behind once again despite the mistake. But these conditions are really starting to dry out. You saw in the background already drivers are searching for wet patches on the road here. Van Oomen last time around was only 4 seconds from the guys in the front of the race. So the delta between the two is still coming down, but it's definitely not time for dries yet. No, it's certainly so. As I say, the delta will always come down in conditions like this, obviously, as it's getting drier every single lap. But the thing is, I don't think there will be enough time at the end of this stint for those slicks to come in to be fast enough to overcome some of that advantage. It does show that we do believe that the wet tyres were certainly the right ones to start on. But again, is what it is. Once you've started, you might as well just commit to it. Who was the other one who started on slick tyres? It was Offerman's, wasn't it? Where's Offerman's? He came into the pit lane. He bailed on his strategy, but Van Oomen is still in front of him. So despite making the wrong call, arguably, well, not arguably, I think it's pretty clear to us now, making the wrong call early on, still committing to it has been a better call so far for the 383 team. Yeah, and like you said, here is Bastian Offerman. Directly ahead is Phillips, and then another 7 seconds down the road is Jan-Willem van Oomen. Now, this car is closing in, sure, but it's kind of one of those ones that we would expect to, over the next sort of 3 or 4 laps as the track dries out, to sort of switch back the other way, maybe into the advantage of Jan-Willem van Oomen. The 96 of Phillips is also on slicks and has done the same strategy of Jan-Willem van Oomen and just basically committed to this. It's why they're kind of both running in the 2-minute 10s. Meanwhile, Bastian Offerman is running 2-minute 6s, 4 seconds a lap faster. And by the way, whilst I've been waffling on about all of that, Colagrosso in the Ballas Esports car that we're looking at here has received a drive-through penalty. We're being told that isn't from the stewards, which I can only assume then comes from in-game chat cuts. We didn't think we're quite as aggressive in wet weather conditions, but either way, clearly he's been a bit of a naughty boy. Yeah, half an hour into a wet weather race, which is the most bizarre out of those things. So yeah, I'm confused about that in terms of how he's managed it, but either way, he's going to have to make that drive-through penalty soon enough, and the guys behind are going to be delighted about that, because they can go through without problems. Now, Valentin Barrier
It's down here in 29th. How have these guys found themselves so far down? Because you don't expect to see virtual drivers by TX3 down in 29th.
No, they've certainly not had the great start. They qualified, or at least one of their cars qualified fairly well. The other couple were down towards the back, but they've clearly not had the greatest start to proceedings here at Silverstone. And we know that Virtual Drivers by TX3 are a well-experienced team, more so when it comes to other platforms, to be honest, such as Race Room. They're very experienced on that platform. In this one, less so. They've got plenty of experience over the last sort of year or so, but I still wouldn't exactly classify them as a major Assetto Corsa Competizione team. But they do have a lot of pace, and it's why 29th is certainly a lot lower than we would expect. Valentin Barriera, of course, has done some winning this year on ACC. In fact, in the SimGrid Coach Dave Super Sprint at the very first round of the season at Brands Hatch, won the second race there, but that was, of course, for the Jardier community team, not for Virtual Drivers by TX3 and the Big Bentley. So has got a bit of experience in it, has got a bit of winning. 29th, they're certainly going to be pretty irritated by that.
Yeah, they are a little bit, but there's not a lot they can do from this situation now. They've got to just plough on the best they can at this stage and just get the best result they possibly can out of what they've got. There's a yellow flag somewhere out there on the circuit at the moment. So I don't know who that's for, but somebody's clearly come unstuck as the track conditions are really starting to dry out now. Might have been Harry Phillips, I suppose. I don't know, but what lap times are they doing? Right, yeah, it looked like Joshua Allen actually in the 787, who's dropped down the order a couple of places in that last couple of moments.
There is Phillips on screen at the moment. Petrochenko is closing in, as well as Valentin Barriera, a little bit too deep from Harry Phillips, and I think this move might be on fairly soon, because whilst the track is drying out, it is still in favour of the wet tyres. The fastest lap has just been set by Hendrickson, who did a 2:05.6 over the previous lap. And I also got to say, Victor Nicolai is now leading by over 3 seconds. Has been pulling out about half a second a lap for the last couple of laps over Maciej Malinovski, who's in that second position, who in turn is running about a second faster than Lewis Dyke. So the three of those, when they were separated by a second not 20 minutes ago, they are now separated by 7 seconds.
Yeah, it's all changing a little bit here. You still see how Harry Phillips is struggling, by the way, on these dry tyres. It looks like it will be alright, but it's clearly not for these guys, as the sun is even starting to poke through the clouds at the moment out there, and it will be for the next half an hour, as you can see in the forecast at the top right hand side of your screen. It's not going to be out for long here, and it's not going to be that high in the sky, but it will increase the track temperature from a fairly lowly 20 degrees, 19 degrees that we started this race with.
Yeah, it should dry out the circuit quite nicely. Harry Phillips still pressing the wipers, even though there's less of a need. Obviously, you do get a bit of spray kicked up from the car ahead, so it kind of makes sense to have them on every now and then. But either way, unfortunately, dropping backwards at the moment. Here is Mamel Meyer, who's still ahead of Abeladze at the moment in 6th position. There's been no move from the SimWed.Pro man, who now is starting to struggle a little bit behind the 78 McLaren that's hanging on to position. Obviously, Sadarov, the teammate of Abeladze, has just set the fastest lap of the race at 2:05.5. So obviously, naturally, closes in on the leads ever so slightly. And this is the move to the outside from Abeladze. Mike trying the up and under coming into Stowe. He certainly did think about it, but the dummy didn't work.
Yeah, it was a bit of a squeeze there for Meyer to get his car in front of the Bentley there. You can see there's a bit of a squeeze. He's sort of these half defences from Meyer at the moment. Not quite defending thin air, as you like to say, Lewis. There is something to defend here, but he's just doing it in an aggressive way and trying to take the racing line while doing it, as Colagrosso has gone through into the pit lane. Service drive-through penalty there. Track limits after only half an hour is not a great way to start this race.
It's definitely suboptimal, I can tell you that, and it's kind of one of those ones that now the whole team's going to be a little bit more cautious of over the next 5.5 hours. Still so much time left to go in this race. If you're already picking up one then, yeah, I feel like that's already a bit of a kick in the teeth. Getting another one, Bastian Offerman, who started on slicks, came into the pit lane to go on to wets. They have just got a drive-through penalty, we're being told, for track limit violations. So the second team to already pick up track limit violations. They started inside the top 5 with a 4th place start. They started on the wrong tyres, had to pit, got onto the wets. Now I've received a drive-through penalty for track limits. This couldn't be going much worse for T3 Motorsports if they tried, and it makes me feel really bad for Bastian Offerman, who sat there thinking, oh my goodness, anything else want to go wrong?
Yeah, exactly. They're just about to catch up to, and he just has catch up to Willem van Oomen at the moment in that 3.83 to really kind of almost rub salt into the wound here. They're just about made up the time in terms of making their pit stop here, but just as the Aston Martin starts to get quick, and if he keeps this rate up of track limit violations, then he's going to be in for 9 drive-throughs in this race.
Nice.
That's how early this is in this race. Colo Grosso is going to be in for about 12. So they do need to be so careful. They're getting them so early. I'm so surprised. We've got the 199 has also got a drive through now. I hope that's not track limit violations as well.
I think this is one thing though, all the other teams that are watching, that are paying attention, that are looking at what other teams are doing, they'll be looking at this thinking, we're getting told, by the way, the 199, that is track limit violations once again. MSL Racing, it's not come from race control as far as we're aware. So 3 cars in the opening 40 minutes getting drive-through penalties for track limit excursions. I'm thinking, if I'm another team right now, I'm paying attention to that and thinking, right, we're gonna bring it in just a little bit on track limits, not take any risk, because already so many teams have fallen foul of it. You can see there on your screen confirmation of a 10-second time penalty going to the way of the number 50, obviously just after their drive-through penalty, the Team Ballas Esports Ukraine car, for a bit of contact. So again, bad to worse.
Yeah, when it rains it pours, I think it's the saying. It has been in this race, certainly, but anyway, yeah, it's not a good start to their race in the 50, I'm afraid. What's Van Oomen doing at the moment? It's just 7.6. He's still a good 2 seconds away from the leaders, but he is at least quicker than those around him. So kind of those on his pace back there are starting to get challenged by those dry times. I would still leave it maybe a couple more laps, but not too much longer really. If I was one of these front teams, I would really try and get in as early as possible, get this undercut. I know it kind of sticks you on a strategy of going very long for the remaining 5 stints in this race. However, I think it's worth it for the amount of undercut that you would get by going onto those new tyres. And of course, it would be a shorter fuel stop as well, pitting so early, because you've still got quite a lot left in the car.
Do you know one person that I think really should do that? Darren McCormack, 11th position.
Yep, I mean, what is there to lose?
100%.
What is there to lose? They're almost losing championship contention with the position they're in right now anyway, so they might as well.
Yeah, obviously all of the teams and stuff will be keeping their eyes on the track conditions. They'll understand when it is the switchover time. Already David Kolokzai comes into the pit lane for Ballas Esports, so we've got our first real guinea pig here this afternoon as we head to the final. 5 hours and 20 minutes left. The reason why I bring that up is because we're really in the window where you can make this on the stops. They're required to have a stint length no longer than 65 minutes each stint, which means that if you pit too early, if you pit at 5 hours 30, you can't actually get that. You'd have to make essentially a drive through later on in the race to essentially reset the pit timer. You've got to keep out on a, you can't go, you've got to come into the pit lane every 65 minutes. It means that there is a set time where it's the earliest stop, and it's around now where it's realistically it's the earliest stop they could do all of the afternoon. So I kind of get the idea for Kolokzai for some of them to really take some gambles. A couple of other ones as well in the pit lane. The 787 Symphony of Pistons car. You've got Grip Packs Engineering also in the pit lane. A few gambles being taken. I quite like that, to be honest.
Yeah, there's especially if you're down the order. Why not? You've got nothing to lose back there. You could be a hero. You could at least make up a few places. So this is exactly why we love the wet weather and the changeable weather, at least, because it does throw up these surprises. But not expecting to see Nikolai take any risks out front. He goes over for another lap here to continue on with this race, and so do most of the top 5 and the top 10 by the looks of things. I think you're absolutely right there about Darren McCormack. I would be in if I was Williams Esports right now. You need to get back up to those front guys. You need to get back up to the 41, back up to the 82. How are you going to do that? Not with raw pace. It's very hard to anyway. So I would be in the pit lane, and they are listening to us because they're in the pit lane.
That's it. We're on the strategy wall of Williams Esports. We can all see that. Straight into the pit lane is Darren McCormack. I don't know how it would work doing commentary and being on a pit wall, but I'd give it a go. Smart. I think it's the smartest move that they could do right now. They haven't qualified in a good spot. They've had to work their way up the order. They've done a brilliant job in doing so, even with a spin as well. The fact that they're just on the back end of the top 10 shows how much speed's in that car. You've been given an opportunity to potentially do something on strategy that will undercut the group, or at least some of the group ahead, and give you an advantage on track position. Go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. What I'm also expecting to see actually through this cycle of pit stops, first of all, it's going to get quite busy quite soon, but also we're not expecting to see that many driver changes, in my opinion, because the track conditions will be a little bit strange compared to what most of the drivers will have practiced with, especially in the dry. It's not fully dry out there. There's a few wet patches about. It's a bit greasy, as the track indicator suggests, and the top right hand side of your screen, so I'm not expecting to see too many driver changes. The 787 has been in, for example, there. McLaren, they haven't changed driver. Darren McCormack rejoins the road in the Williams eSports car. He also has not gotten out of that car because they're used to it. They're in the zone right now. They're accustomed to these conditions. They've kind of felt them develop throughout the race, and so it is absolutely the right call to keep these drivers in, and so that's what most of them I would expect to do anyway.
Yeah, indeed. Well, there is McCormack ahead of the GTWR Dorker Community car of Jan Willem van Omen as they exit onto the Hanger Straight. So he's already gained completely on that. Not only risen up the order, overtaken, and then also built an entire pit stop over. That is how fast McCormack's been going, and how slow, to be honest, Jan Willem van Omen has been going over the opening stint of this race. Let's see what McCormack can do, though. We'll keep our eye on the timesheets. We'll keep our eye as to where they'll appear at the end of this stint, or once everyone else has come into the pit lane to end their stint, rather. I think one of the beautiful things is the thing that I was a bit curious about with this Williams eSports car was where they were going to come out in comparison to everyone else. Look at all of that air. 25 seconds of beautiful, crisp summer air. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. If they came out mired in traffic, even if they're slower tyres, slower guys on wet tyres, should I say, they should still. They still do need to be careful in terms of when they come out. Malinowski exits the pit lane right now. Nikolai's still out on the circuit at the moment, so we'll really see the undercut here. I reckon he's going to be challenged, even with a 5-second lead. I still think he's going to be challenged by the time he comes in.
Agree. And obviously any pressures that they've got wrong on the tyres, if they've got them a couple under, a couple over on those wet tyres, well, essentially now we can reset, because once you've come into the pit lane, you can change the pressures on your tyres to bring them back, of course, to where you have practiced, where you're used to them. So this could be the ultimate reset for Malinowski. Curious that both of the West Competition racing cars stayed out in the form of Victor Nikolai and Sebastian Apostel, but running first and second at the moment, neither of them biting to the idea of jumping down pit lane early. So they've let everyone else do their bit and have thought, well, okay, that's fine, you do you, we're going to stick to our own, whether they'll be in the pit lane at the end of this lap or whether they'll be going long to try and kind of keep their strategy options open. I think going long would be a mistake. I would definitely want to come in and try and relinquish some of the power that the undercut really has.
Yeah, I think priority number one is cutting off the undercut here, if that makes sense for Nikolai here. He's got to cover off this move from Malinowski, who admittedly has come out behind a car, so we won't have proper clean air like Darren McCormack had. However, it still will be gaining in time, but priority number two, or far lower down the priority list, is keeping this strategy open, in my opinion. I know that pitting with still 5 hours 15 to go does kind of close off those options, as you just said there. However, what are the chances of there being rain later on? I know the sun's coming out right now, but we are in England, so it could well rain again. So that's going to completely throw all of that out the window. You might end up making 6 stops anyway. You might end up having a short stop somewhere anyway, because it's going to start tipping it down and you need wet tyres all of a sudden. So I wouldn't worry about these long stints for the moment. You can worry about that later. Cover off the undercut now and figure your strategy out later.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like I say, you can't try and predict everything later on. We're being told there's a stop and go 30 for the 201. That's one of the SPQ Racing eSports car. That was for speeding in the pit lane. It's a stop and go 30 for doing so. Victor Nikolai departs the pit lane, then still in the race lead. Obviously will build up the speed. It will still be getting closed down on by Belanovsky rather, coming down into the first sector as they head through Magnus Beckers and Champos. The Kramer Racing eSports car that's directly between them, but a lap down.
Look who's out there at the moment going long. The longer than pretty much anybody here. Vladislav Abeladze out front in the 41. Interesting to see a championship leader taking such a risk here and leaving it out so long and keeping their strategic options open later on. I still think the same thing applies to them, even though they're not really covering anybody's undercut off. The same thing still applies. They need to get in the pit lane right now, in my opinion, as Sebastian Apostol gets a stop and go 30 also for speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, so we're seeing quite a few cars coming down to pit lane to serve a penalty. Obviously had 3 drive-throughs and now stop-go 30s. We're being told there is also a bit of an incident coming through Maggots Beckett, so while there was a little bit of a yellow flag out in the first sector, all of them carrying on, but still not great. Some of the drivers having issues here. Here is Vladislav Abeladze coming into the pit lane from the race lead at the moment.
Yeah, previous lap time was only a okay, it was a low 5, so it's actually not bad for a time on a dry tyre. So yeah, not doing too badly there for Abeladze, but he's still going to fall down to probably 7th place, although he's going to make up that place from Apostle again. So and the 1-2-1's got to get out of the way as well, haven't they yet? Because they haven't stopped either, so that's all going to change. However, this is what happened through Maggots and Beckett. So I think it's a slow racing car, quite possibly. One of the Audis, and it's Darren McCormack here. He's going to land himself in trouble for that. There's no way you're going to get away with that. Big slide and a big twitch on the exit, but yeah, there's no McCormack's certainly at fault there, in my opinion.
No, I agree. I mean, it's kind of one of those things that you could sit back and be like, yes, well, he's driven into a much slower car going through Maggots Beckett and Chapel, and that can be very hard to judge. Can be very hard to judge, but unfortunately, I think the penalty will go onto the shoulders of Darren McCormack, who does also have a warning for an incident with car number 11. That one is Felix Repair, who's in 15th position. So he's already got a warning for that. I think that based on that warning also being there, and then the incident itself, I think that is pretty much a slam dunk penalty to the Williams eSports car. What it will be, though, do not know, and whether it will be a penalty again, that one is entirely up to race control. We have no say in that, whilst we are apparently running the strategy for Williams eSports. We certainly aren't deciding the penalties.
No, we can't decide everything about their race. Just give them rocket fuel for a couple of laps and then, I don't know, puncture their tyres or something just to make the race interesting. I don't know. But anyway, let's not do that. But yeah, I mean, Abeladze does come out in 7th place, just out in front of Meyer there, I think that was. Oh no, sorry, it was Arndt, excuse me. He's dropped well behind Meyer. This is why Abeladze staying out so long was the problem. He was right with the 78, I'm sure of it. I don't remember entirely, but I'm sure he was with the 78 beforehand, and he's 4 seconds down all of a sudden.
Yeah, but still has, I guess, clean air.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that I can sit there and be like, that's the only positive. At least you've not dropped behind like 3 or 4 cars. I agree. I think they should have come in at the same time, basically, as everyone else.
Yeah, he's sacrificed 4 seconds for 5 minutes flexibility in fuel. Like, that trade-off is not worth it for me.
I agree. I completely agree. It's like, yes, you're keeping your strategy options open, which might pay out later in the race. You might get very, very lucky, but at this point, it is luck more so than judgment. If that works out, if there's a rain potentially coming in sort of 10 minutes time, and you've got the extra 10 minutes, sure, then great, that actually does work. But you have to get so insanely lucky for that to land just perfectly that the rain will land after everyone else's pit window and just in time for yours. And it's that kind of risk that really isn't necessarily worth it. Fastest lap of the race then goes to Victor Nikolai on this lap, 58.3. Malinovsky did a 58.5. So obviously lapping very, very quickly, but the two of them, it's the race leader that has the advantage at the moment. Novikov behind in the 59s, so a second slower. And whilst Apostle did get into the 58 with the 58.5, he still has that stop and go 30 to do after speeding in the pit lane.
Yes, got 3 laps to serve those, of course, and we haven't yet surpassed that, so he'll be able to, as Darren McCormack gets 5 seconds for that 990 incident. I'm sure it was for that one, and that's exactly what oh no, 10 seconds, sorry. I maybe would have given him 5, but 10's all right. Oh, sorry, we're hearing that might be for something else, although it might be. I don't know. David and Michael are telling us 2 different things, and they're arguing about it. So let's find out. And they're both blaming each other, so that's great. But anyway, Darren McCormack's got 10 seconds. That's what's for sure.
Yes, indeed. We're getting told there's also another stop and go 30 going the way of the number 8, Gajewski, who's getting another one for speeding in the pit lane. So we've had 3 drive-through penalties for exceeding track limits, 3 stop and go 30s for speeding in the pit lane. It has not been a... well, I mean, I guess it's been a good day for the automatic race stewards because that all happens in-game. That all comes from ACC itself. Race control, do not step in on those. It's an automated system, and in that way it is the same for everyone. As we're looking at the battle for 16th position at the moment, Nicholas Anker, the WPS Racing Team car on the race down towards Abbey, trying to find his way past that number 14 Ballas Esports car, which, to go back to your point from earlier, by the way, Ewan, where you were saying, I don't think many of the teams, many of the drivers will switch. Well, Cosford has switched, because obviously that was the car that was driven by David Kaloksai over the opening stint of the race. I agree with you. I'd want to leave the driver in the car, but still, some teams are sort of like, nah, it'll be fine.
Yeah. Because you've got to use 3 drivers in this series, and so it ends up being 2 hours. You don't really want to use your drivers 2 hours straight off the bat, or they've shied away from that so far. I mean, I can't really remember out of any of the races so far. What we've seen is an hour of racing between one set of drivers. Everybody's come in and changed driver, and then it's all been a different set of drivers to go out for an hour or 2, and then it gets more spaced out, so on, and the strategies start to differ. But drivers tend to get out after 1 hour in these races. Because they don't really want to get the 2 hours out the way straight away. However, on this occasion, it's kind of worth using the 2 hours straight away because, as the conditions, like you just said, but also it does open the opportunity for them to actually do 3. Because if you think about when some of these drivers came in, they only came in after 40 minutes, so they can actually do 2 65-minute stints before they actually reach the 170-minute maximum drive time limit.
Yeah, indeed. Like I said, there's a couple of little things to think about for the teams, but this is why the teams think about it, and we certainly do not, because, well, we aren't smart enough. That's why we're definitely not actually on the pit wall for Williams Esports. Martinez is under a pressure, though, from Joshua Allen. He's going to get to the outside for the SAP Esports McLaren. That would have been a bit brave trying to get past the Aspar team. And when he's backed off, Jesse Kauppinen, who is well versed with making a bold move, shall we say, I think we'll be waiting in that Audi R8 for Grippax Engineering to find a way past the right-hand side of your screen whilst we look for the battle for 14th on the left. Yeah,
a couple of nice battles going on. None of them really inside the top 10 for the moment, but still interesting nevertheless. And that is contact into Stowe Corner. The 1-2-1 goes for a wild sideways moment and will drop down to 23rd. Hard to know where to lay the blame in that one, really. It's just a lot of side-to-side contact into that corner.
Yeah, I mean, Stowe's tricky, right? Because if you dive down the inside, as the track kind of rises up, it is slightly off camber, and it's because obviously as you rise up and over the crest, the inside will rise up slightly faster whilst you're trying to turn to the right, and when you do so, yeah, it's messy, shall we say, and I'm sure Race Control will definitely take a look over that incident. But Kauppinen coming out on top of all of that and getting his way up into 21st spot, and Joshua Allen will instantly try and find a way through. Now, obviously, SAP Esports, normally we'd recognise them as pink and white, but still don't have a livery in this one, so it's a bright green McLaren, which, as much as I've been complaining about bright and loud liveries, apparently, according to Ewan O'Leary today, I'll say as much as it's basic, I quite like it. It's just a bright green.
You were complaining watching a race just before we came on air.
Yeah, because it was too loud and bright.
Yeah, I don't know what's... you don't want a loud and bright shirt either.
No, I do not.
Camera.
Do not.
So anything loud and bright, and Lewis McGlade is not a fan. So keep your dark colours out. Keep your black paintbrush out if you... Lewis McGlade is going to be looking at your car.
Most of the things that I wear are dark blue, so fair enough.
Exactly. Well, same, but I don't mind looking at someone else who's wearing, who's got a bright shirt on or whatever. Just I wouldn't do it myself. As the battle for 14th does finally kick into action properly, outside line for Ankit, and that's a very nice move. Very late on the brakes into the chicane, and gives him the inside for the second part, and that was lovely.
That was a really nice move to get past Cosford coming down into Vale, but you've got to remember it's certainly not over yet, because a big dive coming down into the Village Loop section. I mean, it can switch the position back, but it's just whether the Ballas Esports cars tend to back off a little bit, not to make that move. Well, the sun is very much out here in Silverstone as we exit or approach the exit of the first hour of this race. Whether the rain will be visiting again, we do not know. This is Great Britain after all. The weather will switch time and time again. It's very, very tricky to predict in this kind of area. I'd say based on how we had wet in qualifying, which was in-game, it was on the Friday. Now we've had wet at the start of the race on Saturday. I'd say based on that, the likelihood of there being rain is probably slightly higher than it being 50-50.
Yeah, I would say so. Although, correct me if I'm wrong here, I've been commentating on ACC for a while, but I'm not entirely sure on this. There's kind of no way of knowing what's going to happen kind of past half an hour, isn't there, really? Other than just our best guess, I suppose. We're just into the darkness, but so are the teams, and so are the drivers, after all. I mean, this is not on ACC, by the way, but some people who complain about wet weather and how they weren't able to see exactly what the weather was going to do throughout the race in terms of a forecast throughout the entirety of the race on a separate simulator. And I was kind of like, well, that does not happen in real life, so why would you expect that to happen in sim racing? It goes back to our point about everything being so measured and so scientific in sim racing, so exact. That's why we love the wet weather, for being everything against that, and it puts the drivers completely out of their comfort zone, and it brings drivers who are adaptable to the fore rather than those who can just learn to do something over and over and over.
I mean, the thing with the weather, when it does, because it says half hour in the top right, when that pops up, that is pretty bang on. So you could actually count it and get it absolutely right. But you only have a half hour window. You're absolutely right. In real life and in motorsport and stuff, it can tell you that at the end of your 6-hour race, it is 99% going to rain. 99%, and the closer you get to it, that rain moves further, and it starts raining like an hour and a half after the race. Suddenly you were building your entire strategy in the race ready for it to rain with like 20 minutes to go, and suddenly you look like a complete fool.
Exactly. It might not happen. I mean, yeah, you are right. The forecast generally is bang on from half an hour onwards in ACC, and it does predict very well. However, it's only, think about how there's 10 half an hours to go in this race.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of changeableness, if that's a word. There's a lot of changes to happen over the next 10 half hours in that weather forecast. The track conditions are going to change, not only in terms of the rain and not, but also in terms of whether the sun's out and whether the track's getting gripped up as much as it is right now or not.
I'm pretty sure you're inventing your own
I invent words most days.
With LMP2ing a bit earlier on, I think is brilliant. And then changeableness, which might be in the English language. I don't know, but that does sound like it is completely made up. So
the extra back pages that I've just added in, I think it's in there.
What I was saying is that just for northern words and stuff.
Just for words that I have created. Yeah. Well, I'll add LMP2ing as well after the race.
It's a good one. I'll allow that. But we're GT3ing at the moment, and Hendrickson is hanging on to 16th position. John Lacey, Esports Academy Junior. These two, the fact as to where they've started, where they've run in this race before, the fact they're running in 16th and 17th after just an hour, that will be pretty miserable inside the team.
It will be, but it depends what way you look at it, really. I guess in the terms of Apostle, yeah, definitely very miserable, because it was basically a pit speeding penalty that got him down there. In terms of Hendrickson, I think it's more of an there's an incident there through Maggotts and Beckett's for Dondi, I think it was, in the Aston Martin. All three of those cars actually getting involved as well, with Morano and Phillips. I think both all got involved, although Phillips might have gotten away without any contact really, and Morano still getting back going again there. But yeah, in terms of Hendrickson, they might even see it as more of an opportunity really, because they never really fell through the field during this race. I know they had that incident with Darren McCormack, but they never really fell through the field, and so they will kind of see this as an opportunity, in my opinion, to get back through the field again and get back towards the front, where they will feel like they deserve to be, because they're yet to finish outside the top 10 yet this season.
Yeah, and like I say, with 5 hours left in the race, there is still plenty of time for drivers and such to work their way back up into decent. There's a lot of damage on the front end of that SPQ Racing Team car. I mean, we do know that the 201 and the 202 have been involved in issues throughout the day. I don't think any of them, though, according to race control, I don't think anything that we've seen have been their fault. They've just been both involved in various bits here and there. There are some times where you just kind of think, have I changed the livery this round? And I got a target on my back or something, because some races just do not go your way.
Yeah, it does feel like that sometimes. I said it earlier, when it rains it pours, and the snowball effect, it is a real thing, certainly, when you make one mistake, because sometimes when you, even if it's not your fault, when you make one mistake or get involved in something, you do feel like you have to make up time. And then when you're over driving, and when you're kind of, in my case anyway, it's not really possible for these guys, some of them anyway, when you're driving above your ability, if you see what I mean, when you're trying to do things with the car that your talent is not compatible with.
I'm well aware.
Yeah, I'm well aware as well. When you're doing things that your talent is not compatible with, in terms of with that car, then you start to make more mistakes, and it just gets worse and worse. And that's when we start to talk about drivers just, as you say, having a target on their back and just not having their day.
Well, as we've passed over the first hour of the race, it's still Victor Nicolai leading at the moment in that West Competition Racing car, the sister car to the car that we're presently looking at the moment, the one that's black and blue. That one is leading from the Yaz Heat car, and then Alexander Novikov. There is Victor Nicolai, who put on a brilliant move to take over the race, leading the opening hour of the race in those tricky wet conditions, leads by 5.5 seconds. And the thing is post pit stop, the two of Nikolai and Malinovsky have been separated by very, very little when it comes to the timesheets at the moment, but it does go in favour of the BMW M4 that run first and fourth at the moment, because Lynham is presently running in that fourth position, of course, in the race anywhere since we're directly behind Simware.pro. 78 of Meyer is inside the top five, as we then see our championship leaders in just sixth position. They're back on the rear end of the 78, Ewan, but they're still not able, even in these conditions, they are still not able to find a way past.
Yeah, you referred to it there. BMW leading at the moment, but it's Bentley who's been quickest in this second hour so far in these warming up conditions, if you like. From the slightly cold start to the race and the rainy start to the race. This is Cosford getting back on the road, and he's straight back off it again at Chapel. He goes down to what is 17th place from 15th, which he started this lap. He's been caught by these other two BMWs relatively quickly over the last two laps, and he's been overtaken by them, and they'll probably be into the distance soon. But as I say, it's been the Bentleys who have been quickest so far. Abeladze, as you say, there's been catching Meyer. Novikov has gotten through on Matthias Lunum in that 55 BMW, and he's sort of catching the top two, although by a little bit less. And Darren McCormack also is making a few inroads into the cars in front right now as well. So it really is Bentley hour at the moment in the second portion of this race.
Certainly seems so. Did see popping up onto your screen there was the warning for the 787 of Joshua Allen, but you can see there on your screen there is a 10-second time penalty going the way of the 201 SPQ Racing 1. So they've already been picked up for something. I said before that that their race had started between both of the SPQ Racing cars. Hadn't started so great. They had a couple of issues through there, and I think frustration might have got the better of them, and clearly they've got into an incident. I think they might be under investigation for another one as well. Yeah,
it's a worrying thing for them. We'll see how many seconds they have to serve at their next pit stop. You don't have to, unless it specifies that it's a stop-go, which you'd only normally get for speeding in the pit lane. You can take those time penalties at the next pit stop, as Darren McCormack will be doing there in the 8th position. But we're on board with Vyacheslav Abeladze. We're very much deep into the portion of the race now where traffic is very much a factor in these battles. It's really been man versus man at this stage and car versus car, but now it is really down to all of these different variables, both of stint long tyres and low fuel loads, high fuel loads, pit stop strategies, battles with traffic involved. All of these variables now coming into play deep into this race.
Well, another drive-through penalty. Rembert on eSports in the number 11 Phoenix Repair drive-through penalty for track limit violations. My goodness. Once again being picked up. There's also been a 15 seconds time penalty going the way of the 201. Said before that they had obviously just picked up that 10-second time penalty. They were under investigation for something else, and it's for an unsafe rejoin. And the 201 receiving a penalty for rejoining in front of the 383. Of course, 201 being the SPQ race car that received that penalty not too long ago. The 383 being the GTWR Dolking community car that Jan Willem van Omen was piloting at that point. So a 15-second time penalty. Race Control have been dishing out some pretty big ones. We've always had a drive-through today. We've had four drive-throughs for track limit excursions. Be them Race Control actual or Race Control in-game and virtual, we have seen a lot of penalties this afternoon.
Yeah, we've seen a fair amount of penalties, but I wouldn't say it's a staggering amount compared to what I was expecting. There were nearly 40 cars that started this race. We're still in the mid-30s in terms of the amount of cars that we're having. It's not, for me at least. It's not. I'm not entirely surprised, is what I'm trying to say, with the amount of penalties that we're seeing, especially not in terms of the speeding pit lane, because it is a hard pit lane to get onto here. We saw Malinowski steaming in qualifying. Hopefully, it didn't matter then. Yeah, it's a hard pit lane to get onto, as I say, because you're kind of braking around that corner, and then the pit entry line is right there, so it's easy to do.
Oh my goodness me, that was very, very close from our championship leader in Vladislav Abeladze to get very close to the rear end of Maya going into the Vale chicane, almost touch and go, and almost touched around. You can see backwards now from Manuel Maya as we can search our way backwards to Abeladze. The car that's directly behind is not for position. That is one that is a lap down in one of the BMWs for SPQ Racing. But then the car directly behind that is Felix Arndt, who's closing in that 77 Prime E-Racing car. One car off the road as well, so it's a bit of manic drive back here. I think it might be the other SPQ racing car as well. Looking backwards from Maya, is there going to be an opportunity for Abeladze to make a move? You'd have to say, once again, I've said it before, with if Abeladze can get past, if he catches up to the back of Novikov, surely the 322, which is obviously another SimWare.pro, is Abeladze's teammate, surely they'd be allowed to pass. But it's kind of the same thing between Maya and Felix Arndt, is that if Arndt can surely get past Abeladze, Maya probably won't fight, because the 77 is much higher up in the championship.
Yes, I agree. But I don't think they're in a position in the championship where they'd exchange places purposely towards the end of this race. They've only got 48 points so far compared to the 116 of SimWare in the 41. So they're not real contenders in my opinion. They need to probably win both races really to have a chance. So it's not a desperate situation for them. They're going to run their own races for now and just try and get the best results they can. They fared quite well in the wet weather, especially the 77 and 79. They got through the order quite well in the wet weather, but now that it's starting to dry out, I do feel like their real pace is shining through, and it's not quite the same as some of those around them.
Yeah, like you say, sometimes you work better in better conditions, and when it is your time to shine in a race, if you drop backwards through the wet, you need to work your way back up the order. There's quite a few places to still make a move around here. You can do it into Maggots, Beckers and Chapel. Willem Hendrickson's not too far away. You can make it into Stowe. I've been wisely told by a couple of drivers that apparently are 4 wide into the Vale chicane. Nicholas Taylor did give that one a go in some real world racing that I saw not too long ago. So you can apparently do whatever, but you've got to be a bit brave to try and make a move around here. Big dives into Village and Loop, down into Brooklands. There is a whole multitude of overtaking opportunities, and one of them is about to be taken up by William Hendrickson, the John Lacey Esports Academy junior car, who goes a little bit too deep, and the up and under might work in the form of Nicholas Arnke coming straight back at him to the outside. This is the corner that I was speaking of, coming down into that Vale chicane, straight around the outside of the R8, and deep on the brakes as well was Apostle in the background.
Yeah, he nearly came straight through the back of the Audi there. He nearly became part of the rear end because he went too deep under braking, and Anke was trying to kind of do a little bit of a switch around and a move. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Anke make a move on the 128 recently around the outside at the chicane, or was that a different large car? Because he definitely did it to someone at the chicane. Either way, his racecraft once again there. I know he's ended up behind here in 13th place as opposed to the 12th he was previously. I know he's behind now, but his racecraft once again there was very, very good. So we're very impressed by that, but I do think Apostle is going to, his pace is going to shine through here, and he should make light work of these two.
Especially because Apostle, like I say, has started out with so much speed this race. In fact, was not far off from leading earlier on in the race before trying to make that move, but then getting it all shades of wrong, going through Maggots, Beckett's. Oh, well, really just into Maggots. I'm not going to say the entire complex, but either way, this is back up for the battle for 5th position. Abeladze, once again, very, very close over the second sector split, or rather the first sector split. They were separated by just a tenth and a bit of a second. That was coming down into Stowe, so the two incredibly close. And bearing in mind that number 41 is your championship leader, and his main championship rival is Malinowski, who's in second. as much as they're still going to be fairly comfortable, still you've got to get on with it. You can't lose too many points heading into what would be the final round of the season at Monza in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, Monza's quite a place to have a championship finale, by the way. That is a place. So we'll be looking forward to that for the finale coming up in a few weeks' time. I think about a month's time. But yeah, it's all about kind of setting yourself up for that one. And at the moment, as spectators, we're going to be set up delightfully, pretty much, really, because the 82 is very much gaining points over the 41 at this stage. Came in with a 16-point deficit. And if the race were to end right now, I know it's not, but if it were to, then the gap would only be 2 points. Still in the favour of the 41, but 2 points separating the two of them into a championship finale is a very exciting prospect.
Yeah, it's one that we'll all be very much looking forward to, but we can't get too far ahead of ourselves. Although normally I am speaking about the championship after the first hour of racing in a season like this, so who knows? What am I to say? The championship still has over 10 hours of racing left in it. Of course, each of the races this season are 6-hour races, which means by the end of the season, after 5 races, you do the maths, we'll have 30 hours of racing, of which we are almost 2/3 of the way done with. But already points has been dished out for 3 of the rounds of this season, and Maya is still able to hang on for Abeladze. Clearly, as much as the Bentley, they've got the straight line speed, but McLarens are actually pretty quick in a straight, and the problem is they get off the corner comparatively quicker than the Bentley, which means that by the end of all of the straights around here, which are relatively short, there isn't really the opportunity for the Bentley to actually just send one in.
No, on the straights particularly, the McLaren is not particularly powerful in terms of its engine or anything like that. It's just so aerodynamic in a straight line. You look at the car, especially from the side profile here. Look how sleek it is. Look how low it is, and whatever. Look, the curves there, they're so low, especially compared to the Bentley, which can barely hide itself behind the McLaren in front. So it's very difficult to pass sometimes, the McLaren, especially because of the traction that he's been getting, particularly from Maya, probably because of the driver. There is certainly a way to drive defensively, even when we often talk about defensive driving in terms of actually pulling to the inside line and covering the inside and whatever, but there is certainly a way to prevent attacks at all by obviously getting those good exits, kind of stalling yourself through the middle of the corner, straightening the exits and really putting distance into your rival on the traction like now. So Maya's doing a good job of that at the moment, but Abeladze won't want this to go on forever and ever, because they will lose time. At the moment they're not, but they will lose time to the other leaders if they fight for too long.
Look at also as well, Lynham, who was ahead of that, has got 2 BMWs directly behind that, are kind of putting pressure on, but also are a lap down, so it's not great. Everyone, by the way, in that sort of top 7 is setting pretty much the identical lap times, all of them in the high 58s. It's separated by maybe 0.2 of a second between all of the top 7. Those gaps are not getting closer, so we'll look a bit further down for some of our battling action. We know a bit ahead of this we've had some battling between the likes of Cosford, Hendrickson and Apostle over the recent lap, but this is the battle for 17th position between Rochelle and Eichhorn, of course, between the Leopard Esports red car that we're looking at now and the Virtual Drivers by TX3 machine that is directly ahead of them.
Yeah, there's plenty of these little battles going on up and down the order at this stage, despite the fact there's now only 24 cars on the lead lap already in this race. Here's the move from Abeladze, although he smashes that curb on the left-hand side. It's kind of gotten in his way there, and he's not been able to get through, but you're absolutely right. There's a lot of lap traffic about here. Not all of these battles are for position, even though there are 2 cars going through your shot there that are for position for these 2. None of the others are, and there was a lot of them there.
Yes, it's super tight, and like I said, the back marks. There's a bit of a moment there coming through down into Village in the Loop. I think it's a farm curve, isn't it? Is the one after Abbey. I was kind of trying to remember. I'm always like turn 2, so that's not turn 2 around here, son.
Yeah, I'm as well.
It's always tricky for us as commentators to try and keep up with running on different sides of the circuit, because we're not exactly the smartest of individuals, so we do get caught out quite easily by the most simplest of stuff. Now I'm speaking for both of us, Ewan. Don't you worry. Abeladze, though, still not able to get through. I kind of get the vibe that Vyacheslav Abeladze might be struggling a little bit on tyres. I saw a bit of kick of oversteer coming through farm and struggling to really get it in on some of these apex around here. So I wonder if maybe he might be overdoing the tyres ever so slightly.
Oh yeah, the Bentley is big, so it's a bit of a mission to get it turned into some of these corners on occasion, but it is a fairly stable platform. It's not going to be stepping away from you at any point, but You do get the feeling there, maybe from watching some of these corners here, that he's struggling with the understeer aspect of things. As I say, oversteer is never really a worry, but the understeer factor is certainly... This is a nice line through Maggots and Beckett's, though. It's not the greatest exit for Meyer, certainly not as good as he's been getting over the previous corners, but even going through the gears there, he was on a narrower line there, he was on a worse line. Getting through the gears and getting up to top speed, that McLaren is quick. And let's not forget that the Bentley has got straight line speed here. They should be going quicker here in the Bentley, but absolutely not at the moment. Abeladze's having a frustrating time.
And this is the thing, is that it is irritating as you're sat behind them, but you just cannot make a move. I spoke to a couple of real world drivers, and it is the same in the real world. There was a race at the Nurburgring a few years ago in GT World Challenge, and Dennis Linder was racing, and it was in a Lamborghini directly behind a Bentley that every time they got onto the start-finish straight would just pull away we're doing about 5-10 kilometres an hour faster at the end of the straight. There's a little bit of lap traffic that's going to play its part here for Abeladze, but is able to navigate them well as they'll battle between themselves. Watch out for the dive down the inside from one of the SPQ cars. That'll slow down Vacislav Abeladze just a little bit. That will be very frustrating indeed when the 202 in its own little battle is trying to get its way past, and that is why there was a bit of a swipe still down the inside. This is going to be extremely frustrating. The two of them not on the same lap. One of them is running in 6th position and battling for the championship. The other one is 29th, and that is why there is such a weave from Abeladze. This is getting pretty aggressive. I think race control will definitely need to step in here.
Yeah, we say all the time in GT3 racing, blue flags don't mean you have to jump out the way in the same way you do in F1, but if you are a lap down and you're not as quick as the leaders, there's no reason for you to be alongside any of the leaders at any point, really. You shouldn't be making those dives down into even normal turn 3, as we keep going on. And especially out through Aintree down even into Brooklands. The 202 there was diving it deep under brakes and halting Abeladze. It's cost him a second and a half. And I know that the lap cars are having their own battle there. That was a battle between the 202 and the 80 there of Carlino and Horvath. They're battling over 28th position. I know they're in their own race, but you cannot get alongside the leader. You cannot try and overtake the leaders like this if you're not going to pull away from them immediately and get that pass done immediately. You can see Abeladze here, he moves the car up to the middle of the road as if to say, what are you doing? Please go out, get out of the way. And even still, Carlino sends it down the inside at Brooklands. So, in my opinion, not great. I normally do give a bit of sympathy to the lap cars in terms of, because they're normally kind of given, they're normally an afterthought in the rules, to be honest, being made to jump out of the way. I normally side with them in terms of the leaders. It's normally the leaders, in my opinion, that are moaning about others, but in that case, the car getting lapped there, in my opinion, is definitely in the wrong.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's cost Abeladze over a second from something that was just really very, very avoidable and very, very unnecessary. And like I say, I try and see it from both sides. I've both been a backmarker and I have been someone who has overtaken someone. And I know this is mad, Ewan, I know it's crazy, but I have actually lapped people in races before.
Because they were GTs and you
yes, and I'm an LMP1. Thank you, mate. Thank you. But he is right. I try and see it from both sides all the time. And in that one, I get it. You might feel like you're faster, but if you get past, you've then got to do the same thing on the next car, and it's not as if you're going to be insanely faster than the championship leader when you're sat there at the back. Understand the situation. That was completely unnecessary. I don't think it's a penalty. I don't think there's going to be anything going there, anything like that. But it's incredibly frustrating, and Abeladze would just be sat there thinking, if that had gone on for another couple of corners, I think we might have seen some contact between the two. That's what I'll say.
Yeah. I certainly agree. I don't like to gang up on someone on broadcast, especially not a lap car, just trying to run its own race. But you certainly got. There's certainly a right way to be a lap car, and that, in my opinion, was not the one. So yeah, he's clearly got the pace though. In terms of those around him, clearly trying to gain some places. Colagrosso, I know he's had a pretty miserable first half of his race, but getting caught by Carlino. Now Horvath immediately being left behind. Aston Martin going to go on the defensive here, but Carlino might just be able to drive his way right around the outside of the Ballast Esports Aston Martin here. Not late enough on the brakes really on that occasion into Stoke, although the grip there might just be enough, and he's not really given that much room, I'm afraid, so he's not going to be able to make that move into 27th position through there, and won't into the chicane either.
Yeah, the two of these battling it out very heavily, but they're going to have to potentially jump out of the way of the 77 that's also coming through. Of course, one of the prime e-racing machines that is battling to catch up to those two that have just gone through the foreground of shot whilst we see this racing. Again, a little bit of a swing there for the Ballas eSports car of Colagrosso, who's already received a few penalties today, courtesy of a couple of issues, including one of the ones from in-game. Bit too deep there, going down to finish in way too deep. Gets a bit of a hip check as well from Carlino, who does finally get through into 27th position. But watch out, because there's a leader coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. That is Maya, I think it is, trying to, it's Arndt, they're trying to catch up on Abeladze. He's lost a few seconds in that one. Not really anyone's fault, just the way traffic goes, as Horvath also finds his way down the inside of Christian Colagrosso, and he makes his way through. I'm afraid this 50 car has had a pretty miserable start to this race. Not entirely sure if Colagrosso qualified the car, and whether he was just put into a position that he didn't qualify into, if you see what I mean. But yeah, he did. I don't think he qualified. He might have found himself a bit out of position in terms of his pace versus his qualifying position, which is no disrespect to him, of course, but when someone else qualifies and they're better at qualifying than you all of a sudden find yourself out of your depth almost quite quickly.
That's kind of why I'd always say is if you're going to qualify the car, start the race. There was the hip check, but then watch this from Felix Arndt. Tries to come back up and underneath and gets misjudged a little bit. I don't know if Colagrosso was trying to give a little bit more room to the SPQ eSports car, or was maybe expecting Felix Arndt to go around the outside. Either way, none of that actually happened, and there was a little bit of contact, but still Felix Arndt did pick up the at least the track position, because of course the two of them are not battling for actual position. Felix Arndt is a lap up on the Ballas eSports Ukraine car, so gets past in all of that. This is back up with where the prime e-racing car of Felix Arndt. And if you look forward, just coming through the foreground of shot, there is the SPQ racing car that's getting the blue flags, but also not too far down the road will of course be the drivers that he's battling for position for 5th position in the form of his teammate, and then of course the SimGrid Pro by Vides number 41. Yeah,
he's trying to catch up to those guys, but struggling at this stage. I guess his fellow McLaren might be able to help him out a little bit, but even so, struggling to catch up there. You can see how much traffic affects. It was a 2-minute 0.2 over the last lap there, which is nearly 2 seconds slower than the two in front, certainly nearly 2 seconds slower than Abeladze. So that just shows the traffic of running behind cars that are battling and that are laps down on you. So yeah, that's unfortunate there, but he's going to have to put in a bit of work to try and get back up towards the front, and there he is, 4.5 seconds adrift at this stage. Even the battle for 5th has sort of petered out a little bit due to the battles, although Abeladze is finally starting to reattach himself to the back of Amaya.
It's kind of one of those things with races like this, is that whilst over the near 40 car grid we almost always will see battling all the way up until the checkered flag, it very rarely gets to a point where there is no battling happening on the circuit. What I will say is, in a race inside the top 10 particularly, the race goes apart, and for some reason it just always comes back together again. Just a couple of drivers always get pretty close towards the end, especially for that final spot on the podium. So don't count your chickens and all that, as we'll probably see some form of racing quite close late on. Unfortunately, I'm not so sure how much the Williams eSports camp will be a part of it, because of course Dara McCormack is there in 8th position, about 20 seconds off the back of Felix Arndt, and has a 10-second time penalty as well to add to the list. So not so great for the Williams eSports camp. Of course, that one was for the collision with the 990 a bit earlier on, one of the slow racing teams. I remember the one that you said about where he drove straight into the back. That was the 10-second time penalty came from on the exit of Chapel. So I think Williams eSports have got still, even despite doing an incredible job in the first hour and a half, they've still got a very, very long day ahead.
They have, and I'm sort of looking ahead in this race, and where is their time game going to come from? They're going to be over 20 seconds behind the top 7 here, who are starting to really define themselves in this race, and miles behind, over half a minute behind the top 2, who are fighting it out for the race win. Where is their time game going to come from? Where are they going to be able to make up at that amount of time, as Vyacheslav Abeladze makes his way down the inside, and Maya doesn't really put up much of a defence.
Yeah, finally Abeladze gets past the prime e-racing car and is now up into 5th position. It was a good run out of the loop through Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight. And so it is Vacislav Abeladze up inside the top 5. Started this race in 11th position after a late qualifying effort, but is now marching his way, the championship leader, back up the order. Let's take a look again at the move rather. It was a little bit slow. That was lifting off. That was, okay, I'm kind of done with this battle now. I want to run my own speed, my own race. I don't want to be involved in anything you're doing, because I think you're getting pretty angry after all that back markerage that was happening. Let's let you clear the way.
Yeah, not the stupidest thing we've seen anyone do all day, really. It's quite a smart choice. So, Meyer's just going to sit there and sick for now, and he's going to think about how they can overtake those guys a little bit later. Track temperature did reach a peak of 21 earlier, by the way. It's down to 20 again, and the cloud cover has returned just a little bit, but we're still, if there is any more rain on the horizon, we're still at least half an hour away from it, and the sun is still very much making an impression on the racetrack at the moment, so it's still a good way from any more precipitation around this circuit.
And it's kind of one of those things that the teams will be keeping their eye on very. You don't want to be shocked as a team, right? You're driving around, you don't want to look up there and be like, hang on, how long's that been up there for? And seeing rain coming, and it's like only 10 minutes away. You want to know within like 30 seconds of that changing. And I am not joking that at least someone on the team, especially when you have like a couple of drivers, like take for example Prime E Racing, right, where they've got 3 cars, the driver, anyone behind them, they will be looking at that probably not far off every sort of 20 or 30 seconds on a day like this. They're just constantly, because it doesn't require any effort, right? You as you're driving around, you get onto a straight, you just look up at the top right, nope, still clear, what's happening? You get into a rhythm of just doing it, but you constantly need to check on a day like this. You need to be in that rhythm, because it will matter if it does rain again, knowing exactly when it's coming down, especially like this, because if it does change, it does come down in half an hour, that is just outside of everyone's window.
Yeah, exactly. I think as well as we see a move down here by one of the lap cars on Cody Cosford, I think as well for these teams they've got to kind of plan for it as well in terms of the future. As you say, they're looking at the forecast every now and again, fairly regularly indeed, trying to almost predict when the rain is going to come as far as you can. But I think as well you have to have a look at what are we going to do if rain pops up and it says it's going to rain in half an hour. What are we going to do then? You've got to have that plan in your mind as to what the game plan is. What pressure are we going to put in the tyres? What's the track temperature likely to be by that point? How long is it likely to last based on previous experiences around here? All of these kind of different things. When's the crossover point? What's the lap time for the crossover point going to be? All of these things, you've almost got to pre-plan this kind of thing in your head, especially now that we have already had rain. As you said earlier, we've already had rain in qualifying. What is the likelihood of it happening again? Admittedly, likelihood of rain is going down with every second that passes slightly, but even so, is it going to stay dry for the rest of the race? Maybe not. So you already have to have these plans in place.
Yeah, and this is why these days in sim racing, we say it, pretty much every broadcast we do, there is probably someone on the pit wall for most teams, keeping an eye on exactly what is going on. And I mean that on the live timing, as well as actually in the virtual pit wall, just getting ready for everyone in game, running the numbers, making sure that the strategy's right, what's the fuel, what's the tyre pressures need to be switched to, because each of the drivers, it's kind of one of the things that we don't really speak about, and I know I've brought up tyre pressures quite a few times, but it's because when you actually start racing on ACC and you start realising that tyre pressures are really, really important, you start realising that, hang on, each driver in the team, you've got 3 driver teams here, right? People will be potentially running on different tyre pressures for each driver, because if someone's very aggressive on their steering, they're going to wear out the fronts a little bit more, etc, etc. For someone who's a lot smoother, they're not going to wear their tyres out as much, but it means that they need the pressures to start higher, because they're not working the heat into the tyres, which will build the temperature which will build the pressure quite as aggressively. And so it's kind of one of those things that you need to understand as a race engineer. It's why at least most teams that I've been aware of that have been racing on this, you'll have a spreadsheet ready which will have everyone's tyre pressures on, basically ready to go. Right, get ready for the stint, we need to plus to 21.7 or whatever on this, and this, and so that the car is ready for the next driver jumping in. And like I say, that's why you've got to sort of get ahead of that and prepare yourselves well in advance.
Yeah, you certainly do. You have to keep your head screwed on in that respect, and and get ahead of the game in terms of your preparation. It would have all come in before this race, of course. I know, as you say, I know we've mentioned tyre pressures a lot already. But we wouldn't mention it so many times if it wasn't important. Here on this, maybe we would, but you get the point. It is important, and as I say, these things will have all been practiced a lot beforehand. Maybe the wet weather a little bit less. I'm not sure how much wet weather practice people would really do for a race like this, because so easily wet weather practice can go down the drain and it might never come. But then again, if it does rain and you haven't done any, then you could be a little bit out in the darkness. So. It's a bit of a conundrum to know where to practice, especially for these people who, as most of these people here, they'll likely have full-time jobs or full-time education or something else to do in your life. You can't spend all 24 hours of the day practicing your different tyre pressures and different conditions and what we're going to do in each situation.
Indeed, they can't, but I'm sure they still give most of it a go. At least someone behind the scenes of the team. That's why you've got to have so many. If you have two teams, for example, like SimGrid.pro, you've got 3 drivers a team, you've got 6 drivers that should be available at any time. Here is Abeladze going for a move, getting to the outside of Lynham. This is going to be a bit of a move on the Race Anywhere Pro, but you did see there that BMW did lift out again. So that's the second attempt that Abeladze's been able to move on someone, and it's the second car that has lifted off and moved out of the way. An incredible stint from Abeladze. He now has 1.9 seconds to catch teammate before he'll be onto the podium yet again. Remember that this team is the championship leaders. They've finished 1st, 3rd and 5th over the races so far in the Coach Dave 1000. They're looking to get themselves back on the podium, and hey, that would look pretty nice on a strategy sheet. 1st, 3rd, 5th, 3rd, 1st. No, I quite like the sound of that. I'd say even better than 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th. I like the look of that.
Very satisfying, symmetrical, all that kind of business. I do kind of want to see an interesting championship finale, though. So that doesn't bode well for that. But anyway, it would look nice on the results sheet for us. But there we are. It's certainly been another impressive drive for Abeladze. He did quite a lot of the heavy lifting as well at Imola, as well, when they had to start a long way down the field and climb their way back through the order again. So there's. He's got history of getting through the order in the way that he's done here today, and once again it's been an impressive drive. It might be all we see of him here today. We're approaching the pit stop cycle, by the way, and so we're not too far away from actually seeing everybody come down pit lane again. But yeah, it might be the last we see of him, even though we're only barely a quarter of the way into this race.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we'll see what happens over the next 4.5 hours, because it is still a very, very long time left to go. Jesse Kauppinen on the rear end of Rochelle. To speak of the race at hand, of course, whilst we have got an hour and a half completed, Victor Nikolai is still leading in the West Competition Racing ahead of Malinovsky, of course, in the 82 Yaz Heat car. There is your race leader at the moment, which actually, to be honest, was not too far behind the battle that we're seeing there for 19th position. Shows how fast the Romanian driver has been running over the opening portion of this race. We're expecting this car to pit in around about 12 to 15 minutes time. Malinovsky will be in a lap or two before that, because pitted a lap earlier, so maybe expecting in around the same time as we'll see this car, Alexander Novikov, into the pit lane. But it's the car directly behind him. It's his teammate in Abeladze, who pitted 2-3 laps later than the top 3. Obviously they all pit on different times, so it's kind of not really the exact science, but it's about 5 minutes later that Abeladze pitted, so could stay out for those extra couple of laps. No, the undercut's not a big deal. The overcut certainly isn't either, but it's kind of, I guess, just again playing the long time. I still think that they pitted too late because they've got too much to overcome to catch the second and first, but still they're not in an awful spot.
No, I'm still not going to put them out of the question for this race win yet, because we've seen a lot from them so far to suggest that both in this race and previously this season, that they are a very strong team, and so it's I'm yet to put them out of the question for that race win. Really, Abeladze could well still catch onto the leading 2 yet. And in terms of their strategy, what they have done by going a little bit longer last time is they shortened, whether they want to do that at the final stop or throughout their stops throughout the day. They've shortened their pit stops because they've gone a little bit deeper into this race. Everybody else is going to have to take on that little bit more fuel throughout the day to get to the end. Whereas Abeladze is going to have to take on just that little bit less. So that might save them a bit of time compared to the roughly 4 seconds that they lost, staying out a couple of extra laps. Will it save them 4 seconds? Probably not, in my opinion. And I do agree. I do still think they came in too late, but it still could, win them, maybe win them a race. I certainly think it won them the race back at Barcelona when they took their kind of shorter stop a bit earlier in the race.
Yeah, oh my goodness me. Well, this is the battle for 10th position as Eros is trying to keep Artak Vicic directly at bay. This is the final position inside the top 10. It's Mazsim directly ahead of the Slow Racing team. Of course, Slow Racing have a couple of cars on the order, and I do remember saying that I was much more, I preferred the other car that they've got, the 990, where it's white, blue and grey. The more the season goes on, the more I actually kind of prefer the white, pink and grey. But either way, that's me going completely off topic because the Slovenian driver is trying to find his way past Eros and get himself inside the top 10, all whilst trying to keep an eye on the timesheets and wondering how long until William Hendrickson will close in on this group, because Hendrickson was running 2 seconds faster over the previous lap. That Jean Lacey Esports Academy Junior car is closing in massively. There it is, the back of shot.
Yeah, and Apostle is as well. You've got to remember those 2 cars behind are a little bit out of position, and so a top 10 is very much not out the question for them today. And I do think that we'll be seeing quite a lot of them throughout the remainder of this race. In terms of Hendrickson and Apostle making moves, well, probably it won't be them, but we'll see a lot of their cars at least making up places. Yeah, the 987 hasn't been in the top 10 yet this season in terms of a finish, anyway. So they're knocking on the door of a first for them in terms of a finish, but still quite a long way to go as the yellow flags are off somewhere.
Yes, indeed. We've got the 8, by the way. It was the number 8 that got hit by a lapping car as they were coming around. That one is Dominic, who's down in 33rd position. It was the 53 that made contact, we're being told, which is one of the Leopard Esports racing cars, which is suboptimal. Obviously, if you're driving through traffic and then you accidentally make contact, yeah, I mean, we've already seen a couple of issues when it comes to back markerage and such, and I don't think we would want to see too much more.
No, we certainly won't, but we might have to if we see a replay of that incident, as Vikic does make his way through into 10th place ahead of Eros there. And yeah, that's looked like a fairly easy move in the end. There wasn't too much arguing about it by the looks of things, or by the looks of the behaviour of the two of them now. It's not like they're at each other's throats by the looks of things. They look fairly calm about it. It's kind of the story of the battle so far, really. We've seen it a lot, especially up inside the top 6 or so. Battles in which one car has kind of almost ushered the other one through, as if to say, well, you can go through for now, but I'll catch you again later.
It's the art of the long game, and I've said no matter how long the race is, there is always a potential long game to be played, whether it's a 10-minute touring car race or, hey, even if it was a one-lap race, there's still the idea of potentially waiting your time to make the right move. And it's the same in this. Yeah, obviously it's a 6-hour race. There's no point in battling tooth and nail for a position which means absolutely nothing later on in the race. Think big picture, think long distance into the race, and think whether you're going to actually lose too much time in just battling over what you've got ahead of you. And like I say, just a little bit of a lift out there to switch the position, but Hendrickson is really closing in. You can see there just in the background, the Jean Lacey Esports Academy Junior is flying on all cylinders. He's dragging, didn't even catch that either, the West Competition Racing Junior car Apostle with him as well, in that very distinctive liveried BMW M4 directly behind. So we're going to see a nice little tight, potentially a 4-way battle as we approach the second pit stop window of this race. Again, a reminder, they are 65-minute stints maximum that the drivers can do, which does mean we are approaching that second stop window because of obviously the wet weather at the start of the race and everyone pitted maybe a little bit earlier than they wanted to. They wouldn't have been in that early. There's no question about that. So we will see those pit stops happen over the next 10-15 minutes or so. But I have to say, I'm surprised to find out that the West Competition Racing number 3 car is labelled just as an academy car, if I'm perfectly honest, because I've seen Sebastian Apostel in other series on ACC, and he is not an academy driver by any stretch of the imagination. I don't know why, whether that's just a naming thing, whether it's purely trivial almost, or whether they're actually, or whether it's the teammates. So
Apparently, it's their teammates that brings that into an academy car. So there we are. Michael Hamlet feeding me information. But yeah, Apostle is a very good driver, as I say, and catching up to those few cars.
Yeah, it's where, as drivers and teams, you might well have your lead driver, but there are a couple of, if you've got a couple of other drivers in the car that may well not be as experienced, then that's just how it is. Obviously, they were maybe eyeing up going into one of the other splits. Of course, we've got the silver split as well. Essentially, the same race is happening again, but more with more amateur drivers are split down on this, not broadcast and such, but they could well be racing in that, or that's where they could have wanted rather to have been racing, and that's where they were put into. That's why they've got the academy name. But tough. You're going to have to race in this one, and you're absolutely right. Apostle is a fantastic driver, but still dragging his way up the order. See what his teammates can do over the second portion of the race.
Yeah, it's these battles continuing to develop. He's actually caught another car as well, by the way, just up the road a little bit here. There they are. Oh my goodness me, there's a lot of traffic here. This is a 4-car battle over 22nd position. About to go a lap. Oh, they are already a lap down on the leader, and this is what you do not want to see if you are a leader, because not only are there 4 lap cars, but they're all wanting to be first out of the 4 of them. So it's a nightmare, really.
Yeah, like I say, you can very easily trip up over yourself if you're not careful in a scenario like this. There is the Aspar car of Martinez, who's just trying to hang on from Phillips, who, by the way, hadn't even noticed, has risen his way up the order very nicely in all this. A couple of battles inside themselves, which is just very, very tricky. Like you said, Aspar defending from the likes of Phillips just at the head of this train. You've also got the GTWR Dalking Community car in the middle of that, and then you've got the 2 SimWare.pros also rising their way into the mix. You've got Kramer as well in there. This is where things can get very, very dicey indeed. This is where mistakes can happen, and this is where you're sat there thinking, actually, I kind of want to come into the pit lane pretty soon. I want to get out of this ASAP, as there's the move from Kramer straight down the inside of the GTWR car as we head into Village.
This is a miserable place to be for the 2 SimWare.pro cars. Not want to be here, but you're absolutely right. They do have the option to come in here. They are definitely in the window with 4 hours 17 to go. They could come in. It would pretty much limit them to going absolutely full out for the rest of the race on stints, but they're both getting towards the end of it anyway. They might decide to come in. That's 2 of them dispatched with very nicely into Brooklyn. So from Novikov, good to kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone, if you like, with that move there. It has allowed the 55 BMW though to catch up to the both of them, although he's going to have to go through as well as, wow, Avalanche thought about going through the middle of 3 wide there. He's still thinking about it, but now he's finally going to make the move more simply and just do them one by one.
Yeah, and this is where things are a little bit dicey for some of those back markers as well. They want to back off, they want to try and let the likes of Avaladze get through, but then they also don't want to let the other car get through, and that's exactly what the GTWR car has done by lifting out and allowing Avaladze to pass. It's also let the Kramer car through as well. There is Martinez at the moment, directly ahead of the Wild Things racing car that, of course, Harry Phillips is behind, a little bit too deep there, going through Chapel and onto the Hangar Straight, and you've got those 2 big Bentleys behind, looming, waiting and being ready to pounce. Obviously not for actual position, but for track position critically, and just trying to clear these 2 in one swift manoeuvre.
Well, that was very. Speaking of swift manoeuvres, that was a very swift one from Phillips, outside line into the chicane. Rate enough on the brakes, should give him the inside for turn 2. Oh wow, he was expecting the 1-2-1 to go deeper under brakes there and kind of shut him off, but in the end that didn't really happen at all. So he was going for the cutback when it wasn't really on. He was going to be given the outside room anyway, but he's got the move done, and so he will be up into 22nd as both SimWare.pro cars finally make their way through. It's a lot easier when they're not battling side by side.
Yes, and Apostle has come into the pit lane to serve his second pit stop of this race. So the 2 SimWare.pro cars have made their move, made their at least track position-wise on Aspar team by ODOC. So that was a decent little attempt. Obviously, there was a little bit of contact out of the final corner between the 2 of them, as there is the West Competition racing car that Victor Nikolai was behind. Oh, no, sorry, that is the... No, that is the one that, of course, Apostle was behind. It's not the academy. That was the academy car, not our race lead. I'm trying to pull over myself here. I'm just getting mixed up the livery wise. It's the pink one that is the academy car, and then it is the bright blue one that is our race leader. That Victor Nicolai is still behind, but the Romanian team switching out just a little bit here. Blue flag still being waved, of course. That will be to the car of Harry Phillips. That's just directly ahead of the two SimWare.Pro cars that is presently marching their way up. They're both in third and fourth. They're both trying to get their way onto even better positions, but they've got a long way to catch the Yaz Heat car that's in second position, and then, of course, Victor Nicolai that's leading the race. Joshua Allen, Martin Schumacher and Jesse Kauppinen all into the pit lane for their second stops of the afternoon. This is the one where we're expecting to see a majority of the grid switch out drivers, though, because they didn't switch out on the first stop. Some teams used to, over the race before, they've switched out on every single stop. Whereas around here, because of the wet weather that we had, we saw most of the drivers do double stints. There's the move down the inside from one of the SimWare.Pro cars. That is Abeladze making a move on Alexander Novikov, and the championship leader is now onto the podium.
Yeah, it's taken them not that long, really, to get back towards the front again, although there's big gaps in front for them to actually make up that time to get back into the top two, get back into the conversation for the race win. They've got a lot of catching up to do before them, but they still could do it. As things stand right now, oh, dearie me, that's a big accident in the background. One of the Aston Martins might have been Dondi in the 383 that got absolutely smashed there by somebody coming through Club on the exit there. That was a big smash. A fair amount of damage probably to a couple of cars.
Yeah, that was a big dive as well from Abeladze, getting down the inside of Harry Phillips, who had to kind of jump out of the way going through the loop and then back out through Aintree. And I was going to say, where is Phillips gone? It's just hidden behind the second of the SimWare.Pro cars, leading comfortably in a little group ahead of the Aspar car. Of course, those battling, whilst we've seen these two race their way through that pack they've raced their way through is also battling in amongst themselves, and Harry Phillips did not want to drop back into Martinez, but there is the pit lane entry from Alexander Novikov. Malinovsky also in the pit lane. We know those two were the first two to pit within that window. It does mean that Victor Nicolai will pit at the end of this lap, and it does mean that Abeladze has 2 more laps to do before the required pit stop from them. Of course, again, 65-minute stint limits on them here at Silverstone.
Yeah, normally I would kind of put a question mark next to all of those numbers, or kind of keep those rough numbers, because there's so much flexibility normally at this stage in the race for all of the teams. However, there's really not here today because of the way that the rain fell a little bit earlier on. But also, you've got to remember that the stint time won't work in exactly the same way every time, if you see what I mean. Abeladze might not be able to get 2 more laps out of his 65 minutes, so he might be forced to come in anyway at the end of this lap. We'll see what happens. He might decide to come in. We'll see once again, we'll see what happens. But the 65 minutes won't work in the same way every time because of the lap times. You're not doing the same amount of lap times or the same number on your lap times, if this doesn't make sense. But you can't get the same amount of laps into the same 65 minutes as you could in the first portion of this race, for example. And so he might be forced in anyway at the end of this, but we'll see what happens.
Yes, we will. Well, at the moment, though, it is very, very controlled for Victor Nicolai. We know this car will be into the pit lane this time by, obviously approaching the end of its second stint. And there is Victor Nicolai for the West Competition Racing that have been so strong here this afternoon into the pit lane, or relinquish the lead over to SimWare.Pro and our championship leaders, who, you've said before, might not be out of the hunt for the race victory, for their second race victory of the season. They've certainly got a lot of work to do to reach that point. As Victor Nicolai comes into the pit lane, it means that he'll be probably jumping out of the car and handing over. And it's kind of one of those things, if you've started the race, right, with your number one driver, right, in the car, because of how the wet weather's worked here, essentially that driver is actually going to have a shorter stint than expected. You normally want them to do 65 minutes and then 65 minutes. So they're in the car for essentially the longest period of time. But because of how the wet weather's been, you're actually leaving potentially your number one driver in the car in for a shorter period than you'd ever want them to be, just an hour and 50 minutes. Yeah,
this is true. You wouldn't, it's not ideal. In terms of the 41 team, I don't think this is a problem. With the drivers they have coming up, Igor Ogorodnikov and Mikhail Baikov to come there. Dragos Simeon and Andrei Mikhele are coming in for the at 33 though. Now those are guys that I don't know particularly well, and I would have maybe slight question marks over, especially compared to Nikolai. So I would slightly question them in terms of their pace compared to compared to Nikolai's. However, they might still be able to get Nikolai in for one more stint here. The max drive time limit throughout the entire race is at 2 hours and 50. And given the shortness of the first stint, they might be able to get another stint out of him later on. I'd certainly think get him out now. Definitely a good idea. But he might be able to come in for the final, what would it be? Like maybe 55, 60 minutes of this race, maybe.
It'll be very, very tight at the times. That's where it's kind of like, is it going to be worth it unless your teammates are a considerable amount slower? We'll see this battle between Aspar and SPQ Racing trying to get around the outside, and of course you've got the Audi directly behind of WPS. But as we are at 5 o'clock local time here in Great Britain, at least, not actually at Silverstone, do not panic. I am going to step aside, but you will have Ewan O'Leary and Cam Roger making his debut here in the SimGrid to talk you through the next couple of hours. Ewan, this battle looks pretty intense.
It's a good way to get started off. Thanks very much, Lewis. We'll hear from you again in a couple of hours' time as Diego Carlino gets us off to a good start by getting up the inside into 16th position. But yeah, welcome, Cam. Good to have you here for SimGrid commentary. I don't know if you've even done ACC before, but here we are. We're really having a bit of a baptism of fire so far. What did you make of the first couple of hours of this race? Because I have to say, it's some of the most exciting sim racing I've seen for quite a long time.
Yeah, it's been so strategic through some of these teams trying to work out how they're going to work out the numbers. As you were just mentioning, that's really the biggest talking point so far. Is the teams really just having to sort of almost count backwards already towards the last 4 hours of the race. And as you're saying, maybe some of the teams almost wasting an hour or so of their better driver, which is not ideal. But that's just how it goes sometimes. And for sure, the racing has been great as well. So yeah, looking forward to see how we do in this last 4 hours.
Yes, final 4 hours coming up, of course. Abeladze should be into the pit lane here, away from our cameras at the moment. I've got no way of knowing, but I think he is. There he is. David Christie on the ball again, there to show us. And it's going to be Mikhail Baikov who gets into that car from this point on with 4 hours to go. He's going to come out in third behind George Boothby, who's gotten into the 82. And in the 322, the other Simware.Pro car, we have Nikita Bogoroditsky in that one at the moment. I think he's going to be just behind Baikov in that third place here at the moment. But it's been a decent job so far in terms of real standout drivers so far. I guess we can't look too much further, Cam, than Darren McCormack here in this race. The number 6 Williams Esports car started. Now, I can't remember the exact number. I think it was 34th or something like that. They're up inside the top 8 and they were inside the top 20 within 10 minutes.
And had a bit of a spin as well, a bit of contact earlier on. So I think, that's worked out really well for them, just with the strategy coming back from the qualifying. And it's quite interesting that, though, how many places they've made up in such a short period of time. Sometimes you'd expect them to take most of the race to come back from that, but even in sort of just the first hour of the race, they were already getting towards the top 10 and looking to be in a good position. So I think it's worked out well. That tyre choice of starting on the wets seems to have paid off, and fair play to that. And realistically speaking, they're not too far off loads of the guys up front should things happen in the future.
Yeah, they had that 10-second penalty to serve, of course, for that final for that final pit stop, I should say. It was picked up by McCormack after getting back into the back of the 990 on the exit of Maggots and Beckett's. But they're now nearly 30 seconds away from the top 7, starting to run away a little bit in this race. They're certainly defining a bit of a top 2 as well in this one at the moment. We've got Andrea Miclair in the car, 33. George Boothby is 8 seconds behind in the 82 at this stage. We do have some delayed race control messages to come through in the next couple of moments, by the way. That's in terms of penalties that will likely be served at the next pit stop window coming through soon. I think that one for Carlino in the 202 is from the previous stint, but it's just been applied now. I don't think I've just been missing that for the last 10 minutes. I think that is just recently applied to the car currently running in 14th position. Might be something to do with his little battle with Abeladze earlier on, but we'll find out. Here are the few penalties. Final warning to Williams Esports, which is interesting there. Tinko van der Velde is going to have to be very careful. Another warning to the 53 as well, but the important one there, 10-second time penalty with the 202. That was on the 383 of Dondi. Might have been in that incident coming through Club out onto the new pit straight. But not entirely sure. We've seen our fair share of penalties so far, Cam. I think that's fair to say. But as I said earlier, not actually as many as I was expecting, given the tricky conditions we started this race with.
Yeah, it was an immense challenge for some of those drivers, especially the ones who started on the slicks, on the dry tyres, trying to work their way through the pack, or well, really not lose positions through the pack. And for sure, there was a couple of spins here and there, but yeah. The size of the field as well, you'd expect a lot more incidents, which just shows you actually that sim races can race pretty cleanly, even in some tricky situations. Sometimes we do see a little bit of argy-bargy here and there compared to what you may see in the real life antics. But yeah, it's been good for that one. And I'm glad to see that actually, because there are a few awkward corners here where they can sort of pinch you and can entice you to dive down the inside. But we haven't seen too much bad action from that side of things.
No. We have seen things fairly clean, especially when things have gotten drier and more spaced out, as you'd expect in one of these races. The pit stop window pretty much over now, by the way. I know this is quite early to be saying this, less than two hours into the race, and only 2 pit stops down so far, but the pit stop window already over in terms of the wet weather. I know we were talking about this yesterday, Cam, about the flexibility that you can have in one of these Coach Dave 1000 races because of the 65-minute stint length, but the fact that these cars can go quite long on fuel, and the 6-hour race, it gives you these kind of spare 20 to 25 minutes somewhere to use. We were talking about and kind of hyping that up as to kind of, where are they going to use that? Where are they going to use that little short field to get an advantage over everybody else? But that's almost been entirely eliminated by the way the conditions dried up earlier on. They pretty much waited for the pit stop window to open, and at their very earliest moment they came in and set themselves on a strategy that will see them doing long stints to the end from here.
Yeah, I guess you just have to react to what's in front of you in that regard. Some teams probably would have chosen to do that as such had it been dry, but for sure the teams who did go that extra couple of laps, they will effectively have them in play a bit later on as well. So that is certainly going to work out for those teams who did stay out. As you're saying, the ones who went early, they're going to be really sort of pushing the limits of that, so they do need to sort of make sure they're not going to be putting themselves in any sort of trouble a bit later on, but they are, their hands are forced now really with when they can make their stops. So that's just a bit of a unfortunate situation with the rain, but ever-changing conditions, and we still don't know what's going to happen in the future. At the moment it's looking like it's going to be just a bit cloudy for the next 30 minutes or so, but at any point that really could start showing some rain.
Yeah, the track temperature is continuing to come down at this stage. 18 degrees is now the temperature. Was the 6 p.m. the race time at the moment. We're going to end slightly in the darkness in terms of it's going to be a bit of a sunset if the sun's still out, and we'll all enjoy that. But it's not going to get truly dark as it nearly did in that qualifying session, to be quite honest. This is the fight for 10th place, though, currently being led by Nick Balzar in the 79. Not sure how he's got roped into this one, but the 987 and the 3 car certainly were on course to be battling earlier on. The 128, interestingly, may have done a bit of a jump there in terms of the strategy as well, because they were closing in on these two earlier on, but managed to jump straight in front without ever having to make the overtake. They're into 9th place now for Shermatinsky, but it's going to be very important once again for the number 3 car of Andre Passer, who's gotten into that one at the moment, to make his way through here. Getting through on 2 cars at once always more difficult than the one, and he would have rather done it in the pit stops, but as you said earlier, he's got to deal with what he's faced with here and try and get through on these 2 cars at the moment. This is probably the battle for the highest position out on the road. 10th place right now. We can't really call that battle for 3rd a battle with 2 teammates just driving around together at the moment.
Yeah, obviously when it's your teammate, you're generally a little bit more calm, and you maybe not even overtaking at some points, depending on how the strategy is looking. But as you say, this 3-way battle, just a second between them. They got 5 seconds up ahead and about 3 seconds behind as well, so they don't need to focus on too much more than their own battles at this moment in time. Of course, they've got to work out, is it going to be smarter maybe to stay behind as such, or if you think you've got some more pace, maybe it is worth actually overtaking and seeing if you can use that as well. But also 3 different chassis as well, so just different parts of the track maybe suiting them a little bit more.
Yeah, of course, it's loads of different manufacturers towards the 4 here. BMW, Porsche, Bentley, all different manufacturers on the podium at the moment, and we've seen the different strengths and weaknesses throughout the day so far. We're seeing a few more of them here as well. the McLaren, Audi and BMW fight being involved. The BMW just seemed to be getting itself up towards the front though. Generally you can see quite a lot of them inside the top 15 or so at this stage. But this track very much dry right now. Everybody will be out there on the dries as we do now cross that 2 hours into the race, 4 hours to go at this stage. It just ticks over there. The number 33 currently leading this race. West Competition Racing ahead of the 82 Yassi, and then SimGrid.pro in the 41. That's your top three with 2 hours complete, but still a long way to go. And of course the penultimate race of a championship is always very important. It's kind of a way of setting yourself up for the finale, I guess, and at the moment the 82 team are sort of setting themselves up in a decent way. They would reduce that championship margin to 10 points heading into the final race, which is better than nothing. They would of course like a little bit more, but it's as I say, they're making inroads at least.
Yeah, just getting closer. I mean, even if you can't, grab all of the points back, just making sure you can hold on to any sort of advantage is good, because you never know, especially the final race of the season. Maybe a few risks get taken here and there. Maybe some weather comes into play as well. Who knows? So you really need to keep on your toes with that. So just being as close as you can is really the best, the best opportunity. We did see just this week in the broadcast I did, there was a 32-point gap that got overturned in the final race of the season. So crazy things can happen, obviously depending on the point system as well, but just making sure that you're there is what you need to do. And as you say, the 82 is currently doing a good job of that, but also they're still in with a shout of the lead as well, so plenty of action still can happen with that car towards the end.
I've just realised what championship we were talking about there. I've no idea how that happened either, but anyway,
too many to write down.
Yeah. That was quite a story. Meanwhile, further back here, this is the battle for 22nd in the order. Dom Healy in the 96. I think he's taken over from Phillips earlier on in this race. Harry Phillips, that was. I think they're recovering a little bit from a few incidents earlier on. The 333 Ferrari, the kind of lime green you can see up in front here, is the car they're trying to chase down as a lapped McLaren or a car that's a lap ahead of these guys, just in front here. It might be Meyer, Meyer's car, not him anymore. It's Sven Hettich who's gotten in to that one at the moment, but it's certainly one of the Prime E racing cars, I think, just separating these guys. And this is the problem. This is GT3 racing all over, really. Millions of cars out on circuit, and just mean there's lap traffic galore, really, all around the circuit.
Yeah, it's a difficult position for some of these drivers to be in over the course of the stint as well. When you get into some sort of position, sometimes you're a little bit stuck there, so you have to work out where you're going to overcome your rival. It's not the easiest thing to do when you're sitting there lap after lap, and you sort of have to work out really what you're going to do. If you come up behind someone very quickly, it's more, you can more use your instincts of how you're going to work out to get past. But when you're similar speed to the people around you and you're just sitting in a train, you've really then got to start working out a way to get past and build yourself up, using a bit of momentum here and there, but that's obviously easier said than done.
It is. You got to try, but it's, as I say, easier said than done. Got to keep an eye on behind as well here as Healy, because Van Druten is not too far behind. That's the Porsche you can just see, the 977. Just applying that little bit of pressure now, but I do feel like the Bentley recently overtook Van Druten there. Although I don't know that for sure. I do feel like that was the case. See that Pellicuri just in front, coming under a lot of pressure from that lap car, and now the McLaren goes through. This maybe allows the opportunity for the Bentley, not really close enough to kind of capitalise immediately. However, you can just see the effect of lap traffic kind of writ large for us there. Immediately this battle closes up a lot more, and it gets a lot more exciting very quickly. The battle for 21st very much on now between these three cars.
Yeah, heating up here, and as you say, that's just something that you have to look out for, is those blue flagged lapped runners. It's been quite a bit of a factor actually already over the first 2 hours of this race, and that's obviously just going to get worse and worse as the laps go on and the gaps spread out from the leaders to the cars at the back of the field. But it's just, it's part of the race. You've got to keep on your toes and make sure that you're staying on top of the situation. Easier said than done, but it's actually really Healy who's now sort of been under attack a little bit from the Porsche behind him, with Van Druyten getting a slightly bit of a run, but possibly not quite close enough to have a bit of a dive, but sure, it's a bit closer to him as they're trying to catch up to the TX3 car ahead.
Quite difficult to overtake into Stowe, really, more than I was expecting, but Van Druyten got a great run through there, and it's going to be down the inside into the chicane, late on the brakes. The two of them rubbed just a little bit, and round the outside through the Porsche. That was a bit of a squeeze, and the Bentley just backed out of it enough to get Van Druyten up into that 22nd place. So it was a nice move, pretty well measured in the end, but it could have gone quite easily wrong because Porsche did trot across the Bentley just a little bit there through the chicane.
Yes, I mean, space was pretty much given more on the first apex than I thought I was going to see between the two drivers. But yes, especially on the second apex, they really started to pinch themselves. And even in general, I wasn't really expecting Van Druyten there to come around the outside of Stowe. The move didn't look like it was really on too much, but got a really good run there, actually, as we're seeing, another position lost there from a back marker. So not the best lap here from Healy.
No, certainly isn't. The 202, by the way, of Colino is into the pit lane right now, by the way, serving the time penalty that he has. I think making a pit stop here, but well, maybe he was one of those who went very long in the opening stint of this race, but I don't think he was. Either way, he's in right now, and yeah, making a stop for some reason that's unknown to me. I just want to have a little look at where the Aston Martin 383 are for Francesco Dondi. This is car previously driven by Jan Willem van Oomen in the early part of the race, and you remember back to the start of this one where it started raining very early, of course, and they made the gamble to start on those dry tyres. They're applying a bit of pressure now in this fight for 26th position, but unfortunately Cam made the wrong call, really. It was a big gamble, and they did go against what the main group did in the end. Well, you look like a hero if it comes off, and unfortunately they did not.
Yeah, sometimes, as you say, you are the one to do the standout move, and it might work, but then if it doesn't work, you look a little bit silly, unfortunately. As again, the two Audi R8s having a bit of side-by-side action here, coming towards Magnus and Beckes. Which car is going to go out on top? Side-by-side into the apex once again, and even further on the grass between the two, still side-by-side as we come through Beckes into Chapel Corner now, and that is an amazing sequence of corners by the two drivers, and somehow they come out on top with an amazing battle there with these two.
Yeah, that was great racing between the two of them through Magnus and Beckes. It's hard to stay side by side without making contact, as they just did. However, they managed it, and Brudern managed to make his way through on Christopher Streppen, I should say, who is demoted now a place once again into what is 27th place for the 214 team. Francesco Dondi is going to try and make his way through here as well. It is always interesting to watch cars who are arguably out of position in these races, because they do often make a lot of overtakes, and Jonas Van Druyten's making a fair few right now as well. He's been able to put a bit of time into Dom Healy. He's been able to kind of alleviate the pressure from behind, which is pretty important to do before you try and make a move on the triple frame. We've got split screen as multiple battles happen all over the circuit. There's plenty of these kind of 2 and 3 car battles happening up and down the order,
which is amazing to see. 2 hours, almost 2 hours, 10 minutes into the race, and we're still seeing the cars being so close together up and down the field, which is what you want. You want to see these battles continuing, of course, over the course of the race, as that is obviously where the main action points are happening. The pit stop's cool, but the on-track racing is important as well, as we're seeing this battle a bit further up for 11th place now, just a few tenths of a second between the 987 and the 79 coming out of the final corner to start the next lap, as we're going on to pretty much the 63rd lap of the race. So the laps are counting down now between these guys as they're trying to work out their places.
Yeah, trying to at this stage. The 987 chasing its first top 10 of the season. Been knocking on the door of that throughout so far. They're down in 20th in the overall standings. 12th place, their best result so far. That came at the Nurburgring last round about 4 weeks ago. This could be their day, but they're going to have to pass Balzar before anything. Passo is just in behind as well in that number 3 car. But unfortunately for that 3 car, I do think they're going to be going up a bit of a dead end for the rest of this race, because they have used Sebastian Apostel already as passes down the inside. Oh dear, I think Bike saw the kind of impending 3 wide there. The Audi on the outside, he didn't fancy any part of it, so almost let the BMW through there for fear of accident more than anything else.
Oh wow, and then getting even some more battling as we come towards the chicane as well. So the guys really trying to start pushing the limits now as we're seeing this the race go a little bit further. They know that these positions are going to be important for them as they work a little bit further on. You don't want to be sitting in any sort of train, and you do want to be getting in those places where possible. Of course, it's easier said than done in some situations, but it looks like Passanel is also trying to get a bit of a run further up the road now in that number 3 car. So yeah, the guys starting to really have these battles as we're going to get a bit of a replay.
Yeah, here's the view from the BMW. Come from quite far back here into Stowe Corner. Was able to use that lap car really more than anything else to get the 987 to back out through fear, as I said earlier on. Yeah, the 3 car making its way through into 11th place, and Passa's going to try and make another move on Balzar before long. But the fact they used their fastest, arguably their fastest driver first, is an interesting call. I mean, personally, I wouldn't want to use my fastest driver straight off the bat because they're going to be stuck in traffic throughout a good portion of the race, especially in the first hour or so. So I'd want to use them a little bit later on, but maybe you'd want the most experienced hand in the car first to kind of deal with the 40 maniacs around you through that one. So it's a bit of a toss-up really, but clearly the West Competition Racing side have decided to go for Apostle first, and maybe they'll have him in later on, but I doubt it. It's going to be up to the other two now to make up the positions on their own.
Yeah, it is a tough choice, that I would say, especially with the fact that the qualifying was obviously in the wet conditions, and then the start of the race as well was just really uncertain. In that sense, I can see why a team would obviously want to put their more favourable driver in the car. If it was a completely clean start, maybe put your sort of your second fastest at the beginning. But I think you are right. However, in most situations from racing myself over the years, I think teams do end up putting in almost in order of like first, second, third driver, because you want to be getting and keeping those positions in the first part of the race. You don't want to be getting 3 hours deep, then finally getting your faster drivers in and then having to make up all those time, because things really spread out over 3 hours. As you can see with the gaps opening up, you could easily be 30, 40, even a minute behind some cars that you were next to at the beginning.
You drive the first 3 or 4 hours of an endurance race, to be fair, so we'll see a bit afterwards. There we are. Anyway, that was unnecessary. Anyway, the battle for 10th. Nick Balzar trying to just hold on to this position for the moment. Primary Racing is the team. West Competition Racing's Academy car just trailing in behind at the moment. Of course, they are leading this race overall with the 33. The car that may be more fancied for this one as we go back to the battle for what is 21st now. Jonas van Druten has made light work of these 3. He's now off and up the road, but Aurelian Pellicori having a few issues in terms of holding on to these places in the 333. I'm not entirely sure if he's done the entirety of this race so far or whether he has got out, but I don't think I've seen anybody else in that car other than him in the 333 so far. Maybe I have.
Yeah, I think it's just him.
I think it's just him. Mathieu Bouquet and Tia Rochelle are the other 2 cars. I don't remember seeing the other 2, so he's got to be out before we get to 3 hours 10 to go, otherwise they're going to get disqualified immediately. Oh
no, they changed in that middle stint, the second of the 3 stints. So Rochelle actually went into the car. We obviously missed that one, but yeah, Rochelle did a 32 lap stint, literally just shy of the 65 minutes, an hour and 4 minutes 18 seconds, so he couldn't have gone a lap longer than he did on that one. So fair play to that one, as we're getting some side by side, almost thinking about it, the drivers weaving around a bit, trying to look big in the mirrors for Passo and Biak there, trying to have a bit of a fight coming towards this middle part of the lap, but so far not really having a look down the inside.
Not the move not on for this stage. As we were talking about, I think we were talking about this yesterday, it is difficult to overtake here at this car track combination for whatever reason. I'm not entirely sure what it's really down to. Because
brakes,
really,
I think.
Lack of. Lack of braking, possibly. But yeah, for some reason, it does seem to be very hard to get through here. I've seen it in real life, and we're seeing it here as well. It's maybe easier to defend than it has been at some other circuits.
Yeah, I think it's just the nature of it. The straights are not the longest in the world. There is probably about 5 what you could consider straights around this track, but they're all fairly short. And the main point is that there aren't really very hard braking zones. The sort of the hardest one really is either into in sort of the village section, the village loop section, or maybe even the final chicane on the GP track as well into Vale. So apart from that, at the end of the straights, like Brooklands is more of like a half break. Stowe as well is more of a half break. So you don't really have a place where you can just send it down the inside into a really tight hairpin and sort of outbrake someone that way. It's a lot more of a momentum-based track that you need to keep that minimum speed up.
We do often see, though, that once, especially in a group like this, if the front car gets kind of dislodged and gets offline, then the second car can follow through, and if there's a big train, then you can really see a lot of cars go through. We didn't really see big trains at the start of the race because of the conditions and the way the race started. It was quite hectic, really, and too hectic for kind of pack racing, for train racing, but we do see now a few mini trains, I guess you could call them, starting to form. Although if Passer gets through here, for example, then Bike is nowhere near close enough to follow him through. You do need to be smart with this one in third position, especially think in the case of that 987 at this stage. Needs to stay close to the BMW, but in my opinion doesn't need to be making any moves, because first of all they're not quite as quick, I don't think, but second of all they just need to stay close so that they can maybe overtake the McLaren, which I think they might be faster than.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation, especially if you're maybe third in line. Even if you think you're quicker, it's so difficult to get past one, let alone two drivers on the on the pure pace when the lap times are obviously so close between these drivers, literally just tenths of a second at this point in the race. So you really have to try and sort of work out how you're going to do this, because we've seen Bake there in the background. He's been so sort of aggressive, going out into the looking into the mirrors and that, trying to force a mistake. But if you can't get past, then you're gonna have to find something different, somewhere different. Maybe wait for some lap traffic or something to get involved, or just wait for a mistake. But it's a difficult one. You have to play the long game mentally as well. You can't get too frustrated with it, otherwise you yourself will be making mistakes and losing out in the battle eventually.
Now, up towards the front a little bit here, Nikita Bogoroditsky has lost quite a lot of time in this battle for 4th place. I'm not entirely sure, was there an individual mistake there, or has this just been evolving over time? Because his last lap did lose him a second to his teammate Mikhail Bykov in 3rd place. I don't know if there might have been a spin on this lap though. I didn't see the gap evolving if it was.
No, I'm just
but certainly
at the sector times.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just having a look at the sector times. There's only a few tenths here and there each sector, so I don't think it was one massive incident. It might just be slower on pace at this point of the stint.
Yeah, you're right. As I said, a second down on their teammates' last lap. Where are we this lap? Bykov goes a few temps quicker, maybe, but not too much really. So Donales has done the Donales, excuse me, has done the work here to really close in, and we do have a battle here for 4th. It's probably going to be a real battle as well between the BMW and the Bentley, two of the cars that have been so strong so far throughout this Coach Dave 1000 season, and so we are going to see a good fight here. It remains to be seen, really. I was speaking about this with Lewis just before you came here, Cam. How much are these battles really going to be fought over at this stage? People are kind of just letting one another through, as if to say, you can have your moment for now, but I'll be overtaking you again later on.
I think it depends what situation of the race, or maybe your stint, and how you're feeling is, because if someone is coming up behind you, they're steaming up behind you a second lap quicker, and they're going to, somewhat comfortably make an overtake, I don't really see why you should be fighting that at this point, because you are literally just going to be slowing yourself down, and then when they eventually get past you, they're just going to go off into the distance. But the battle for sort of 10th place that we were seeing a few laps ago, I think in that situation it is worth trying to defend it, because there's only a tenth or a couple of tenths maximum between the teams. You're not going to be losing out too much from holding on to that, but also if they get ahead of you, then you might start end up battling them even long term. So yeah, I guess it really depends with how you're doing, but for sure over the years endurance racing has turned more into a sprint race. if you let someone pass now, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to come back to them later. That's not how it works anymore.
Not necessarily, of course, but you never know, I suppose. But yeah, as you say, it all depends on the strategy. And indeed, if we're in the last half an hour or so, then any position you're going to fight over, and we'll look forward to that in about 3 hours' time. But we go back to the battle for 21st, because Aurelien Pellicouri is still holding on to these places. I think everybody just moved up a place there. I'm not sure. Somebody shot to the bottom of the standings, possibly. I might just be seeing things again, but yeah, something definitely went on there. Pellicouri is now inside the top 10 at the very least, though. Top 20, with Healy and Wittvoort behind. That's Luciano Wittvoort, who's closed in pretty rapidly in recent times. Anyway, that's the 14 car of Team Ballas Esports, previously started by David Clockside, one of the few drivers you will have actually seen before, Cam.
I know, that's amazing. There's a handful of drivers. Obviously, I'm a bit more new to the ACC scene, and obviously there are some teams of drivers that go over multiple sims, but for sure there's the core sort of 80% of drivers that stick to each of their preferred simulations, which is absolutely fine. But yeah, David Clockside, doing well in other series. I've seen him do over the years, and even winning a championship I saw him do as well. So good driver there. And even Wittvoort as well. I've seen him a lot on other sims. So good to see the drivers mixing over the different sims, and as you're saying, also in some cases swapping drivers, swapping teams, I should say, as well. Yeah,
Clockside's been all over the place in terms of who he has driven for. Seen him in many different outfits. As a lap car tries to get through on these three at the moment. This is the battle for 20th position. Steaming down the inside. I think it was one of the BMWs actually on Wittvoort. Certainly a larger car sending its way down the inside at this stage. Speaking of BMWs, by the way, Shermatinsky is closing in on Tinko van der Velde in the battle for 8th place now. That's the Williams Esports car versus the 128 of Jasa. I guess we'll make it a word, if you like, in 4th place in John Lacey Esports Academy. There you go. They've I don't know what the word. They've acronymed their name. There we are. For 9th position, there they are. Shermatinsky is really closing in on Tinko van der Velde. Has been throughout this stint so far. About halfway through as things stand. We've still got about half an hour to go until the next pit stop cycle, and van der Velde's got a long time to hang on to this one. It's been a good drive through the field from Williams Esports so far. We've already talked about that, but now they're getting up towards the front, and life is getting a bit more tricky once you get up here.
Yes, certainly is, and the drivers are obviously starting to close in the gaps a lot now at this point in the race. It seems that that number 6 is going to be just dropping back ever so slightly, but as we've seen before, even if you can catch up to a driver, then you just need to find that way past. And this number 6 has certainly been doing a lot of overtaking so far in this race. But Shermatinsky getting right in that slipstream now, and I think it's probably going to be looking at a move fairly soon, because the way he's closed in, even in that last half lap that we saw, was pretty big.
Yeah, so is Rento Dornelles in the 5th position at the moment for 55 team. I almost thought he was looking up the inside into the inner loop there, but didn't dive down the inside of Bogorodinski, who stays in front at the moment. Got side-by-side pictures at the moment of these two battles going on. Now, in the other splits, by the way, we do have 3 splits going on here in the SimGrid Coach Dave 1000. The other split, excuse me, not the because Silver and Am have now been merged. So in the other split here at the moment, rain has, if not started to fall yet, then it already is right now. And I believe the same weather is kind of being used here as to what we're seeing in the secondary split here at the Coach Dave 1000. So that's a possibility. I wonder how many of the drivers will know that, though, heading forward with this. Well, as we were speaking about earlier, they'll want to kind of plan for the weather and whatever. But there's almost no way of knowing it's going to be here until half an hour. And if it does come in about half an hour, it's going to be a real conundrum, because right in the pit stop phase.
Which would just make it, pretty good, to be honest, if some teams who maybe went longer a couple of stints ago, that might actually benefit them later on in the race, because if they stay out those couple of laps and then they can maybe see the weather a little bit further ahead, if you get what I'm trying to say. So yeah, but it's good. Anyway, back to these battles happening right now. We're seeing side by side on the exit, so contact between the two drivers, and somehow on the exit they're leaving themselves room, but Donellis there having to fight that one a bit, and in the end not being able to get past up into that 4th place. But that was certainly a tough battle between the two.
It was. Not to know really where to apportion any blame there, if any, but it's just a bit of side-to-side contact. Bogodinski had to, I should say, had to just run across the tarmac on the left-hand side there and held on to the place as a result. So Donellis is not going to be particularly pleased with how that all ended out. He'd rather the position, of course, but he's going to continue to apply that pressure, continue to probe a little bit and try and make this move into 4th place. They've got to be careful though, because Sven Hettich is going to fancy his chances here. He's only 3 seconds back, change that to 2.3 as these two fight. Hettich fancies himself a little bit here and he'll be involved soon.
Yeah, these guys need to watch out with their batting. As you're saying, when you start battling, the guys behind just start to close in, because you slow each other down as you can't take the maximum speed through the corners, and just really not taking the full advantage of the car, especially in the sort of the higher speed stuff, when you're looking in your mirrors and trying to think about going side by side with cars. It's obviously not the most efficient way of going through, but at this moment in time, Donellis there is starting to close in once again on this lap. Let's see if he can get a bit of a run once again up towards Stowe corner, but it's not obviously the most simplest thing to do. Got to work that momentum going, got to get a nice exit out of the previous corners if you can even think about it.
Yeah, it's not going to be a good enough exit on this occasion for Donellis. It certainly was last time around, and the two of them made contact into Stowe corner. On this time around, he is nowhere near close enough. A couple of car lengths, few car lengths separate himself from that dive, but even though they're not fighting, Hettich is still closing in. Oh my word, that was a slide. He just about held on to it, but it could have so easily saw him in the barrier.
I thought that's what was happening. That was certainly a big moment there for the Race Anywhere SimSport driver, the number 55, getting loose on the exit of Stowe, just showing you how much he was pushing into that corner. Coming into the entry, didn't really look like Renato was close enough there, but certainly by the mid-corner, really starting to push that car. And yeah, the rear tyres just been like, nope, I'm not going to do that one. Yeah,
he held on to it there rather impressively, but he has dropped maybe a few tenths of a second as this battle for 11th continues. Passo has been able to get through on Balzar by the looks of things, and Dario Bike wasn't able to quite go through, unfortunately. Now it's a good run through Stowe. Is there a dive into the chicane here from the Audi? No, he's going to choose the conservative option there, as the McLaren really sends it into the corner. Not going to be too much. A nice exit from the 987. He's going to get his nose alongside, into the club. But it's one of those pinch points you were talking about it earlier, Cam. Some of these corners are not really that nice to go side by side through, and that is one of them.
Yeah, that is, that's not really a place to go side by side. It's a one-line corner at the best of times, and especially when you're trying to have a fight for position and the drivers aren't going to be giving each other an inch more than they need to. That's not going to be the way to get through. But yeah, these two still fighting as we come out onto the Wellington Straight. Let's see how this one continues down towards Brooklands, getting the slipstream. The Audi having a look, having a think towards the inside, but just not really close enough just yet to have a bit of a dive there. But these two are getting very close. The McLaren goes a little bit wide there, as a little bit of contact almost between the two as we come out left field now.
Okay, Bike was trying to just predict the future a little bit there and think that the McLaren was going to go a bit wide through Luffield to open the door for him to slip down the inside, and if that did happen it would have been glorious, but unfortunately he realised quickly that that was not going to happen. Baldo actually did well to keep a tight line there to not allow the Audi down the inside, because that's exactly what he would have gone for if it was available to him, but made sure that it certainly wasn't. As they go through Maggots and Beckett's again, he's going to try and set himself up as he did this time last lap to at least stay close at this stage, close in maybe down the hanger straight and have a good run through Stowe to have a repeat attempt at least, hopefully a more successful one for Slow Racing Team into the chicane at club. But it doesn't look like that is going to happen on this occasion. Few car lengths separate them now. This battle for 11th continues on with Passer getting his way up the order. By the way, Shermatinsky has gotten through on Tinko van der Velde a few laps ago for 8th place, and van der Velde now even being slightly caught by Passer in the 3 car. Not having a particularly great time of things out there on the road at the moment. Bogorodinski has just put some time into Dornelles, who is also being caught by Sven Hetic, and that is going to become a 3-car battle over 4th place. A very good battle to watch up there as well. We've got multiple of them as they go over the line to complete lap 73 of this race. Well, 3-car battle for 4th place as the gap to the front 3 continues to grow.
Yeah, that battle a little bit earlier with Van der Velde and Shermatinsky was a bit of an interesting one, because obviously BMW came, got past, and then is just pulled away, just showing you the immense speed difference between those 2 cars at this moment. The Williams car there dropping to the 9th place, as you say, but the 3-second gap afterwards is something that's happened just in sort of 3 laps or so. That's quite a big advantage at this point in the race. So hopefully the Williams team can try and sort that out as we come back to this battle a little bit further down, side by side in the exit of Club there, and really having to give each other room, with the Bentley getting through up into that position, and Brett dropping down to P17.
I think that is a lapped car possibly getting through. Yeah, that was the 41 car of Mikhail Baikov getting through there. Always confusing. Normally when we see lap cars, they're in a different category of car, which is easy for us to work out, but they're not here. There's just all GT3, of course. But Baikov making his way through there up into, well, not up into anywhere, he's still third. But he puts the lap on these 2. Peter Brett, though, is going to continue his defence of 17th place ahead of the Aston Martin, and these are the guys just a few metres behind the 41. They're going to come across those lap cars pretty soon. Dornelles is going to continue to apply the pressure here, but his life has been made a lot more difficult now, because it is harder to apply pressure to someone when there's another driver trying to take your place.
Yes, the difficult situation to be in if you're in the middle. You've got to be looking obviously forward, and also in the mirrors behind you, and try and allocate space and time and mental effort between the 2. But it is always that little bit easier if you can just focus on the 1 car, which is obviously what we've seen on the right hand side of the screen there, as the Aston Martin starting to get close, and Brett having to think about defending as we come out onto the hangar straight. There's definitely going to be a bit of side-by-side action between the 2 as we get up towards Stowe Corner. We've seen this a number of times, drivers liking it towards the outside, but no, diving it down a little bit towards the inside. No, they decide not to go for a bit of a battle at this moment in time. But of course, the Vale chicane is one of the hardest braking zones on the track, and that is where he starts having a look again, but not close enough.
Whoa. Way too late on the brakes from the McLaren there, and the Aston is going to go straight through. Peter Brett there did defend as he needed to, but went far too late on the brakes, and how wide he went there. There was only going to be one winner in that battle, and the 54 car makes its way up into 17th position. It is always the danger. You've got to, Lewis McGlade, one of his favourite places, can't defend thin air, and he wasn't particularly defending thin air there, but you've got to defend in the right way as well, i.e. not braking far too late into that chicane, which is unfortunately what happened there.
Yeah, I think that was just the looking too much in the mirrors, thinking about the car behind too much, and not focusing on your own braking zones. One thing when I started racing a few years ago, the main thing in a battle like that, I would always be like, just hit the next apex and then get to the straight, hit the next apex, get to straight. Just do it 1 corner at a time. Don't overthink the situation, and just focus on that braking zone and that apex of that corner, and that is what will get you through. Because at the end of the day, if you stay on the racing line and you drive as fast as you can, that's really the easiest and the quickest way of you getting around the track, and therefore potentially the harder you'll be to overtake. But yeah, thinking too much of the cars behind, missing your braking zones, is just going to get you overtaken eventually anyway.
Yeah, it is. And unfortunately that's happened to Peter Brett. He's down into 18th position. Renato Dornelles has gotten a bit closer to Bogorodinski here in the last couple of moments. The gap's now 10 seconds to Baikov, but it's going to be pushed to the back of their minds over the next few moments. It's all about getting through here into 4th place. It's a nice run through Maggots and Beckett. So if you can get the good run here through Chapel, then there might be a chance. Oh, it's a slight dip onto the grass slightly. 3-2-2, just weaves a little bit to try and break that little bit of slipstream, and does so successfully. Now needs a really good stow corner if he wants to make this move. And I don't think that Donales is going to get it. He isn't indeed. He stays behind. He's going to have to once again into the chicane here. It just shows that even though it was a good early part of Maggots and Beckett's there for Donales, it's still not enough. You need that really nice exit to get into a position for stow corner and then into the chicane. You really do have to line these moves up from corner after corner.
And wasn't it saying you were talking about a little earlier, the Bentley's normally that little bit stronger in a straight line at certain places as well, and we were mentioning how this track can have shorter braking zones, shorter straights than some other tracks, but even then a straight is a straight, and if you've got that little bit of an advantage, that is certainly going to help you through even on the track such as this. But now I think Donales really needs to start looking in his mirrors, start looking at Hettich behind him, because that 77 is really starting to close in now.
Yes, it's right on the back now. Oh, and wide from Donales as well. Now he really is under pressure into Luffield corners. Not like you can do around the outside there though. He's going to have to try again somewhere else, although it's a nice run off the corner into Woodcote. There's not really an overtaking opportunity coming up for Hettich though, I'm afraid, so he might have to wait here despite his good run out of the corner. Over the line again, and it's not going to be a move into Kopp's corner. That would be wildly over ambitious at this stage in the race. So Hettich is just going to focus his efforts into Maggots and Beckett's again, although he does lose car length or so through Kopp's corner. Les just needs to go strongly through here, and he should be absolutely fine. Once again, it's a strange line for Bogoroditsky into the Maggots and Beckett section. He's not got a great exit either, but thankfully less pressure on him this time around than normal. I mean, he's taken a bit of a different line to everybody else, and I've got to be honest, there's not that many great ways to do Maggots and Beckett, so for me, he does look a little bit offline. He just look like he's hurting his exit every now and again down onto the hangar straight when there's so few overtaking opportunities and such a high likelihood that one of these drivers is going to take one of them. It certainly need to try and clean up a little bit through Maggots and Beckett's maybe.
Yeah, you are right. If you can just focus on getting those couple of corners perfect, that is going to be the best way of you really holding on to positions, hanging straight, really being the longest straight, the place where you can get the highest speed, and also just the speed that you enter the straight as well being so great. If you can really nail especially the Becker's Chapel section, that is going to be a strong point for you to be able to hold on to that position. But it's not easy when you're looking in the mirrors, you're thinking about things. It's a very fast sequence of corners. You can easily, and because there's like 3 or 4 corners linked in a row, if you mess up your line in the first one, it pushes you wide in the next one, then even more wide in the one after that. So you really have to start focusing on that whole sequence and try and get it right.
Yeah, one does lead into another, as you say, and that's what gives you the run and possibly the tools to go through in one of these moves. But at the moment, Donales is looking like he's continually bashing his head against a brick wall right now. He can't seem to find a way through on the 3-2-2 at this stage. It's even allowed Sven Hettich to get involved. The battle for fourth. Now this might be the chance, because Peter Brett is just in front here. You can see the 54 Aston Martin just going through bottom of your shot as well. Lap traffic might just be the saviour of Renato Donales here, because he's been, as I say, just driving up a dead end repeatedly throughout most of this stint now. Maybe this will finally give him that chance to have a go at this one. But still, even with that good run there, he's still not really that close. We go on board now. He needs a good run through Stowe, and it's not a great line on the way in from the Bentley in front, although still Donales is too far back, way too far back to make a move on this occasion.
Yeah, but that McLaren ahead of him, I think, is really going to be a bit awkward if he doesn't get out of the way at a nice point like the next straight coming up here. If he starts to hold on to the apexes, this could be a really good opportunity for Donales to have a bit of a look, because of course just slowing down the Bentley of the car ahead. You see the blue flags waving, but that is a bit of a run he's starting to get coming towards this next braking zone. The two pair are going to go side by side, but that's not going to be enough around the outside.
No, it isn't for the moment. He tried to get himself the inside for the inner loop as well, which would have got him arguably the place, but he's not done it, and Donales, not a great exit off of that corner. He's not really going to have a problem, or have a chance, I should say, into Brooklands, you wouldn't say. Under the bridge and into the braking zone. He's nowhere near close enough for a dive from this distance, and despite the fact there was traffic involvement there, he still couldn't get any closer. Of course, it's GT3 rules racing. You don't have to jump out of the way at the first sight of a blue flag. You can stay there for quite a long time, but it's actually quite nice from Peter Brett there to get out of the way completely and let those three go in one go. Probably best for his race and everybody's really, but still didn't have to. And he'll be hoping that the 54 does, so he can maybe catch up a little bit, but that battle looks to be going away for 17th position at the moment. It's definitely this one for 4th that's hotting up now.
Yeah, certainly is. 3 drivers within just a few car lengths of each other now as we come out once again through the Magnus Beckett's Chapel section of corners. Such high speed ones coming on to the longest straight. This could be an important place off the track, but for now Donellas hasn't been able to really get a proper run at this part of the track. But he needs to try and find a way through, obviously, because I think it looks like he's been held up just that little bit. If he was able to get past, I'm sure he'd be able to pull away slightly in the distance ahead. But also ahead is that Aston Martin as well, that they could start thinking about maybe trying to use a bit of lap traffic to help them.
It's going to have to, really. I can't see any other way this move is really going to happen. There's no mistakes coming from the Bentley at the moment. There's no openings really presenting themselves naturally. So in my opinion, there's got to be some kind of problem here in terms of lap traffic for Bogoroditsky to actually lose this place. But let's see. Donellas is going to try every which way he can into the inner loop, and he's right on the tail of the Bentley. Although not a great exit. Once again, the Bentley just very straight and very strong off of this corner. 12 seconds now the gap to Bykov. It continues to grow, considering the 2 teammates actually started this stint pretty much nose to tail. And it doesn't look great for Bogoroditsky, really, that this is now a 12-second gap. I know he's been looking in his mirrors most of this stint, but to let that amount of gap open in less than an hour is not great.
Yeah, I mean, it was something that we were mentioning earlier about the tyre changes and stuff. So I assume they would have all obviously taken obviously the fresh compounds. So I don't know if it's obviously nothing to do with that, which doesn't really make sense as to how you can drop off this much. But of course, there could just be a bit of a pace difference between the drivers. Actually, he's a little bit slower at this part of the track, and that is a lot closer than Donellas has been over the last couple of laps. But it's so difficult to stay close because you need to have a bit of a gap to see the apexes yourself. But let's see if there can be a bit of a run here on the exit onto the hangar straight. It looks like Donellas is as close as he has ever been, but is it going to be enough on the outside of Stowe?
It's not going to be into Stowe, but maybe on the way out there's going to be a chance here. Oh, a bit of defence there from Bogoroditsky. Oh, he sends it deep into the corner, and it wasn't a good line from Donellas. So he lets those car lamps open again, and he lets Bogoroditsky get away with it into the chicane again. The Aston Martin even in the way on this occasion as well. And it's still no move for the 55. I wonder what Sven Hettich is thinking really at this point as well, because I do feel like he could go faster than both these two. The way he caught up to them, despite the fact they weren't battling that hard, suggests to me that McLaren has a little bit more pace in it, and it's not like saving fuel is a massive advantage really in this series. It's can save you a bit of time, but not that much. Maybe he just doesn't want to take on these two cars at once really, but I do find it strange that we've not even mentioned him really, despite the fact he's been there the whole time. He's been completely passive in this fight.
Yeah, he caught up, and then that's about it so far. Just lost a little bit of time there actually with the Aston Martin there, unfortunately. But yeah, for sure, it is a tough place to be in, 3rd place in a tight battle like this, because in some ways he's almost waiting for Donellas to try and find a way past and try and do something. It's a bit difficult to sort of jump in the middle of that as we come back to Healy. We've seen him over the course of the last hour or so, and he's now got Witwer right behind him, getting in that slipstream as we come towards Brooklands. Witwer going towards the inside, needs to do a nice outbraking manoeuvre, and they're going to go side by side through the Brooklands apex. That is good space given between the two, and then we come to Luffield once again. Witwer's going to have to be the outside, and that's going to lose him the momentum that he had.
Although it's a nice cutback line. Oh, he's going in the pit lane. That's quite early. 3 hours 16 to go. I'm not sure if that is on schedule or not from Luciano Vitvoet, but that is an early stop for me. Think about this in 65-minute stints where, I mean, he's just, when he leaves the pit lane, there'll be just less than 3 hours 15 to go. But you've got to remember, he won't stop driving at 6 hours during this race. It will be 6 hours and 2 minutes, 6 hours and a minute and a half or something like that. You know, if they're planning on making 3 stops, including this one, to the end of the race, that's cutting it very fine for me.
I think it's just with their strategy. That stint was an hour, 1 minute 51. The previous was an hour and 1 minute as well. So I think that's just where they are. Both times they could have done an extra lap, though, in terms of lap time.
I wonder, they can't be struggling on fuel, surely not. No other BMW is struggling on fuel at this stage in the race, at any stage in the race. And we haven't really seen it all season. So I don't understand why they wouldn't go those extra 2 laps there when they clearly could make their life a little bit more comfortable. Now I'm sure they're going to have to come in again unless they want to go over the stint rules.
Well, that is going to be something that they're going to have to deal with a little bit later on. Maybe they were just being a little bit conservative. As we see the dive there down the insides, the TX3 car going to be losing that. Actually, no, unfortunately, that's... oh, no, it is for position, sorry. It is going to be losing that place down into that 21st position for Pellicore. And that is the 202 going to be moving up into 20th place. Big gap ahead of them, though, so that is really the major battle for these guys to focus on at this moment in time. Pellicore having a little bit of a wiggle there, but definitely nothing you can do to come back from that.
Not really. He has been falling through the field recently. This is BMW leading the race, for goodness sake. They can't be struggling on fuel. Either way, 6-second gap for Andrea McGlade, who we haven't seen much of so far. George Boothby didn't get off to a wonderful start to this stint. However, in terms of pace, that is, nothing's really gone wrong. However, he's found his feet very well. He's starting to close in. 6 seconds is now the gap. 20 seconds the gap back to Bykov, but maybe a little bit concerning thing for the Yas Heat team is that they lost 3 seconds in the last pit stop cycle. They can't really afford to do that for the rest of the race because they'll end up losing 9 seconds, and there's no way they can get back 17 seconds on pace, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, that is going to be quite difficult. Just seeing how close the lap times have been, even if you do it at a second a lap, that's going to be half a stint. If you're half a second a lap, there's still a whole stint is going to be to catch up to the guys ahead. So yeah, that's a big gap to overcome.
Now, Bisoglio in the 202 has got a drive-through penalty. I'm assuming that's going to be for the track limits violations that these guys have been going on. We saw a fair few in the opening hour of this race and basically nothing since. I don't know if that was a bit of a wake-up call for everybody, but either way, that's the first we've seen for a while. Go on.
Yeah, I think it's just the rain, really. When it's the dry conditions, everything's a lot more like consistent, and you can sort of push the limits with a lot more confidence. I think in the wet, there's probably a lot of guys struggling a bit, sliding around, going off the track, and just in general making mistakes. I think that's quite a big factor as well.
We've got finally a race control message, and there it is for the 202. It's been very quiet, as we say, for recent moments. So finally, there we go. That's a drive-through. 5 seconds for the 53 as well in that battle with the 80. Now that is the driver in 22nd position, and if I can find who it is that Dom Healy, maybe? No, it's not. It is Felix Brudern in the 53. Sando Basco as well is the other car involved in the 80. Now, I don't think we saw that. I don't remember seeing it anyway, if we did. So apologies for that. But either way, only 5 seconds. You can only imagine it's something fairly minor for a 5 second penalty.
Yeah, obviously 5 seconds is it's penalty, but it's more of a slap on the wrist. We have seen some people getting much harsher penalties for that, so it can't have been too bad of an incident, but for sure, I don't think we saw that on screen. Don't remember that one off the top of my head. But I'm sure the 5 seconds is going to be a very interesting one for them to work themselves out and try and see where they're going to come back out.
Being made backstage, if you like, from Michael Hamlin once again. It doesn't matter how many seconds they get in terms of their penalty here, really. Obviously, it's going to cost them 5 seconds in the race, but they will get 1 licence point, which does hurt them quite a bit, or can do if you accumulate quite a lot. So you want to be avoiding those licence points as much as possible. because the more license points you get, as it's called, the worse it gets. For example, the 201 car that's only one incident point away from getting a drive-through on top of the penalty that they get, and the penalties get gradually worse. I think you can actually get banned from a race if you get so many. And we did get someone banned from a race as well. It might have been, this is what I was puzzled about early on. I think they were one of the cars, I won't name who it was, but I think one of the cars was disqualified for the Nurburgring race. They're not here today either, so might have pulled out entirely from this championship. But yeah, if you do accumulate enough penalties at all, license points they're called, then you will find yourself in trouble, and you find yourself not being able to start the race. So you would like to avoid that at all costs. We've got some pit stops going on at the moment, Cam. It's very much pit stop time. It's the window is definitely open. We've got less than 3 hours 15 to go, and we've already got Renato Danelez into the pit lane. Very important couple of laps coming up for this car in reaction to that.
Absolutely is, and this is going to be quite a strategic point as well for any team really that can go further. That's just going to shorten their stints a little bit later on, which is going to help. But yes, this is sort of a more crucial point of the race. Coming up to that halfway points, just a couple of pit stops to go, of course, and really need to be just working out how you're going to be finishing this race with the drivers that you have, of course, and working out the driver times that you already used a little bit earlier with the rain, maybe changing your plans a bit for when the drivers jumped out of the car.
Yeah, they certainly do. We're still waiting to see whether there's going to be any more rain here today, of course. Still over half of this race to go, and there may well be. Tico van der Velde in the Williams Esports car also comes in and re-emerges again out of the pit lane. Now, what about these two? I think we could well see pit stops here from the both of them. Yassi have already been in here. Maybe a lap early for Yassi, actually. Maybe a couple of laps early. Into the pit lane comes Nikita Bogoroditsky and follows in for Sven Hetic. The number 33 was the car that got disqualified from a race. Or from the race, I should say, not the next race. Disqualified from the race. The 33 car. Another disqualification, by the way. Yeah, that's winning at the moment. The car that we also saw a disqualification for the 322 that race in Imola because of drive time limit. I think it was Bykov who did more than the allowed 2 hours 50 in the car. I'm pretty sure. But that regulation has actually been changed yesterday. To the regulation has been changed as close as yesterday to 3 hours and 5 minutes in terms of the overall drive time limit. So you can do this race now on 2 drivers because as the 41 of Bykov goes off on his in-lap here. He's needing a strong in-lap, but that is not the way to do it at all. Goes off the road at Abbey. On again, but not an ideal. We always talk about these in-laps that need to be so quick to make sure you hold on to your place, but that has not happened there at all. Cam's still got his mic on mute though. I bet he just doesn't know at the moment.
Yeah, that is not the way that he would have wanted to come through that scene. So yeah, that's this drive time changing obviously quite an interesting factor because it's just some maths that you need to work out as you go on, because sometimes it literally comes down to the amount of seconds even that a driver can be in the car. So I want to see exactly how it is when he comes in, and that was only 1 minute, 1 hour 1 minute as well. So he might be able to sneak another lap if he had it.
Yeah, I reckon that the 41 might have sped on pit lane there as well. Actually, that might have been a speeding on pit lane for Nico Bykov, but we'll know on the exit, exactly, we'll know if they have a stop and go 60, stop and go 30 I should say, not 60, that would be very harsh, stop and go 30, then we will absolutely know, and that will be championship defining if indeed that is the case. Alexander Novikov is back into the 322 again, and this is a little bit part of that rule you were just referencing there, Cam. 3 hours 5 is the maximum a driver is allowed to do now. Novikov is going to not put himself in danger of that with this stint here, despite the fact he did do the first 2 stints of this race, he's going to be able to do the next stint of this one fairly comfortably. Andrea McGlade goes out of the pit lane on his second stint here. Mikhail Bykov yet to exit the pit lane on his. No stop and go 30s for anybody so far out the pit lane for Bykov, and he has no stop and go 30 next to his name. He must have just been very, very close there, because he was certainly pushing the limits, as they all were, going into the pit lane.
Yeah, from what I can see, though, Novikov didn't do the first stint, though.
Oh, sorry, I must be misremembering. Who did do the first stint?
Kirill Sandarov.
Okay.
Did that one from what I've seen anyway. So, but you are right, because that first stint was so short for some of the teams, that would be able to push them into that into that bracket a little bit more. But I'm sure with the fact that it's 6 hours, 3 drivers, most teams are roughly going to be doing a couple of stints each, trying to get near enough 2 hours a piece between them, just obviously depending on exactly how the pit lap works each time.
Now, how have these pit stops changed these leading battles then? McLaren now has slightly less time of an advantage over George Boothby. 4.9 seconds is the margin, as opposed to about 6 as it was before the stops. Abeladze is pretty much in where he was. Novikov now has got a bit more space over the 55 and 77 than he had before. And that is pretty much the only change inside the top 10. Novikov's going to be very grateful for that, because that 3.22 was under a lot of pressure for the second half of that third stint.
Yes, it's going to obviously just change around a lot now, as we're seeing some of the teams sort of swap drives and stuff. How that translates to this next stint is going to be very important, because some of the battles that we're seeing that were close might end up not being closer, and vice versa.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was looking elsewhere. Just reading a couple of explanations on that drive time limit thing that we've been speaking about. Maybe over-egging it a bit, I've got to be honest. But yeah, changed so that 2 driver teams can do the race. However, something we didn't mention is the fact that they get a stop and go 30 seconds added towards their time at the end of the race, because all 3 drivers haven't done a stint. Under the normal rules, or the previous rules, they would just get disqualified, which is not really great for anybody. So it's a bit harsh. So that solution has been come up with over the last few moments. So that's all right. We're looking at Felix Arndt at the moment, coming through Maggots and Beckett's. 1.7 seconds right now. The 55 just up in front right now, trying to chase down. This is nowhere near as close as it was before the pit stops, and I can't really put my finger on why.
Yes, it's obviously one of those ones where sometimes you have to wait for a couple of these bits to work out over some time, because it's not always the easiest to see the direction of a certain car until obviously a few laps, maybe a little bit further down the line. And of course, with some things changing over, some drivers and such, it's going to be maybe just take a few laps to work out exactly who is doing what and how these battles are going to shape up over the course of the next stint, coming up towards that 3-hour mark, both in the race and then remaining as well in this 6 hours. And that is where obviously the drivers will now be starting to really think about how this is going to go a bit more long term, and how they're going to finish the race.
Probably still be looking up at the sky, to be honest, as well at the weather, whether that's going to be any form, whether there's going to be any form of rain. But let's see later on. Still 3 hours to go here. This is the battle for 20th position going on at the moment, between the 54 and the 787. Christie trying to make his way through at the moment, with Comrade just in the background as well in the Porsche. Just closing in. Jonas van Druten was driving that car earlier on, pulled that one into the top 20. So not sure how they're outside of it again, but they certainly do seem to be quite quick. And this is probably the furthest forward battle in the order right now, really. As they're going to make a place on the 383, of course, went very long in their first stint, and so have opened themselves up to a bit of strategy later on, but it won't do too much for them, I'm afraid, especially compared to where they qualified inside the top 10. Might have even been inside the top 5, but Christie is on the outside line here of Hardy at the moment. This will be a brave one into Maggots and Beckett, side by side between the two. Wasn't fully committed to it, broke a little bit early, but luckily for him, the Aston Martin gave him quite a lot of room, and he was able to go through into 20th place.
Yeah, certainly was. And yeah, Hardy there just dropping down, and he's got to be careful because that's Conrad as well, I believe, in the background, the 977 starting to get close for this battle, three-way battle, working its way up towards Stowe Corner once again. Interesting to see though that the Aston Martin of Hardy didn't really defend too much as he goes a bit wide there coming out of Stowe Corner. Conrad almost pushing him through the corners. The two get very close, but I would just wonder if Hardy's going to start battling this one, as already not battling, I should say, as he didn't do with the McLaren as well.
Yeah, I don't think he will, by the looks of it. I'm not sure how Conrad has found himself in this situation. I'm not sure how this car has found itself in this situation. Druten earlier did get it inside the top 20, unless I'm misremembering. I'm pretty sure that they did. That was a look down the inside though into the new turn 3, as it is, into the inner loop. That's a dive, but a committed one, and a good one in the end. We do often question those dives into that corner there because they can often result in a lot of contact, but a lot of room was given, and in the end there was a lot of conviction actually from Conrad. And that is when the moves are most likely to come off. If you do a half-hearted lunge into there, it's never really going to pay off. But if you dive deep under brakes like you do there, then you will get the place, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it certainly does, and you're right about Van Druten now. I'm trying to have a look because he's only just got in the car, has Conrad, fairly recently, but their stint lengths and everything were looking fine from behind, but of course maybe just some issues happening. That car actually pitted a couple of times earlier during the race as well. During that wet period, must have started on dries, went to wets, went back to dries, and obviously made the pit stop eventually as well at a more normal time. So loads of things been happening with that 977. As you say, they're making up a place as well. Hardy dropping a couple of positions over the course of a lap, which is not the position that they would have wanted to be in.
No, we look at Vyacheslav Abeladze, 41 car. This car still with its championship lead as it stands right now, just over the half distance. No points at halfway, by the way. Just a symbolic milestone for everybody. The side-by-side battle continues on. Dave Hardy won't be left alone at the moment because he's got a BMW right behind him now. This is a car trying to unlap itself, I think. Quite possibly on the 54th, the 199 of Leiden, down in 30th position at this stage, but still going for it. It is always awkward when a lap car tries to unlap themselves here, and that's exactly what's going on. Hardy even defending himself from it as well, so especially awkward now. It's slightly less awkward when the car in front is like, all right, well, you are quicker, so I'll let you through anyway. But when the car in front of you starts defending a little bit, they're a lap in front, but you think you're quicker anyway, it does start to get a bit awkward, and that it is starting to get quite awkward down there now.
Yeah, just looking at obviously the times though, Hardy's just not got the speed that he needs to, as he's actually getting now finally lapped or unlapped, I should say, from that BMW, which is possibly a good thing, because that BMW is probably now just going to go off in the distance a little bit. Hardy hasn't had the pace the last few laps, of course. Being overtaken isn't going to help the lap times, and again on that one as well, but for sure losing a couple of seconds here and there was he over the course of the last few laps there, and that is just another position. But looking at it, he's got a bit of a gap to Cosford behind, so hopefully he can keep that one and not lose out too much there.
This is the 25th position at the moment, the 201 car. This is the car that's actually one incident point away from a drive-through on top of their next penalty, if they indeed get one. I believe they're accumulated through the season rather than the race. But I couldn't tell you that Catania there was diving down the inside there. Teams are through the race and drivers are through the season, by the way, just FYI there. Aston Martin steaming down the inside there, Cam, but those are the dives we do see come off a bit less because he was not that far alongside, really.
Yeah, and the worst part is it's then ruined the next opportunity, which was down that back straight towards Brooklands as well. So sometimes a bit of a dive there can actually hinder you more than more than it can help you get the space, because even now coming up towards Cops, it's still not quite close enough for Ginotti there for Caneo there in the number 50 car, trying to get a little bit closer, and you can just see how the car lengths have worked their way out during this lap, and that is helping the 201 keep that position at the moment.
Actually put a bit of distance into the Aston behind, actually, through the Baggett and Beckett section, so we'll go up towards, or further towards the front at least, into the battle for 21st. This is Patrick Saudicat trying to get through in the 96. They've cycled through all three drivers so far in this car. Harry Phillips did the first couple of hours, Dom Healy got in for one, and then got Saudicat into the car now as well. 22nd right now though, maybe a bit further down than where they'd hoped to be. Cosford holding on to this place just for the moment, just past the 3 hour mark. Once again, these battles are cropping up further down the order, but in terms of that one for 4th place, for example, the ones inside the top 10, they are few and far between at this stage, and I think that is a little bit a result of lack of kind of strategic plays that people are able to do at this stage. They're not really able to come in laps earlier and take on a bit less fuel or do all these kind of things, because they're so limited now due to the way the rain came earlier on.
Yeah, you're right. I think that was certainly a big factor for this race, was the rain, not only just with how it affected the driving in that first sort of half hour, 40 minutes of the race, but then also the consequences of that as we come later in the race. As you say, the strategic options have narrowed a little bit at the moment. It's still saying in the next 30 minutes going to be sunshine, but I do wonder if, as we get towards the evening here, 7:13 in the game, if we're going to be seeing any sort of rain or clouds or something affecting the drivers in that way coming over and really starting to change this race.
A lot of people seem to think that a lot of people seem to want more rain, and I think we all do as spectators, but drivers may not want to see that rain coming in the next 2 hours 53 minutes or so. I do think we've been watching that weather, of course, for pretty much the entirety of the race, more than we have at the actual cars, but I've just got this horrible feeling it's going to happen just as I get out the commentary box and I'm going to miss out on rain. I hope not, but either way, it could well happen. You never really know. This battle for 21st continues on. Cosford has just put a few car lengths actually into the Bentley there, down the Wellington straight, and he's going to have free rein as to what line he wants into the next couple of corners, but stays ahead for now. In terms of this championship, didn't really get to finish my point about that because something cropped up at the time at the half distance. In terms of the championship, I'll reiterate, the 41 car would hold on to its championship lead by 10 points ahead of Yas Heat, but it would set up a pretty good finale here in this one. First of all, only 10 points being between the two of them is not that very many, but also Yas Heat would certainly be the team in form with a first and a second in its previous two results, whereas the 41 has kind of had to work to finish only 5th and 3rd.
Yeah, the results can be a major factor, of course, and it's with how much is left in this race, it's obviously not confirmed the positions that those teams are going to be in when we get towards the end of the race. But of course, that is looking good for them as it stands. I think, as you say, the form factor is quite big though, because momentum is, confidence that you get from having those good results is going to put you in really good stead, and especially with 10 points being able, more easily than you'd expect to be overturned in one race. Certainly something that Boothby here and co is going to be looking at when trying to plan how they attack that final race of the season.
Yeah, it's of course going to be at Monza. We have another 6-hour race to round off the Coach Dave 1000. Coming up, it will be all live on the SimGrid, of course. 5 weeks' time, the 6th of August. That same start time. So yeah, make sure you join us for that. It's going to be a great finale between these two teams, and maybe even a few more as well. Here's George Boothby though, part of Yas Heat, of course, the race winners from last time. Pole sitters here today as well, trying to chase down the 33 team. We did figure out that they were the team that got disqualified at Imola due to driver incident points, team incident points and all that kind of thing. And so it's a remarkable turnaround from that particular result to this one here. It's not comfortable though. This race has been kind of not an all-out battle between the two of them, but pretty much since the early point of this race. The two of them have been running about 5 seconds apart, 4.5 seconds apart, and it's a very, very nervy way to do an endurance race, really.
Yeah, they've just been putting pressure on each other, really, haven't they? It's not been a battle in terms of, wheel to wheel, but in terms of the timesheet and not letting one get away from each other. It's spread out just a little bit more than it is now, but it's starting to come back down for sure. And that number 82 Porsche really starting to at least have a think about it a little bit further up the road. Within 5 seconds is certainly something. Something that you can think about and work out. We were saying earlier one of the teams had about a 17-second gap. That is difficult to overcome, but 5 seconds, that is starting to come into the realms of what is possible just on pure pace.
Well, yeah, but we are also running out of time in this race. It's weird to say. We're still 2 hours 50 to go. We're sort of running out of time. In terms of these lap times, Cam, I'm sure you've been noticing it as well. I don't reckon I've seen the top two have more than 2 tenths between them the entire race. And with the amount of time remaining, 2 tenths of a second is going to take longer and longer to close in. It's going to be about 50 laps at 5 seconds. So, we do have more than 50 laps to go. There's no doubt about that. But the laps are ticking down more and more. And we're getting towards that stage where they are starting to run out of time, even this early on, because the times are quite so close.
Yeah, you are definitely right. It becomes more and more difficult as the pace goes on. So that's certainly something that they need to think about with how they are attacking. But I'm sure the drivers are not, being kind. They're not pushing. They're trying to do the pace that they can, and it just seemingly so that they're just that close on time. It's just a few tenths here and there. But definitely with when we get a little bit later on, and maybe there's a couple of laps difference when we get towards the sort of final pit stop phase, and maybe there's a slightly different fuel load and pit stop time, that could be a factor.
Yeah, it certainly could. This battle for 5th position is starting to loom into view. Felix Arndt, is closing in on the 55 BMW for possible tilt here at 5th place. By the way, the top two have been matching each other for average lap time as well. 150.0's average lap time going on at the moment. They're pretty much identical. 4.5 seconds between them. Not much to choose, but even less here in this battle for 5th. As you have referenced there, these are the positions that are most likely to change in the coming hours, because these gaps are very close indeed. But it's very, very difficult to get through. We saw it pretty much for the whole second half of the last stint. It's really, really hard to get anywhere in this race in terms of actually making moves. We saw it with Donelles in the 55 trying to make it through on the 322. He wasn't able to. Now, I know that gap's obviously quite large because of the pit stops, but we don't really have much reason to suggest that it's going to be much different for Felix Arndt trying to get through on that same BMW.
Yes, it's one of those things. You just need to find a way, and that is obviously not the way easier to be said than done. But that gap is certainly starting to come down, and I think the fact that drivers have changed is a big factor as well. Once you sat there for a while, you just get in the rhythm of the car ahead. It's quite difficult to gain that momentum and extra edge that you need to make the overtake. But the 77 car, being the fact that it is actually physically closing down the gap, has some momentum coming, and if Arndt here can try and make a bit of a move in the first sort of 3 laps that he's behind, Lynham is probably going to be his best opportunity, I would say. But for sure, it's not going to be the easiest, because that wonderful green 55 BMW has been doing a pretty good job so far.
You actually, you do like that livery on the BMW.
Well, first of all, I like BMW.
You do, yeah.
Controversially, but also I just like the bright liveries. I think it stands out well.
Yeah, Lewis does not like bright liveries. I can assure you of that. But anyway, this one's not actually that in your face. To be fair, he might could maybe even sway him with this. To be honest, but I just can't get over that grille for me to like that enough. So I will pass on the BMW. So yeah. Anyway, people who've Cam obviously knows my opinion on this BMW, but anyway, the battle for fifth hopefully will spring into life between these two. Max Lynham, though, as you say, is just doing enough at this stage to keep him at arm's length, and if he can do this, it's a lot more useful than having a battle. Although, I have to say, neither of them really looked like catching Novikov, although Bogorodinsky looked like he was going to be caught a little bit there, and he was being caught quite convincingly by the others. It's not looking quite the same for Alexander Novikov, really. This gap has stayed the same as it was out of the pit lane. We're not really seeing it come down at all as it was when his teammate was in the car.
Yeah, indeed. It's definitely at that point of the race, I think, with the sort of the co-drivers, and one maybe being slightly better here and there than the others. Sometimes it doesn't need to be the biggest difference in the world, but it can certainly make a change for the course of that team's stint, because being a good hour, just over an hour stints that these drivers are doing, that's a long time for just a couple of tenths here and there to accumulate and turn into seconds, and even just maybe being a little bit more confident or not while battling.
Yes, it is all about confidence. Here's George Boothby, and the gap's over 4 seconds. Under 4 seconds for the first time I can remember. Yes, Heat Driver comes through Woodcote and over the line now. What's the time going to be in relation to McGlade? It is 3 tenths quicker, and the BMW in front. This race might just be on, but of course we've still got to see a few of the drivers yet that we haven't yet seen. We've yet to see Dragos Simeon in the car. Not expecting to see Nikolai back in once again, but also not expecting to see Boothby or Maciej Malinowski in that car. It's going to be Jaroslav Honzik into that one, of course, finally ending this race here at Silverstone. Will he be ending it in the lead? It's basically going to be Honzik versus Simeon to see who's going to win this one, and basically whichever driver drives their final 2 hours quicker is probably going to win this race. It's basically down to those two.
Yeah, whichever one drives faster is generally going to win. That is very true. But no, I get the point that you're saying. It's so close between the two. I think it's going to be that tight that it's just going to be who is going to nail the final couple of hours. And it's pretty crazy how even in a long race, you can start to sit here with 2 hours 43 minutes to go. You can say, oh yeah, it's sort of confirmed that XYZ is going to be having that battle in best part of 3 hours time. But that is just how consistent these top teams are, and it's it's amazing to see, really, just that they can keep that close of a gap for so long.
Yeah, I can tell you what, something else that's going to happen here is the gap's either going to get bigger, stay the same, or get smaller. That's exactly what's going to happen here. Those famous words once said by somebody I don't know. Anyway, I don't know who said them. Meanwhile, the battle for 20th looks like it's finally hotting up now. Cosford getting himself... this is for 21st. Cosford just staying in front of the 96 as they make their way through Maggots and Beckett's, out of Maggots and Beckett's, and down the hangar straight once again. The Bentley just trying to tuck in as much as possible, but not being able to make its way through for the moment. This is for 20th. I misspoke. Carlino's just in behind here as well. I think possibly catching the both of them. But once again, it's another of those fights that's been going on all stint long, but they're just unable to really change.
Yeah, it certainly has, and it's good to see that it can sort of, maybe spread out by just a little bit, but then they come back together once again and start providing a really good battle as we come out onto this front stretch once again. But it's quite an important point of the track, because you can get a really good run here through Abbey, and then starts to think about the hard braking zone here into Village. And once again, just look how close they can get on the brakes. It certainly looks like Cosford is struggling just a little bit, but actually it's a dive down the inside there, and that's actually a bit of a change of position. The 202 has got up to 21st with Carlino getting past.
That came out of nowhere, really. I was not expecting that. Carlino was a good second back only 2 sectors ago, and now all of a sudden he dives straight on by, and you've got to expect he might do the same to Cosford, especially if he does that a few more times. A bit wide through Brooklands, and it really tightens his entry to Luffield as well. He'll hold on to it to at least the end of this lap, but how many more laps will he stay inside the top 20? Of course, these battles do get kind of important down here, because 22nd is the last car inside the points. That's the last position you can score points in. 23rd and below is nothing at all. So these battles do become slightly important. This is how it all happened, though. Up into the inner loop. In the end, it was a very well calculated move, but even at the point of the apex at the corner before, you would not expect that to be made. That's one of the biggest dives I've ever seen actually successful at that corner.
That makes no sense. He was so far behind, and now he's going to be looking to the outside of Stowe as well. Certainly very opportunistic, looking down the inside there, and was given the room by Sodercat. But now the outside of Stowe, is that going to be an opportunity? Yes, it is, all the way around the outside. So much more speed there for Carlino, but it's gone wide, and that could hinder his opportunity coming down towards the chicane now. Cosford on the outside once again. That will be the inside, and he manages just about to hold on through that first apex and through the second as well.
I think he just backed off ever so slightly there after running out wide through Stowe, just to make sure that he didn't gain a position off the road there. However, he's still very much hounding the back of the 14 as they make their way through Abbey and Farm Curve now. The very high speed corners. Will there be a dive even into the next turn? There's going to be a defence from Cosford into the right-hander. Outside line for Carlino. We've already seen him do this inside business into the inner loop, and he's going to do it again. There he goes, up into 20th place. I have no idea how he's got so much more pace than those around him right now, but those were a couple of very impressive overtakes.
I think a lot of his confidence as well on the brakes, just being able to send it in, and Carlino doing such a good job there, getting up in the 202, but also the 201 has been given a drive-through penalty as well. They're down in 25th place, so that is not going to help their day anymore, unfortunately for those guys.
Yeah, unfortunately not. You would hope as well, in the case of the 96 team, that Cosford being overtaken by Carlino, they might have given them a chance, but they weren't really close enough to take advantage. This is a message through from race control, about 15 seconds of a drive-through, a time penalty for car 201. Now, this car has also got a drive-through because of the incident points that have been accumulated by their team, I believe, or a driver. I think it's a team. Sorry, there you go, a team. The 201 is going to have to drive through because of that incident points, and then they have a 15-second penalty to serve at their next pit stop. You really do want to keep those penalties down, because that is especially damaging to their race. If you calculate the amount, I reckon they'd lose about 40 seconds, to be honest with that.
Where effectively it's like a 15-second stop and go penalty added together. So that is not going to be helping their day, as we're seeing Cosford here now under attack once again. This is Sodercat, who's in that 96 Bentley, starting to get through. Cosford doesn't want to lose 2 places in the form of a couple of laps, so I think it might be going, because just look up the road how much Carlino has has run away really, and Cosford not been able to hold that speed in this number 14 machine.
He's just protecting that inside line and outside line for the Bentley. He's going to try and copy the move made by Carlino, maybe. Outside into the first part, inside to the second. It's late on the brakes, basically replicating the move that was done to him only a couple of laps ago. But he does make that one successfully now. He is up to 21st, and off the road for Cosford, basically seals it, really.
Yeah, that was nice there. Really good move from Sodercat, just putting his car in the right place, and as you say, learning from potentially the mistakes of earlier, knowing that sort of position. And we've seen this a few times actually so far during the race. There's been a number of corners where you can really go around the outside. Stowe is another one as well. We've seen that a few times, so great to see. That's the when you can finally get side by side with a car. We've been seeing great action and some really nice side to side battling between these guys.
Absolutely, and I guess it's showing us kind of there that you can overtake on this circuit, because we saw those two. So Carlino came along and did it in a lap or so, and then the Bentley did finally make its way through. But yeah, we have been finally shown that it can be done. You can overtake it at certain points on this racetrack.
Yeah, for sure you can. It's just getting yourself in that place to begin with. That is obviously the difficult part. And we've got Boothby here talking about battling, starting to close down just a little bit as we've done 100 laps in the race now, and he's finally got under 4 seconds to the number 33 of McGlade ahead. So that is starting to get a bit of a important battle for these guys for the leads. And as we're saying, in terms of the championship battle as well, if the number 82 can get that extra position ahead of the 41, that is just only going to help them going into the final race.
It would reduce the gap margin going into that final race to just 2 points, which effectively means whichever one finishes ahead of the other would win. Although that's not quite true, because Yassi would win on countback in terms of race wins. But I can't see them being too far down so as to get into the zone where only 2 points of position matter. They would probably finish on the podium in all honesty, but we've got to wait and find out in 5 weeks' time really what's going to happen with the old championship finale, which of course we're very much looking forward to at Monza. Looking at Boothby though, we're hearing as well that he's going about a tenth a lap quicker at this stage. It's not much here, however it's something at least, and 3.4 seconds is now the margin. He is starting to make some inroads, but it's not really about Boothby versus McGlade. As I said earlier on, it's basically about Simeon versus Honzik at this stage, because Boothby might be quicker at this stage than the 33, but if his co-driver is not as quick as the 33's co-driver, then it doesn't really matter. All of it pales into insignificance.
Yeah, it's getting very tasty between these guys, and as you say, Honzik is going to be doing his best to get up, and the gap is going to be coming down even more. 3.333, all the threes, catching the number 33. I wonder if that is an omen for the 82, and really getting to the point where you can start almost looking and feeling that car ahead of you, starting to hear the tyre screeches, and really start to chase each other down as we're already getting towards 2.5 hours to go, and this battle is just getting closer.
Somebody will win a lot of money on bingo with some of those numbers up there at the moment, but there we are. Yeah, Boothby trying to win the lottery of his own here, trying to get this win. 3.4 seconds up towards Stowe. We're monitoring this gap very closely, but there's also a battle developing for 10th place here. The other West Competition racing car is coming under a lot of pressure now from the slow racing car and also the 166 of Radizi. You can just see in the background there a 3-car fight, and the number 3 is right at the front of it here, battling over that top 10. The 987, of course, as I've said all day, still trying to get that top 10 this season. They've been knocking on the door of. Today might be their day. As we see, the 3-car already used a Posto in this race. Tufanu is in the car at the moment, and I don't know if maybe the driver the 3 have got in at the minute, maybe not quite as quick as the previous, because getting caught a little bit here, or whether it's the 2 behind maybe closing in on doing an impressive drive here, not entirely sure. However, it's good to see another 3-car battle out there on the circuit in an hour that has been relatively quiet in terms of battles.
Yeah, the last lap was not the best. Here being caught by almost a second from the 2 cars behind for Tufano. We'll see as they go across the line once again. It was actually a little bit more back in the favour there, and Vicic losing a tiny bit of time, but for sure that battle overall has been coming down, and this is obviously the battle to get inside the top 10, which on its own is a good merit between the 3, but that's a bit too much curb there. Going to be slowing them down a little bit as we're seeing them come onto the hangar straight, all the dust being kicked up from the Bentley ahead as well.
Yeah, and these 3, by the way, are the last cars on the lead lap. We are getting towards that stage in the race where almost everybody is not on the lead lap anymore. Going up towards Stowe. The BMW sandwich going on. I know Lewis will like that. For 10th place. Just trying to... I feel like I'm trying to annoy him as much as possible for these last hour and a half. It's not intentional. But this battle for 10th though, West Competition racing under a lot of pressure. Slow racing going to try and make their way through here, but have really gained a lot of speed here at not an ideal point in the track. So we'll have to just back off through these first few really high speed corners. You can just see in the background here on the left hand side of shot, George Boothby closing in. You also see how close these guys are to becoming one lap down themselves as well, but they won't really mind about that. They're not gunning for the race win here really. They're just trying to get this top 10 at this stage, something that West Competition do still hold. It also kind of makes you wonder where they would have been without the stop and go 30 seconds that they had on in this race. They sped on pit lane, coming down pit lane for the first time today.
Yeah, that's a lot of sort of gap that you just can't make back, as you say. It's too big, but for sure we're under 3 seconds now, 2.5 seconds to the leaders as well, so loads of battles still raging on here, and especially this one for the lead could be so important also for the championship, as you were saying. Swing that more in the favour of the 82 down to just a couple of points it would be should they finish in the reversed places of where they are now. So this is so important for those guys there in the number 82, and for sure they are going to be wanting to swap that around. But also we can't forget about the battles a bit lower down as well. Vicic starting to get so close, but I think it's really Radizi in the background who's going to be having a look here.
Yeah, he's got the best exit out of Chapel, and he's going to be on the inside line going up towards Stonedale. Is there going to be? He's only halfway alongside really, but that might be enough. Inside. Oh, and he's been given that one really. So the 166 is through, Radizi through, and there wasn't really much fight put up at all there, somewhat surprisingly, but I guess they just want to live to fight another day, even at this stage.
Yeah, such a close fight. It's not one that you want to be having a crash with still 2.5 hours to go, and maybe try and follow Radizi through with that the 166 looking very good at this moment in time, as the BMW on BMW now, with Tafuno having to defend from a fellow BMW, that T3 Motorsports car getting right behind them once again, coming out towards the really the slowest section of the track and onto the back Wellington straight, which can be so important as you see the pair really starting to close on each other.
Yeah, they really are at this stage. The slow racing team car at the back of this train, by the way, the slow part of it doesn't refer to the fact that they're not very quick, by the way, because they are quite quick in this race, especially at the moment. It refers to it's kind of an abbreviation of Slovenia more than anything else. I think it's an entirely Slovenian team, and it just sounds a bit strange when we say it out loud, because we think I always think we're calling them slow when they're clearly not in 12th place at the moment. They have just been overtaken by Alex Radizi, of course, in this fight for 10th, but as we've just alluded to and explained, it doesn't really matter at this stage. We may though can see a lead battle in this hour. I wasn't expecting to see this hour, because Boothby and McGlade, don't forget, were up against each other the previous hour to this, and there wasn't really much to choose between them. 33 did lose a bit of time, but not that much. Either Boothby has really now got his skates on, or the 33 is starting to fall apart a bit, because the gap's now below 2 seconds for the first time since about the first half an hour of this race.
Yeah, this is really starting to heat up. Just blue flag runner in between them before you see there comes the Yazheat Porsche really starting to think about this one. And it's actually a teammate of the number 33 as well, but hopefully not getting involved in that one too much, because that is going to be Boothby having to obviously clear that and then really use their pace to try and come on. But of course, it's not going to be easy to keep this pace difference going, but I think in the background they have been able, Boothby has been able to get past, and that is just going to continue the way, but it's still under 2 seconds.
It is. It's more a case, by the way, of McLaren starting to lose pace rather than Boothby really increasing it, although he's not exactly going slow either at this stage. That's one to keep an eye on. This is one to probably watch right now, though, into the inner loop. After letting Radizi through, the slow racing team car all of a sudden looks more threatening in behind the BMW here, so might be a move in the next few moments, but also maybe not. You might decide to just stay behind at this stage in the race, and that's what most people are electing to do, even with only just over 2 hours to go in this race now. We are getting deep into it, getting towards the end, starting to think about the end now. We're getting towards that stage where these pit stop cycles are coming later and later and closer towards the hour. We're still a good 15-20 minutes away from seeing these cars down pit lane, and that's 15-20 minutes too long for McGlade at the moment, the way he's losing time.
Yeah, he's probably at the point where he wants to get out of the car now. The sort of mental factor of being chased and caught in the way that he has in such a close battle can be wearing, because you just obviously end up looking in your mirrors the whole time, and that eventually makes you go slower, because you can't sort of concentrate and push in the same way that you did before. But as you say, 65 minutes a stint means at best, with 2 hours 10 minutes, they're going to be coming in, which is still, as you say, about 16 minutes away. So that is about 8 to 9 laps that we still need to wait for these drivers at a minimum. But of course, some teams will be going even further than that to try and shorten their final pit stop if possible.
Now on board with George Boothby in the main part of the screen here at the moment. This really is going to be a bit of a treat to watch. Just see, that is the BMW up in front. That is the margin for the lead in this race. 3 hours and 35 into this one. These are the margins that separate the top two at this stage in the race. That is somewhat remarkable. As I said, it's not going to be these drivers in the final 2 hours. It's going to change completely. And if most competition racing have something up their sleeve for the final 2 hours, and yes, he really do need to get in front sharpish, but who knows what they have up their sleeve for the final couple. Here comes Radizi on the outside line, fatigue free. Oh, it's a bit of contact. Just turning in that little bit too early into Brooklands, really. He did have the line, he had braking performance, he could have got the inside line for Luffield, but just turned in a bit too early, slammed into the side of the 3 car, and then was kind of put off the move by that point, and so stays behind in 11th.
Yeah, not the best place to have the contact, as you say, just losing out that next opportunity. But for sure, Radizi starting to get very close, starting to push the limits of his car, getting a lot closer than he has been on the last few laps, and even Vicic catching up a little bit there, but then they've just dropped them by a few car lengths again as they come through Magnus Beckes now. This is an important point. Can you stay close? Can you get the run out onto the Hangar Straight, where Stowe Corner has been such an overtaking opportunity so far this race?
It has, and it's been a great opportunity to set up some moves as well into the chicane. Slipstream in full effect there between the two BMWs. Radizi able to hide behind the West Competition and Racing 3 car very easily. Nice run through Stowe. It's very close, all over the back into the chicane. He looks to the outside, he looks to the inside. Oh, it's even an accidental move. Oh, over the curb and nearly into the side of the BMW. Now the Audi might have a chance here for Stowe Racing Team, not going to get involved. Little moves where you just kind of break at your normal point, and the guy you're battling makes a bit early, and you suddenly find yourself on the inside line when you really did not want to be there.
Yeah, that was a very, very tricky situation to be in once. I mean, I don't know, he was sort of looking down the inside. I don't know if it was sort of accidental or not, but he definitely put himself in a bit of an awkward situation on the apex there, but then also coming back on the second apex and trying not to make contact with Vicic either. So not really the way they would have wanted to do that, because now Radizi has also lost over a second to the car ahead as well. So that is certainly not the way he would have wanted to work that. But back to the lead, Boothby now within 1 second, and this is starting to get very close indeed. 106 laps complete, and now we're back to having a lead fight, as we saw a lot earlier on in this race.
Yeah, it's been a very long time since we've seen a lead fight, over 3 hours. Now it is coming. It's almost a capitulation for McGlade here. It really is. 33 versus the 82. This fight is going to be well, I hope a good one. But I'm not entirely sure what McGlade can really do here. Looking at the little bit of, looking at the times and so on. Another half a second lost that last lap time. In most of the fights we've seen so far, not much has changed, because the gaps between the two of them have been about 2 tenths a lap, or maybe less. In this battle, we're seeing a good few tenths being taken out every lap by Boothby, and this move might well be possible. He might well be able to get into this next pit stop cycle before the car in front, and that will be a great help to his teammate for the final 2 hours.
Yeah, you always want to be ahead, doesn't matter sort of where you are. really, even on the final lap here, I think he's still going to want to be leading. So certainly Boothby wants to get this battle under half a second now with the last sector split as well. So really just a handful of car lengths left for Boothby, and as you say, it's really been about half a second a lap or so for the last 3-4 laps, and that has really changed the wave of this battle and has gone in the way of Yas Heat as they get closer once again, coming through the loop, and this could be an important couple of laps because I think Boothby is getting close enough to make an overtake finally.
Yeah, might well be able to. I mean, the battle of three on the right hand side is not too far in front of these guys either, so that could be a problem. The two BMWs go side by side. Alex Radizi straight down the inside, and in the end, after all of the prelude to that, there wasn't really much of a fight put up by the West Competition Racing number 3 BMW, and so they slipped down into 11th position. These two will certainly be hoping that the top three, those three just in front, get a bit more spaced out before they get there, but they haven't got much time. It's going to be a nightmare to get through that kind of traffic in a lead battle like this.
Yeah, especially when, as we've seen, the blue flags there, I mean, they're being quite kind, but they're not just diving out of the way as well. As we're seeing once again, we're seeing more places being lost, and unfortunately that's another another place for the West Competition car to be dropping the way down.
Yep, the Audi making its way through, and now I do think that these leading two are going to get their wish. The battle of three we've been so focused on through this 4th hour of the race looks like it might well just be extending out and separating out as we stand. This is the problem though for Boothby. Once you get in behind a car here, you can start to follow their lines, you can start to get slowed up by then. Has McGlade really picked up the pace? No, it was a 59.0 on that last lap. That's a good deal slower than what Boothby was doing beforehand, but he can only go so quick when he's in this situation. There's almost nowhere for him to go.
Yeah, he does want to sit behind this gap for too long because now, I mean, he's following him now. He's not catching him. He's actually there. He's within the slipstream range. He is following him and trying to find the way through. And that was a good run there through Abbey Corner. And no, side by side, round the outside. We've seen all contact between the two. We've seen that a few times working, but not that occasion because there was good contact. That put the 82 off the line and he couldn't make it work. But he has certainly got the speed advantage to make this overtake.
He has. It's just a case of doing it. It's another nice run out of Aintree to the Wellington straight. He's probably too far back here. The move he tried to make there at the right-hander really has blocked any opportunity of the Wellington straight coming into play for him. Through Luffield, it's a nicer, wider line, swinging entry for a straighter exit. And onto the straight again. It's one case as well of when these guys are going to pit. I do think they're going to go on for another 15 minutes though at least. Into Copse Corner, Boothby just staying as close as possible. Now these two are fighting, so we can excuse the 59.6 that they put in last lap time, but it's clear to see that McGlade is almost capitulating a little bit here. He's going a lot slower than he was earlier on in his stint. This pace that he's been going at has been very good at the start, but he's not been able to keep it up for a whole 2 hours.
He hasn't indeed, and that is the difficult part. And looking at their times, yeah, I mean they've still got about 15 minutes or so, maybe just a little bit longer actually for number 33 before they come into the stop. So they're going to be nudging on that 2-hour mark by the time that they come in. So certainly quite a few laps still for these guys to have this battle, and McGlade has to try and work this one out because I would say at this point of the race, with the gap they've got behind, it is worth him defending this and actually physically trying to stop Boothby getting by.
For me, he has to get into this pit stop cycle in the lead of this race. We don't know what the pace difference is going to be between Simeon and Honzik, even if they knew each other really, really well, which I don't think they've raced against each other an awful lot, but they will have done before. Even if they had done, you still don't know what it's going to be like in this race, in these conditions, with these cars, in this race situation. But there's no doubt George Boothby is quicker right now. Outside line through the inner loop is something you don't see very often. He's going to have to yield through Aintree, and he just about doesn't. He just about keeps it on the road. But he's kept himself close enough to have possibly a sniff down here at Brooklands. And once again, he does seem to be fast in all the wrong places really at the moment.
Yeah, hasn't found that correct location to make the overtake, but look how faster he is in the corners. That is really where he's gaining all this time, getting a bit of a better exit out of Luffield as well. But is that going to be enough through Woodcote and over the start-finish line to finish another lap there and to start another 110 laps down? And these guys are fighting so hard. Boothby has caught him up, and once again making him look how much speed he carried through Copse. McGlade losing the apex a little bit and missing some exit speed because of that, but Boothby needs to be finding the right place to get that momentum. Maybe Stowe is the one, or maybe even the loop again. We saw that 2 laps in a row, him being very fast there.
Yeah, we did. I mean, it's not the worst place to make a move down there at the inner loop and village, just the curve before, the corner before. It's not really a curve. Yeah, it's not an impossible move to be making, but just not as ideal as into Brooklands, for example, or into this chicane down here at the end of the F1 lap. It's not quite as ideal or as easy to make these moves. The two of them will be looking over their shoulder ever so slightly as well at Vajislav Abeladze, who is certainly closing in on these two. Less than 15 seconds is the gap now. It does seem to be quite a large gap, maybe too big. But if they're fighting for the rest of the race, these two teams like that, then they could allow a third team to get involved. I do think it's unlikely for now, but it's worth keeping an eye on.
Absolutely is, because they were faster last lappers once again. He has a bit of a look around the outside, does Boothby, but that isn't going to be enough. But this could be, get a bit of a switch back, and this could be the run out of Aintree.
It could. There was an opportunity, a half chance into Brooklands last time. He didn't want it. He was maybe sizing himself up for one lap later, and this chance here. Is it a look to the inside and a dive on the brakes? It's certainly enough to make McGlade defend on the way into Brooklands. He's going to try a nicer line here as Boothby, maybe look to the outside of Luffield again for a better run onto the front straight once again here. Porsche famously with good traction, of course, a rear biased car as it always has been, less so in more recent years, but it still has good traction, although not enough for a move into Copse. There's still too long to go to the pit stops for McGlade. He won't be pleased about that, but he's doing a decent job of holding on for now.
He certainly is. This is great defending, really just putting his car in the right places, but he needs to be careful not to be doing too aggressive of defending, as we've seen. Oh, as that's going to be Boothby going over the sort of the chicane sequence through Beckett's, and that is going to be losing a tiny bit of time, but actually might help, to be honest, overall, getting out of the rhythm and now trying to get back into the slipstream. But certainly Boothby needs to be not overdoing this as such. The gap behind is starting to come down by over a second a lap. However, they'll be fine by the time they make the pit stop.
Should be. I'm just worried about the next 2 hours and 14 minutes if this carries on. That's all. We'll have to watch, of course, the pit stop times here, and when these two pit. They're on roughly the same strategy as almost everybody is in this race, but there will be slight differences in how they tackle these final 2 hours. A bit of traffic just up in front here as well. That 3-car battle we previously saw for third place still hasn't been caught up because of the fighting that is going on between these two now. And so, you know, it's something to negotiate, something to keep in the back of your mind throughout the remainder of this stint. Oh my word, Boothby was looking for the inside of the inner loop there, and McGlade knew that he was. He protects the inside line. He pushes Boothby out onto the curb on the outside, and so once again it's his turn to lead the front once more, because George Boothby cannot find a way through whichever way he looks. Inside line into Brooklands, outside line it is instead. He goes all the way around here. Oh, he gets really loose. It's a huge slide. He catches the car just about. He loses a bit of time, but at least he hasn't gone around.
Keeping in the battle, but how are his tyres going to be feeling, pushing them to the limit, sliding the rear end? I mean, it was already sliding right in the sort of almost the entry of Brooklands as well. It's so early, such a long slide that Boothby had there, just pushing it to the limit. Still under a second other line though, so it's starting to be good, but that was a 2-minute 0.4 there for Boothby. That's the first 2-minute lap we've seen, at least from the guys at the front, for quite a while. Such is the way that it's going, and it was a 58.1 for the 41 behind them, so that was over a 2-second gap that they gained in the number 41 there, the Simware.Pro by Vides, and that is definitely that gap coming down. It was 16, now down to 11.
Just have a look at how this car behaves here. He knew that there was going to be a defence. He wanted to go around the outside, but the grip just was not there. This is a rear bias car, as I said earlier. Does oversteer that a little bit, and needed to be caught there from Boothby. Just said as well, the tyres will not have enjoyed that slide there. They'll just be a little bit warm on the rear, and he'll have to be a little bit careful of that, but he'll have to be careful of Abeladze as well. Only 11 seconds down on these guys now, and very much getting into the conversation. This is an enthralling battle for the lead, though. We're nearly 4 hours in now, and this has been going on for, what, a good 20 minutes now, maybe?
Yeah, high-level racing between these two teams, fighting for the lead here at the Silverstone 1000, which is amazing to see that it's just continuing, as you say, almost 4 hours into the race now, and the next pit stops are still some laps away. So this battle is going to be keeping on, and it looks like it's going to be a 2-lap advantage for the number 82. They can go 2 laps further on the fuel. I wonder how that is going to change things, especially when we get to that final pit stop.
It's, all these calculations have to go in before we eventually decide who is going to be winner of round 4 of the Coach Dave 1000. Out over the line once again. The sun is beginning to set. We're getting towards 8 PM now in sim time. We are going to see the headlights making a bit more of an impression on the road. We're going to see maybe even a little bit of darkness towards the end of this one as well. Track temperature continues to drop 8 degrees below than its previous height. George Boothby continues to increase the heat at the front of this race. McGlade versus Boothby. What a great fight this has been.
Oh, it's been amazing. They've just been at such a high level, lap after lap as well. It's not like this is a 1-lap battle, 2-lap battle. It has really, it's really been amazing. But I think it's definitely going to continue as we come into this final third of the race.
We certainly are. Unfortunately, I will be. Fortunately for you, probably at home, I'll be taking my lead now as on the commentary team. Cam Roger will be staying with you, of course, but you'll be very glad to know that Lewis McGlade is back to take you through the final 2 hours of this race.
And I'm certainly glad to be back, because this means that Ewan can't insult me behind my back for the next 2 hours and 10 minutes. So we are in a top tier move, and this will be a little fun end to the race. 2 hours and 10 minutes left to go. These two have been battling hammer and tongs, but the more they do it, the more they're bringing that 41 into the mix, Cam. This is going to be a fun end, I have no doubt. And still, let's not forget that weather could still play its part.
It still can, as you say. That 30 minutes still looking sunny, but once again, Boothby is really trying to make this move before the pit stops. And there's still so much action to be had, and he's getting close once again onto the Wellington Straight.
Well, let's see if there's going to be a move. This is where the attempt was from George Boothby. He got to the outside and McGlade wasn't able to do so. Looks to the inside once again, tries to throw it in around the outside. Not going to be alongside as they head through Brooklands, but he's trying to get him offline. The thing is, it's all these sort of semi-attacks between the two that's allowing the likes of Abeladze to close back in again. When it comes to their next pit stop, by the way, George Boothby will be pitting at the end of this lap. So either he gets through now, or he'll try and undercut through the pit lane sequence.
Yes, certainly. It's going to be a big one to see how that couple of laps is going to be working there, because as you say, he doesn't really have any sort of opportunity to do much else apart from pit on this lap with the way that it has gone. But that might be actually quite good, because if when they swap drivers, Hunzik there can do a bit of a fast couple of laps compared to the slower speed that McGlade is doing at the moment, that could actually work out quite well for them as an effective undercut. We will see just how the pace difference is, but McGlade's his speed has come back, but still a second a lap slower than the number 41. So yeah, not the best pace for the race leader at the moment.
Just remember on the pit stops as well between these two, when they come into the pit lane, it will obviously be their penultimate pit stop in this race, but also they will be switching drivers for the last time. We've already seen, obviously, George Boothby in the car. We've seen Maciej Malinovski behind the wheel of this Yazhi car. They'll be switching out for Jaroslav Honzik, and McGlade, who's been in the car, Victor Nikolai over the first stint of the race. They will jump out also. We'll see the continuation of that car in the hands of Dragos Simeon as well. So we'll see driver swaps in it, which could also play its part in this battle. Is this going to be the required move from George Boothby, or would it just be a waste of time as we head back to Lynham, who's just behind Novikov?
Yeah, the battles are continuing. It's great to see once again as we come towards the front of the grid once again. And let's just see how Boothby reacts to this one. We are sure that he is coming in. He's done an hour and 2 minutes, almost an hour and 3 minutes. So he's surely got to be coming in as we speak, which he does. That's good to see. He's not going to be going over the driver time, but this pit stop could be crucial getting Honzik in the car.
Super aggressive on the pit lane entry, just behind the West Competition Academy car that has come in. Team to the West Competition car that this car is battling for the lead with. That was a car also that was running higher up in the order, the number 3 earlier on in the day. They've dropped back now to just outside of the top 10 as George Boothby brings it into the pit lane, brings it into his box, brings it up onto the jacks and switches out for Jardier. Jaroslav Honzik will be back behind the wheel as the Race Anywhere Supersport car comes to the pit lane, drags in one of the prime e-racing cars. Felix Arndt coming into the pit lane. I said it earlier, there is something about these races. They're 6 hours long, they spread out somewhere in the middle, and as we get closer and closer to the end of the race, they all just come back together again.
Which is amazing to see as the 82 there with Honzik in the car is going out for his outlap there in the number 82 Yaz Heat, and this could be quite important. McGlade hasn't had the fastest speed in the world, although that last lap was a little bit closer to the pace that we were looking at, but for sure this could be the an important point in the race, because if Yaz Heat can get in front already, just on track position and not have to make that overtake stick, that is going to do them well, because obviously as we were mentioning, that number 41 with Abelat is catching them, so needs to be careful not to be losing any more time.
Yeah, like I say, it's the critical thing. It's not just focusing on the battle that you're just in, but it's focusing on the battle that they are in as well. The fact that they will be potentially catching, especially as Abeladze, when he'll be out of the car this time, he'll hand over the car to the big man himself. Igor Ogorognikov will get in for the final 2 stints of this race, and we know how fast and how feisty Ogorognikov can be, and so if you're going to waste time battling out between yourselves, we could well have a 3-way fight before we reach the checkered flag. Of course, McLeod can stay out. This will be his last lap, and Abeladze will also stay out on the racetrack for one final lap of least of this stint.
Yeah, it's just heating up, which is great to see the drivers and the teams getting ready to open up this final couple of stints, and it's great to see how this one is going to work out. And this extra lap here for McGlade, hopefully he keeps the speed going. That was a 59.0 last time, so another 0.6 for Abeladze for him coming in. So definitely a tiny bit slower, but hopefully it should be enough for him to hold on to that first place, being on the lower fuel.
Yeah, it's kind of the final pit stop as well is also going to decide things a little bit later on with how much fuel they'll take, with where they are on track position. It's just how it kind of goes. We've got the 103 receiving a stop and go penalty for receiving a stop-go 30 for a stop-go 30. Good effort right there. For speeding in the pit lane, receiving a stop-go 30 is the Maz Sim. That was almost as bad as the point. By the way, to anyone who wants to know who made that extremely valid and worthwhile point that Ewan O'Leary was making jokes about, with the gap getting bigger, smaller, or staying the same, that was me.
I was thinking that.
Yes, it was.
I didn't want to call you out because I called out on a couple of things over the course of the last hour, but yeah, I was pretty sure that was you. However, factually, that is a correct statement.
It is the most correct statement I've ever said on the broadcast.
So there's certainly not much that you can say from that. But this gap actually now between the 33 and the 41, under 10 seconds. So certainly 41 starting to come back into it. I remember it being about 16, 17 seconds at one point. So that is quite a big percentage that it's come down. But as we expected, okay, they're coming into the pits 2 laps later for his one than Honzik in the 82, and is going to see the 41 coming in as well. Yes, we are. So that is the crucial lap. Where is Honzik going to come out in relation to these guys then?
Yeah, that's the critical thing, is that as much as they've come into the pit lane, this is going to be a tight battle, a tense moment between the West Competition racing car and the Yaz Heat. Bring it into the box, pull it up, and then stop. That is, it's tense in the pit lane, because from this point on, the game's doing its thing. You're out of control. You're hoping the pit lane's going to basically, the way the stop works is essentially, from a technical point of view, that McGlade is still behind the wheel of the car. It's when the car would come off of its jack, would be ready to start moving. That's when the driver swap actually happens, and you're just sat there praying, being like, I just hope it goes smooth. I just hope it goes smooth. Let's just, because you're out of control at this point. You can't do anything. You've already set everything up. You are ready for the stop. There is the switch. You can see it there, and then it's not moving yet. It finally gets moving. It does seem like it was going to be a bit of a slow stop. Jaroslav Honzik is going to come around Kopp's corner now. I think this is Honzik back into the lead. This is bad for West Competition Racing, because Yas Heat take over the race lead here at Silverstone.
Amazing there from Honzik, and I don't know if that was just because of his speed or maybe just the way that McGlade was struggling there, but that bit of traffic's not going to be helping him diving up the inside of Beckett's there and through Chapel as well. But either way, that is some crucial track position. It's just a couple of seconds, but that couple of seconds could turn out to be massive in the later parts of the race. 117 laps down, and it is 2.8 seconds, so that is a huge swing, about 3 seconds swing in just a 2-lap difference in the pit lane.
Yeah, of course, when you bring it into the box, you have to switch off your engine, right? That's cool. Yeah, the engine will switch off in the pit lane. So when it drops down, you essentially have to refire it and then go. And it's so easy to mistime that, because you try and tie it between your teammates. Sometimes there's a couple of tricks that some teams have figured out as to how to get it to work, although everyone knows them these days in ACC. But still, there are a couple of tricks and stuff which sometimes it's hard to get into the rhythm of when you're in the pit lane. And it's one of those things that's so easy to mess up. And when you do, you don't just lose like a couple of tenths here and there. You'll lose a couple of seconds. Weirdly enough, that is exactly what has been lost. We'll see if McGlade is still behind the wheel, because I don't believe he should have handed over to his teammate Dragos Simeon, and it should have updated on the timing by now, which does concern me slightly if they are just doing it as the two of them for now, which would be suboptimal indeed.
Oh, that is a good point, actually, that it hasn't updated. We will see when it comes around, I guess, to the start-finish line, but that could be quite big of what we were talking about earlier with the driver times as well, because it was it was 3 hours 5 minutes, which means that he also wouldn't be able to do a full stint this time around either, and it seems like it stayed with McGlade as well. So to be honest, if that is the situation and McGlade is struggling once again, and the way that's going to work out for the final pit stop as well, I'm going to be pretty worried, because he's already done 2 hours and 6 minutes in the car, which means it'll be less than an hour this time around.
Yeah, now I don't know if for whatever reason, like, Dragos Simeon cannot race. Now, there is something in place. I'm going to read out the exact thing that Michael Hamlet did post in our commentators chat a little bit earlier on. They've extended, because it was originally 170 minutes, which is obviously 2 hours and 50 minutes with the driver stint limits, but they have extended the stint limits to 3 hours and 5 minutes. As a driver stint limits, by the way, is in the overall time that the driver can do in the race. They've extended it to 3 hours and 5 minutes, so if teams are having unable to drive for whatever reason, if they can't have it as a 3-driver team, they are still able to compete as a 2-driver team, but they will be given a stop and go 30 at the end of the race if all 3 drivers have not done a stint. So that it's been extended, the driver time, to prevent a disqualification to each of the teams. But if you aren't able to meet the full 3 drivers, you will receive a penalty for doing so. Now, this could be quite bad for the West Competition Racing car that's doing such a good job at the moment in that second spot. Have been challenging all day long. But if they are unable, for whatever reason, to bring Dragos Simeon into the car in that final stint, then they're as good as essentially done when it comes to the podium battle.
Yeah, especially as number 41 is now just 5 seconds behind them as well. So Ogorodnikov gained another 5 seconds during that pit stop sequence somehow with the driver swap, and that has just worked out in their favour, because now they are really back in this battle for the lead.
And we've got the battle on the left-hand side of your screen as we go side by side. Left-hand side of your screen, that is Bogoroditsky versus Lewis Dykes for 4th position. Simware.pro versus the Race Anywhere esports team that's really been looking very strong. BMWs have looked quite strong around here, but still they are dragging the absolute most out of their car. And we did have the conversation earlier about the livery. I'm with you. I quite like that livery. Still not a massive fan of the front end of the M4, but I've got used to it by now and I won't complain about it on broadcast too much. I think that livery does look good. Always like the Race Anywhere squad. Right hand side of your screen though, Yegor Ognikov, the man himself, is behind the wheel, and that is the championship leader. I will remind everyone back though to the Coach Dave Super Sprint, where Ogor Ognikov was behind the wheel. This was at Imola. This was the penultimate round of the season at Imola, and Ogor Ognikov got behind the wheel and in 2 laps received 3 penalties, breaching his penalty points on his licence, meaning that in the next round, if he was to start behind the wheel of the car, they would not be able to do qualifying at all, as the Race Anywhere car looks to the outside of Bogoroditsky but is unable to get through. Dykes not forcing the way through. But essentially, in 1 lap, he removed his entire team from championship contention. Now, that just shows that in even something like this, that can genuinely happen again if you make the mistake. If you're trying to race too hard with people, you cannot afford to pick up penalties in this, because it will give you a bigger penalty in the final round.
Yeah, you don't want to be carrying, as you say, a penalty or any sort of, run over from this race into that final round. You want a clean final round. You want it to be just a fair fight between you and your championship rivals. And the fact of just how close it is getting is amazing to see. But yeah, McGlade doing a good job, was the fastest out of the top 3 and even just really the fastest man on track at this moment in time on that previous lap. And once again, doing a faster lap than Honzik as well. So that gap coming down to almost under 2 seconds. So McGlade certainly, he was just struggling a bit, I think, in the latter part of that previous stint. He's certainly not out of it completely.
And importantly so, I guess, on the previous lap, he set the fastest first sector. Not of all of the people that just set a first sector. He set the fastest first sector of the entire race. Here with just 2 hours left to go. Now I know obviously that we've only had a few stints of dry, realistically, and also things cooling down a little bit, bringing it into the operating window when it comes to the amount you can abuse. But still, he did set the fastest first sector, which is a good shout, and that is why he's closing back down on Yaroslav Honzik. Whether there's a stop and go 30 post-race we'll come to later on, we'll be able to find out at the end of this stint, so in about an hour's time we can update you further on it. But right now the race lead once again seems to be closing down, but this time the other way as Race Anywhere looks straight down the inside into Stowe. Big move there from Lewis Dykes, straight alongside with Nikita Bogoroditsky, and as they head through Stowe down towards the Vale chicane, that Race Anywhere BMW should be sending it around the outside, going to still be fully alongside heading through here. A little bit of a brush between the two, and that big bad Bentley is being sent straight on. Lovely move.
Yeah, lovely sequence of corners there. Dykes having a really mega move there to get himself up into that 4th place. Let's see how they can actually, where they can go from this, because I mean they're 20 seconds from the cars ahead, but if they have some good speed and maybe some strategies, some issues for the cars ahead, they could sneak a podium here. So good pace, and they'll be looking out for that. But for sure, the 3-2 there dropping down needs to try and make sure that they've got some decent pace there to hold on to this one, because otherwise that BMW is just going to be going off into the distance.
It really is a super drive from that 55, and we'll take a look once again as to how Lewis Dykes really did it. It was building it up through a couple of corners, and really, honestly, a super send down the inside. Kind of just got Bogoroditsky offline, but then carries a speed through the second part of the corner, and then absolutely just sends it in straight around the outside here, blinded by the sun as they hit the braking zone into Vale, straight over the inside, giving as much room as he could. But by this point, Bogoroditsky had gone straight on, and boom, up into 4th position. Just to clarify, by the way, with the Race Anywhere Sim Sports car, they are 37th in the championship. They have scored a 24th, a 42nd, and a retirement, and they are running 4th here in Silverstone. What a race!
Yeah, that's amazing. And to put on that sort of performance is, it's just amazing at the best of times. But the fact of, coming back from some bad results as well, when you have the run of bad results, you can really sort of be, demotivated and whatnot. But it seems that they're very much motivated to be getting a very good place, and that was such a clean move as well. Professional space left by each of the drivers, a nice clean overtake, really good wheel-to-wheel action, and that is just what we want to see.
Honzik's under pressure here. Fastest first sector once again from McGlade over the previous lap. And you can see that car directly behind, having cleared the virtual drivers by TX3 machine. There has been contact as we come back to the battle for fourth position. Where's Lewis Dykes? Now he is behind Bogoroditsky. Now, considering there was contact there, I think we need to see a replay. I think race control will probably need to see a replay as to what has just happened into Vale.
Yeah, that's me just saying that, it's nice space being left by them, etc., etc. And then, as you say, I'm pretty sure there was some contact that we're going to be seeing, which is not, the ideal way that we want to go batting. But mistakes can happen, and I'm sure they were just trying to fight as hard as they could. And I'm surprised. I thought Dykes was just going to start pulling away a little bit, but it doesn't seem that way. And he's now back down into 5th place.
Got to watch out as well, because one of the prime e-racing cars will be closing in. The number 77 of Tobias Schur will be closing in straight into the replay as to what happened. So this is where I kind of feel it might have been a bit of a mistake from Lewis Dykes as we head down into Vale. Bogoroditsky straight behind, driving it in quite deep. Nope. No, that's not okay. That is not okay from Bogoroditsky. I think I'd want to see it on board from Bogoroditsky. I think Lewis Dykes was a little slow, but that wasn't an overlap.
I'm really confused with that one, because Dykes had such a gap, and he broke late into that first part, but in between the two apexes, I don't know, he just didn't seem to just drive off the corner in the same way. A bit of a weird accident, but as you say, that doesn't take into account that Bogoroditsky probably should have seen that one coming, just basically did a touring car nudge out of the way.
I mean, that is a touring car nudge if ever I've seen one. I think there could be a lot of reasons why you've gone slow. Maybe, I mean, it's a little bit tricky on the rear end as well, so you might not have the confidence on the power. Obviously, it's kind of a bit weird to have mid-stint, but there are sometimes like you get like a red flag coming through Stowe, like it just slips a little bit. You kind of think, hang on, I need to find out where the grip is for a couple of corners. Could be accidentally hitting the pit limiter. It can be an awful lot of things. Great camera, by the way, angled right there behind a crane, top tier. Whoever put that one there on ACC. As we look towards our race leader in Jaroslav Honzik and McGlade closing right in, still the top two. I think the advantage might well be going the way over the or at least over this lap, because I feel like it's gone out a little bit to Jaroslav Honzik.
Yeah, it's interesting how that one has fluctuated so much. I really thought Tim McGlade was going to be struggling so much with the way that we saw the last sort of half hour of the previous stint. It really wasn't going his way, but looking at the lap times as well, obviously they're so much faster because of the fresher tyres as well. Maybe McGlade just struggled a bit with that tyre wear over the course of the stint, but now he's got the fresher tyres, is coming back, but then maybe that once again will be almost over pushing the tyre a little bit, and then when we get to the second half of this stint, maybe we'll start struggling again, because obviously even in a single stint of a tyre, you've still got to worry a little bit about how you treat them.
Here's Lewis Dykes, 4th position, directly ahead. Bogoroditsky, who forced his way past with that bold move going through Vale. They switched once at Vale, they switched a second time at Vale. Will we see a third time at Vale? Because Lewis Dykes will be challenging surely any moment now, because I agree with you. I think that this Race Anywhere car is looking a lot faster. Saw the flashing of the lights as they head down through Maggots, through Beckett's and into Chapel onto the hangar straight, riding on board with Lewis Dykes on the left hand side of your screen as they depart that fast S's section, but it seemed like it was a much better exit from Bogoroditsky, who was able to keep it to the left hand side an awful lot more, took a little bit less of the road, wearing the tyres out a little bit less. By the time they head into Stowe, the advantage is definitely the way of the Bentley, but it doesn't look quite as fast into Stowe Corner to get blinded by the light.
Yeah, it's a difficult part of the track now to see the proper braking zone. Having to think about it down the inside is Dykes. He's definitely better on the brakes into that corner, as we've seen the last couple of laps, but not enough there to make that overtake. So we've seen this a couple of times throughout the race where the car behind has been faster, but you can't get frustrated. You've still got to put your car in the right place and not get caught out at an awkward part of the track. But for sure, this is a good one as well if you can get the run into the next braking zone.
And is there going to be the opportunity? Gets to the outside. Lewis Dykes is going to have to send it in, but it might be the up and under required here, trying to get around the outside, going through Village. And obviously that opportunity is going to be covered off by Bogoroditsky. It might push the Russian wide a bit though, but that was a little bit too wide from Lewis Dykes as we head through Aintree out of the loop. He's very close though, slipstreaming his way up towards Brooklands corner. He gets to the inside. It's got to be a big send into what is a fairly moderate braking zone. It feels like it should be a lot heavier than it is, but you're dancing on the brake pedal, you're letting the car balance itself, and by the time they hit Luffield, it is still that 322 hanging on the 4th place.
Great battle between these guys, pushing it to the limit. Dykes there having a bit of a wiggle there on the exit of Luffield as well, really starting to push that BMW towards the Bentley ahead of him, but not enough to make that move stick at this moment in time. But he's doing everything that he can, and we've seen him already get past, but unfortunately lose out and return that place with a bit of contact in between, of course. But either way, Dykes so close on the back of him, just needs to find the way past.
Yeah, up and over the curve again, just a little bit. You can abuse them. They're fairly flat, but they are fairly serrated. And there's also a couple of sausages over there on the green concrete. It's a little bit rough to kind of throw it over there. I think one of the races, they call it grasscrete because it's kind of like it's concrete, but it's applied with the green paint is slippery, so they call it grasscrete. So it's not grass. It's not really like direct concrete. I was like, oh, I've never heard that be said before, but fair enough. Each to their own. Lewis Dykes though using all of what he can to try and get past Bogoroditsky. The two of them 24 seconds off of the podium battle, which by the way, the race lead under a second now. McGlade has been charging, has found second wind to catch up to the back of Jaroslav Honzik.
Yeah, he's the only person in the top 10 in the 57s. The rest are in the 58s as well on the previous lap at least. So yeah, just amazing battle. It's all getting past a bit of traffic there on the exit of Brooklands into Luffield as well, was McGlade, and that is going to be slowing him down probably just by the odd 10th here and there. But as you say, within a second now, so it's really getting so close between these drivers. And as we go across the line once again, what was the difference? It was over half a second on that last lap again.
Yeah, it's super tight margins between them, but it is McGlade that is holding the advantage now, but catching is one thing, passing is the other. We've heard that time and time again as we head through Brooklands on the left-hand side of your shot, but into Maggots, Beckers and Chapel for the race lead. Jaroslav Honzik and McGlade separated by nothing. These two cars have battled it out before, but of course it was George Boothby battling on McGlade that earlier on in the race, and now Jaroslav Honzik turns the tables and has to defend ever so slightly. But I will say there are easier people in sim racing to pass than Jaroslav Honzik. He is a wily old boxer who's got plenty of racing under his belt. I raced him in touring cars a few years ago, and I remember him being incredibly difficult to pass because he doesn't typically make mistakes. He's well versed with what his ability is, and when it's exceeding his ability, and when to kind of drive at 98% and still hang on to the position.
And that is going to be working out very well for him. But also, we've got Dykes here trying to have a look up the inside. That's going to be a bit of a dive. Once again, we saw this a couple of laps ago, having to think about it, but not able to get as alongside as he did when he made that move. He needs to be sort of on the outside of this chicane, really, to try and make it stick, but at least just trying to put Bogoroditsky offline at least, and trying to make something happen as we come out onto the GP start-finish straight. But this time around, he's getting very close. And as we saw through Abbey, he managed to make a bit of a run last time.
Yeah, and that might be what he will try and do. He can't really make a stick into Abbey. Oh my goodness me. Bogoroditsky with the reactive sort of defence there, just trying to say, you're not going to pass here, Sonny Jim. But he's saying, actually, I think you'll find, good sir, I'm going to give it a good go straight down the inside as they head down into Village. The two of them separated by absolutely nothing. Around the outside for Lewis Dykes, he might try the up and under once again, but it's a little bit too deep by Bogoroditsky, and this is Dykes' best opportunity. But we've said this before, the Bentley on the Wellington Straight is a little bit faster than the M4, so once we've got down to Brooklands, it should be the advantage towards Bogoroditsky. Lewis Dykes to the inside, commits onto the brakes, he's throwing it in there, he's using the curb a little bit as they head around. Bogoroditsky's going to hang on just at least for now as they head into Luffield. Dykes in that race anywhere car, still not able to get past.
And this is a great battle between these two, really starting to fight, trying to get even a line up the inside of Woodcote Corner. These guys really pushing it to the limit up the inside of Kops. We haven't seen many moves here today, but he's thinking about it down the inside. But no, Bogoroditsky manages to hold on. The 55 can't find a way through.
Super stuff between the two, but it was a little bit too deep from Bogoroditsky. You can't make it stick into Magnus Beckers and Chappell unless you've got an overlap, but Lewis Dykes is feeling hungry. He's feeling like he's demanding some track position. He's frustrated that he's already passed his car. He's already put on a great move and was denied the opportunity to pull away courtesy of some contact, but now he's pushed it a little bit too deep into Chappell, and the two of them will separate by the time they hit Stowe. And so the race lead, by the way, 0.6 of a second. That's on the right hand side of your shot. There is Jaroslav Honzik, and directly behind him is McGlade, separated by absolutely nothing between the two. Whilst I've got to say, this is absolutely fantastic. The two of these, though, are being caught on the right hand side of the shot. They are being caught by Yiga Ogorognikov. It's 0.4 over the previous lap.
Yeah, 4 and a bit hours into this race, and there is 2 big battles inside the top 5. It's amazing to see, and as you say, that could even become a 3-way battle for the lead in a few laps' time if it goes the way that we are hoping. But for sure, as the sun is starting to set in the game, almost 8:30 time that these guys are driving in, but for sure they are starting to put on these battles, and it's great to see. But Dykes hasn't found a way to get sort of that close on this last half a lap, but he's certainly building up to be an intense battle. But I think as Bogoroditsky is really just making too many mistakes, and I think that's what's helping Dykes just stay so close.
I hope you're enjoying your first race here, Cam, into your step into SimGrid. Yeah, it's not bad. Not a bad race, this one, on the Coach Dave 1000. Of course, remember, it's the penultimate race of the season. Dykes is in way too deep, though, losing the rear end of the car, just trying to push the brakes a little bit too hard, and that will give Bogoroditsky at least a bit more of a margin as they head out of Luffield to finish yet another lap. Hour and 40 minutes left to go, and the battle for fourth position just giving itself a little bit of a breather. But I do feel the Race Anywhere Simsport driver of Lewis Dykes is faster than Bogoroditsky at the moment, so I think that one might close back in. But as much as we're saying that these two, Honzik and McGlade, have to worry about Ogoroknikov, Bogoroditsky and Dykes do have to be a little bit concerned about the likes of Tobias Schur, who is closing in as well in one of those prime e-racing cars. So they've got to be a bit careful, but this is the race battle for the race lead. We're being told as well that Bogoroditsky is presently under investigation for contact between the 322 and the 55 of Lewis Dykes, that one being into the Vale chicane. That is under investigation by race control at this very moment.
Oof, that could be, I don't think it would be the harshest penalty in the world, but even any seconds at the next pit stop is going to obviously change the course of these battles. And if he does get some time penalty from that, that would be even more of an incentive to keep Dykes behind, so Dykes can't then sort of get away in this stint. So for sure, it's going to be looking like it's 2 3-way battles, hopefully, by the time we get to the last sort of hour of the race, by the time we get to that next round of pit stops, because as you say, Ogoroknikov and Schur are getting very close behind these guys. But Dykes once again closing in, and just a car length between them.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing between this battle and between the battle for the race lead. Fastest lap of the race, obviously, to Yiga Ogoroknikov as he is closing in. It's another 2/10 over the previous lap. Over this lap that they are just completing, it is more 58.1s for your two race leaders. It's a 57.9 for Ogoroknikov. So it closes down by another 1/10 of a second. I know it's not much, but they do all add up as the race continues. These two separated by absolutely nothing, but Tobias Schur closed in a second on the previous lap, obviously, as they were battling. I think this lap, it looks like it's going to be around about half a second that the McLaren is closing in. So super battles.
Yeah, it's great to see that they're just continuing for so long as well. It's not like it's, one driver catches up, then it's a 2 lap swap positions and then go away again. They are really keeping this going for 5, 10, 15 laps at a time in this field, and it's great to see that also 2 battles at the same time as once again McGlade is getting so close now, just really half a second between the two, and that is just going to be another couple of laps before these guys are fighting for position as well.
Yeah, and McLaren will be hungry to kind of get on with it. Again, we don't really know what's happening with the West Competition Racing team. They have used 2 drivers thus far. They still require to use the 3rd, and this will probably be have to be a shorter stint for next round, which would be good because they used the longer stints earlier on. They went longer than quite a few people earlier on, which might bring them into position where they can actually run a slightly shorter stint by about 5 minutes on this stint, which means that they would have to use an entire 65-minute stint. It's quite risky for them, basically, but they've only used 2 drivers at this point, and if McGlade exceeds 3 hours and 10 minutes, then this guy, is it 3 hours and 10 or is it 3 hours and 5?
5.
It's 3 hours and 5 minutes. If they go past 3 hours and 5, that car will be disqualified.
Yes, I believe he did 2 hours 6 between his first 2 stints. So I believe he can only do a 59-minute stint, and maybe they know that, and maybe he took less fuel or something like that, which is helping the difference in the lap time at the moment. Or maybe he's just feeling it with these new tyres as they're starting to push to try and get that lead. But for sure, there's still some strategy to be worked out. It's a lot more simple for Honzik, who's just going to be sort of going to the end as he is, filling up as you would normally do at his next pit stop. Whereas for the other team behind them, for West Competition, they really need to start thinking about this and how they're going to get to the end.
Yeah, McGlade can get to around about an hour and 2 minutes to go based on that, and this is us doing our commentary math, which again I've always said, never trust a commentator's maths. It is not worth it, but still, from what we're telling you in the commentary booth, I think they can get to about an hour and 2 minutes left to go. Now, if then Dragos Simeon can take over, that means that they should be all right, but it'll be really close, and they will be risking exceeding the 65-minute stint limit at the end of the race if they time it wrong, and that will give them a penalty post-race, which will then drop them right off the podium anyway. So basically what we're saying is West Competition Racing, they're in a sort of bad spot where they're basically on a knife's edge from everything being absolutely fine and them actually still being within this race, or them being completely out of it, no joke.
And it's pretty much, one lap either way is going to make or break their race. Because as you say, if they cross the line, if the leader crosses the line and there's 5 seconds left and you effectively have to do an extra lap, that extra 2 minutes could be very crucial on the driver's stint times indeed. And that's something that the teams have to factor in. Obviously, the driver's stint times is the same for all the teams, and they have the same status. Oh, that's going to be too wide.
Yeah, it's Bogoroditsky who's gone wide coming through Abbey, and he's gone straight on. Lewis Dyke says, well, that is karma, good sir. Karma, goodbye. He has got straight back up in a 4th position, and that was a critical error from Bogoroditsky, who still, by the way, just to clarify, is under investigation from race control. And if anything else happens in this battle, I don't think Dykes is out of this, by the way. Dykes, I don't think Bogoroditsky is out of this. I think he'll be able to potentially close his way back in. The two of these, whilst it does seem like Lewis Dykes is the faster, the two of them don't seem like exactly separated by much, do they?
Absolutely not. And Bogoroditsky got back because Dykes was a bit slower there through the Vale chicane, which is what caused that contact initially as well. So, I don't think this is over either. However, that could be quite a crucial move if Dykes can keep in the lead, and then Bogoroditsky potentially or not getting a time penalty for that contact a little bit early as well. That could be quite a big factor, as we're going to get a replay here to see what happened.
Yeah, too much curb. Just too much curbing there from Bogoroditsky, and that's what's pushed him out wide. Hearing in our ear, by the way, the battle for the race lead is absolutely on right now, as McGlade has gone for it on Jaroslav Honzik. He's not been able to get through, but there is nothing separating these two. Let's see what they're like going through Abbey. Is McGlade going to be any faster as we rise up and over the crest, heading through the farm curve? Certainly not fast enough to tag Jaroslav Honzik just yet.
And that's one thing, if you go for a move which was similarly in that sort of Stowe Vale section that we've seen quite a lot, that can then lose you time. If you don't make the move, it can sort of lose the momentum. And then as you can see, the gap has just worked its way up a little bit by a few tenths, and Honzik has a little bit of a breather just for at least half a lap. But this is certainly getting very close. And at this point in the stint already earlier on, McGlade was starting to struggle a bit. So I don't know how, but he's certainly feeling a lot better as we're now 30 minutes into this one.
But again, whilst these two battle, 4 seconds behind. You've got those 2 lap traffics in one of the slow racing teams, and I believe it's one of the virtual drivers by TX3 Ferraris that is directly behind. That'll be 12th and 13th position, separated by not very much directly behind. And then the next car down the road, 4 seconds behind the race lead. Man, big bad Igor Ogoroknikov is charging at the moment. He is closing in, obviously on that lap, courtesy of the battle between the two of them, he closed in 2 seconds over the previous lap. So it's 59.9 apiece between the two of these.
Yeah, that's crazy. If they start battling like this, that is literally going to be, a handful of laps, really. And you're just going to be about to see him almost in the background there, just about. So he's getting very close. But yes, this is where the lead is going to be.
Yeah, McGlade is looking to the outside, coming down into Stowe. He's going to look around the outside. He's trying to get all the way around the outside. Jaroslav Honzik is able to hang on just a little bit, exceeding track limits once again from McGlade, but he might well look down the inside coming into fair. He's certainly going to look. He's certainly going to commit. He's almost there, but Jaroslav Honzik is just about able to keep on. He's a little bit too deep, though, as we head around Club and onto the Lewis Hamilton straight. That BMW is looming large in the background. There is nothing separating these two. Absolutely superb as we head to the final 90 minutes of this race. Jaroslav Honzik is under all kinds of pressure. Right hand side of your screen, there is the man chasing him down. Ogorognikov is flying at the moment, and if the two of these battle like this, we are absolutely looking at a three-way fight.
And Honzik there putting his car in the absolute perfect places to be able to defend this. And once again, McGlade loses time through that midsection of the lap, and he can't keep up. He loses the opportunity into this sort of Brooklands Luffield section of corners, and that is going to be sort of half a lap of breathing space once again. But as we're saying, that Bentley in the background is really starting to loom large. Under 3 seconds, and when we get to the end of this lap, I'm sure the pace difference is going to be seen to be over a second a lap once again.
I'm all for it, though, if I'm perfectly honest. I want to see a three-way fight.
Yeah.
As much as if the 41 wins this, the championship leaders, if they win this, then they are looking super strong coming into our season finale. Of course, in a few weeks' time, we go to Monza. Their main championship rival is the 82 that Jaroslav Honzik is behind. There is confirmation. It was a warning to the car 322. That one was Bogoroditsky. Of course, that warning going because of the contact between themselves and Lewis Dykes. I'll be open, I don't agree with that, but each to their own. That's the role from race control. And as I always say, whether you agree with it or you don't, if race control say it's a warning, race control say it's a warning. That's just it. Like, accept it, move on. Oh my goodness me, what a move. Well, what an attempt. Oh, he spun him around though, and Jaroslav Honzik with the half send just spins it around, catches it once again. McGlade, that was a little bit too much. And guess who's there? Of course, it's Ogorognikov.
And fair play to McGlade to actually sort of just let up and let Honzik catch the car and keep that position so we can continue in this. But you are right, that Bentley, look how close it is in the background. That is going to be so close. And these guys really need to start thinking about this battle, because otherwise they're both going to be losing the lead here.
Oh my goodness me, this is a pretty frantic battle, but it was sort of a very, very late half send. I don't think McGlade was really intending to do it, but it was sort of as he got back on the power, because obviously you do carry quite a lot of speed, you get on the power quite early, rolling through Stowe, and I think just misjudged it. We'll take a look back at it on board with the man himself. This is on board with McGlade in the West Competition racing car. So you've got Jaroslav Honzik going into the corner. It was a little bit slow there at the end of the... It was a little bit slow going in, but you see what I mean? As he gets on the power, he just drives straight into the rear end of Jaroslav Honzik, who was slightly offline. I agree with you. Credit to McGlade, who essentially backed out enough to not gain the position, because it understood that if he'd have gained the position from there, it was a slam dunk penalty. From that, probably a warning.
Yeah, and also it's just sportsmanship as well. That's not the way that you want to get the position. They're having such a great battle. Let's keep this going and make sure that we are continuous to the end, as we're literally getting to 90 minutes left in this race on this lap. And now a three-way battle for the lead. This is amazing to see, and it's just awesome. There's also, it's 3 different teams, obviously 3 different car manufacturers, and it's all coming to a head here 4.5 hours into this race.
Yeah, and it's not the only battle as well, because Bogoroditsky is getting under fire from the car directly behind it, Tobias Schur. So got that battle for just inside the top 5. Lewis Dykes has been able to clear away, but this is what we just cannot take our eyes off of right now. The battle for the race lead. Jaroslav Honzik versus McGlade versus Ogorognikov, all for the race lead. McGlade is charging. I feel that it's kind of easy to say that Ogorognikov is the fastest of the 3 because he's had the clear air, he's had the ability to catch. I kind of get the feeling that McGlade might actually be the fastest of the 3, but he's just unable to find its way past the pesky Porsche that is sat directly ahead. Gives it a bit of a look into Abbey trying to get Jaroslav Honzik offline, but I can confirm to you that does not work at all. it's just really tricky to pass at Silverstone.
It is. That on that last lap as well, 41, Ogrodnikov gaining 2.5 seconds. So yeah, you're right, that pace difference obviously isn't on the pure pace. It was because Honzik was spinning and everything like that. But for sure, I think McGlade can do the sort of the low 58s, high 57s. That is the pace of Ogrodnikov behind him. So let's see how that one worked out, because obviously that is going to be quite an important factor of how this battle goes, because they are almost just, nose to tail between the three cars now.
Yeah, McGlade, by the way, just receiving word, is going to receive a warning for that contact with Jaroslav Honzik, which is going to be a shock to anyone. He does have to be careful. He is on 2 licence points, is McGlade. If he picks up another one, then they'll be receiving quite a penalty going into the... I think 3 licence points is a qualifying ban, if I remember correctly. If you're a driver, if you go into the next round and you're a part of the team... It's a 15-second, sorry, I'll correct myself. It's a 15-second penalty at the next race. So, that's if he gets an extra penalty, he will not only get the penalty for this race, but he'll get the penalty for the next race. That's the point of the licence point system. Both drivers and teams, is to discourage repeat behaviours. So, you're allowed to make the odd penalty here and there, but if it comes to more than that, then you'll receive a much larger penalty. Here is the move to outside. McGlade straight around the outside. Is he going to be able to carry it, though? He's tried this one a couple of times. Jaroslav Honzik just hanging on to the track position at the moment. The battle for the race lead once again, and Yazhi is able to just hang on in the setting sun here at Silverstone. Straight around the outside, though, this is going to get a little bit dicey as they head through the Vale chicane and out through Club. The three-way fight for the race lead, and McGlade is not able to find his way past.
And this is an amazing battle between the two. Honzik just putting his car absolutely where he needs to, but defending there into Abbey, that's not going to work, because now Ogrodnikov is right behind them, and this is going to be side by side, I'm sure, as we get into the loop.
Yeah, Ogrodnikov surely's got to send it on one of them. The switch back to the inside, though. McGlade has gone down the inside of Honzik. He's still gone in a little bit too deep, though. There's contact between the two as they're bringing it back over to the right-hand side of the circuit, heading through the loop right now. The three is over right nothing, but those two are off. And guess who's coming through? It's got to be the 41, 3 wide through Aintree. Super stuff, but the number 41's done it. A bit more of a hip check as well from Jaroslav Honzik on McGlade, as the two of those will go side by side. Their battle continues, but Ogrodnikov says, thanks, lads. Hashtag see ya. I am gone, I'm out of here, I'm going to check out.
And that could be huge for the championship as well, because that is not one place, that is 2 for the number 41, who will be leading the way across the line to start this next lap. And that is going to be so massive. And we're going to get replay here to see just the amount of contact that we saw between all these guys, because it was quite a lot.
Super stuff between them. Yeah, so it was that sort of defence from Jaroslav Honzik that slowed down the entire train. Got to say, wise stuff from Ogrodnikov. What's this? We're on board with him. He looks kind of convinced, and then thinks, actually, well, maybe not. No, I'm not going to, because the West Competition racing car of McGlade was doing it. The two of them make contact there as the two of them just met in the middle of the circuit. But then, as this contact happened, I've seen that before in real life between Alex Walker and Nicholas Taylor. You get latched onto each other and boom, away you go. And Igor Ogrodnikov says, okay, there's an easy double move for me.
And Honzik, he did that a few times where he sort of pushed McGlade out on the exit, but both times in Stowe he was a lot further ahead. That time around, McGlade was literally right on his outsides, and of course, as you say, looking close, so being close together, obviously getting caught on each other, and therefore going off. And that, yeah, I mean, as we're saying, this could be so big for the championship, because that then puts the gap even bigger, opening up that 16-point lead rather than shrinking it.
Yeah, because McGlade had an overlap there. So I think the contact between Village and the Loop, I think that one's fine. That's just two cars meeting because they're on different lines, right? And they can't really see each other. Jaroslav Honzik is expecting McGlade to go over to the right-hand side to sort of get the run through the corner, the typical racing line. You see how far over to the right they go. But McGlade is kind of thinking, right, Honzik's off to the left and I want to hold him on a defensive line, which he's perfectly allowed to do. And so the two of them just meet in the middle of the circuit. That's just racing, that happens, fair enough. But the push off on the exit going up towards Aintree, I think that one's a little bit naughty. I think it's on the shoulders of Jaroslav Honzik, and I think Race Control, who are taking a look, that might well end up being a penalty slightly to the Yazhi car. But again, that is Race Control. They can see it from every single angle that we most certainly cannot. But either way, what we can confirm is that Ogrodnikov is leading the race. Will he have the pace to pull away from it, though? The three of them still separated by around about 1.5 seconds.
It's so crazy. That an hour ago, that car was 17 seconds off the lead. And now they're leading. It's amazing how quickly just a battle for the lead can actually hinder them. It's hard to say, but maybe if McGlade hadn't battled so hard in that previous stint, or maybe even now in just the last 10-20 laps, how would that have affected the gap with the number 41? But coming back to this battle as well, we've seen Schur now finally catching up to Bogoroditsky for this 5th place, and it looks like we're basically starting to see a battle because Dykes has pulled away.
Yeah, the McLarens are pretty healthy around here, and Prime E Racing bringing 3 of them to the racetrack. All 3 are within the top 15. Of course, you can see them there, the 77, the 78 and the 79. 77 is the highest placed of them in the championship, inside the top 10 of the championship standings. Would like to move up at least a couple more spots with another decent result here. Deep in the slipstream of Bogoroditsky, who did manage to nail Chapel. Whilst they've been battling, it's been a healthy lead going the way of Dykes in this battle, 4.6 seconds. And I'm going to take a wild assumption that I know why Jaroslav Honzik has just received a 5-second time penalty. I'm going to say that's probably for squeezing off McGlade at this corner here.
Absolutely, and that is it's not a lot. 5 seconds really isn't a lot, but it's enough to change a battle and stop a battle that is this close. And for the race lead, there's less than 2 seconds between 3 cars here battling for the lead, and those 5 seconds is just going to be a little bit too much, I would say, to come back for. That'll be added to the next pit stop as well, which is going to be very crucial. So let's see how that one works out. But it's for pushing the car off, and we kind of saw that one coming, didn't we? Yeah. There was just too much of an overlap. Honzik pushing the car, the number 33 car, McGlade, out wide, and to be honest, you can't really argue with that.
No, I know there's a lot of people that'll be like, oh, but I had an overlap or whatever. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. There was a car there. Here's a car straight down the inside. That is Tobias Schur down the inside of Nikita Bogoroditsky, who's going to try and hang it around the outside, just on the exit of Brooklands. Gives them the inside for Luffield. Good little display between the two of them. But it does mean that the big Bentley might be taking a bit of understeer and the wider lines through Luffield. You can take a couple of different lines. Diamond in the corner, taking a smooth exit, late apex, however you want to do it. There's quite a few lines there. And that one is going to give the opportunity for Tobias Schur to sit right on the rear end, and still no way for the McLaren to pass, at least yet. But again, I'd say Bogoroditsky, after dropping off the rear end of Lewis Dykes, is seeming to struggle on speed a little bit, and of course Tobias Schur will more than happily lap that one up.
Am I right in saying that the 322 was right next to the 41 a little bit earlier on in the race as well? So crazy to see how the two teammates have just separated so much over the last couple of hours, but that just shows you how a bit of pace here and there and a bit of battling around you can really change your positions as we come back, as the battles continue even lower down, even for 16th place.
Yes, there's always going to be battles. Said before, as much as we get really sort of brought into the battles at the front, there are still a lot of battles that happen over the 6 hours of racing here. There's always some form of racing between two teams, and this one being between the Grippacks Engineering and the Leipart racing car of Eichhorn, who's in 17th position at the moment, 16th for Jonas Savalainen, the Finnish-based team of Grippacks Engineering. As you can really see there, that sun is setting. And again, just to clarify, by the way, I say this every time we're in a race with setting sun. On ACC, which you probably won't know this, Cam, because I know you haven't raced in these kind of conditions and such, at least not on ACC. That sun is, especially when you're driving from cockpit, is incredibly distracting, because all the dirt and dust, and just even the windscreen itself, just how it catches light at certain angles, you can almost be completely blind at points, and it is tremendously difficult to drive through. And not only that, but you'll see it here as we come through Stowe. Bang, you see that there, you can see it's getting quite dirty, you can see all those little scratches and stuff on the windscreen, but that sun is right in the line just as you want to pick out the brake zone. You're missing so much detail of what's going on. It is so hard.
Fortunately, by this point in the race, you have a lot of muscle memory, but yeah, visually, and the visual cues that you get, it's so difficult, as you say, to see those parts of the track. And especially around here, there's a lot of high-speed corners. There's crucial points that you need to see, especially if you want to defend a position like Bogoroditsky is trying to now for this 5th place. Dykes has dropped these guys by 6 seconds now, but Schur in the 77 is getting the slipstream now and all over the back of him.
Yeah, this is tight. It's a tight little battle, but the Bentley does seem fast enough in a straight line. The McLaren 720's no slowpoke in a straight line itself, though. And here's the little look to the inside, going to commit onto the brakes, taking that tighter line into Stowe. The Primary Racing 77 has sent it in there. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them, a bit of a hit check, and Bogoroditsky is taking the alternate line around the outside of Stowe, and now he's switching it straight back to the inside. My goodness me, what a straight switch back that was. Gets it to the inside, another hip check between the two. They're both given one to each other, and Bogoroditsky is able to hang on. I am glad I'm not in race control for that one.
I really thought there was going to be a big crash between the two there. When you see someone dive it, literally in the braking zone as well, it's always so late that generally you can't get far enough alongside that you sort of just clip their rear end and do a bit of a spin. But fortunately, they're both going in the right direction. But I would say Bogoroditsky might be under review a little bit for that, because really the position was lost for him.
But I do also think that there might be something towards Scher as well, who did make that contact. I think he was driving it in a little bit too deep into Stowe and gave a little bit of a hip check that kind of started the whole kerfuffle between the two of them. But either way, that has happened, and this is happening. Ogor Ogonikov and Yaroslav Honzik separated by 0.7 of a second. Of course, the 5-second time penalty to be dished out to Yaroslav Honzik on the pit stop. Again, I know a lot of people will agree, will disagree. I've already said my piece on a different incident earlier on the day. Whatever decision race control make, you've got to respect it. That's just how it is. Race control can see an awful lot of things. You know this from being in race control. It's not an easy job. You've got a lot to juggle, and sometimes you make a decision based on what you can see and what the data that you've got, which not everyone sat at home can see, and so you're kind of basing it off of a lot more information that everyone else has, and everyone else has to trust that you've seen the right stuff, and that is not easy.
Yeah, I spent quite a few years at decently high level competition doing stewarding and race direction. It's not the easiest thing in the world, because you have to try and get it right, but it's very difficult in the tight situations as well, where it's a little bit it's a little bit close, it's a little bit awkward situation, and as you say, you can only do what you think. But the cool thing about sim racing is you could literally do whatever camera position that you want as well. You could do camera positions that would be impossible in real life to do, and that sort of does help, but it doesn't make some of the decisions any easier, because of course there's a lot of pressure to get it right, and sometimes the rules aren't always 100% clear on these things. But yeah, it's definitely not a job to envy at all. It's certainly a difficult one, and it's a thankless task, really.
And that's the thing, with it being a thankless task, everyone's just sort of like, you're the enemy. I was in race control for a championship once, and I've said before I will never do it again because it is a necessary evil. We need race control in events like this, and it's why I always try and respect those race stewards, because it is. It's a tough task, and like I say, you've got a lot of pressure on your shoulders to deal with, and I think we should always at least give them their time. It's much like to the same kind of level that you need marshals on a racetrack to go racing. Realistically, in sim racing at this level, we need race control to go racing, whether you sometimes like the decision or not. Let's be honest, the person getting penalised isn't exactly going to like the decision, but it's tough. They're getting a penalty because they made a mistake. Just how it goes.
And the in-game detections aren't always good enough to rely on in some of these things as well. So you do need the human eye and the human aspect of it to try and give the decisions where possible. And to be honest, I would still say, even in sim racing, when even at high level competitions, most of the people doing it are still sort of doing it for fun as such. They're not necessarily qualified people, and they're still getting 95% of the decisions correct. So I think that works out pretty well.
Yeah, it's just how it goes, and we'll keep our fingers crossed though that race control don't have to step in at all for the next hour and 15 minutes. We're racing towards the final pit stops of the evening, and here comes, of course, Tobias Scher to the outside of Bogoroditsky. This is for the final position inside the top 5, getting all the way around the outside. Is fully there is the McLaren. There was a little bit of turn in there from Bogoroditsky, and that does give the advantage potentially to Tobias Scher. They head out of club, they head onto the Hamilton straight, and the space is given. Little bit of side-by-side in the straight that was very unnecessary from Bogoroditsky, and Scher is not able to get through.
God, that is such a strong defence from Bogoroditsky, and I didn't really like that contact on the straight, to be honest, and also the way he sort of came back on the track out of that final corner, sort of aggressively being like, I'm having that space, and then continue to come over to the right, but he's just fighting for every position, and sure, he's got it, he's trying everything that he can, but he's being made to fight for this one, which is good to see for 5th place, but just a little bit too much contact for my liking.
Yeah, you know me when it comes to making contact on straight. I remember ripping one of your drivers to pieces over a bit of that at a certain circuit in the French countryside. It's how it goes. I'm not for any contact on a straight line, but it's super unnecessary. I think that was a little bit too much for Bogoroditsky, because I'd say that Tobias Schär actually read that one really well. Saw Bogoroditsky go wide and then thinks, whoa, actually I've got to give you quite a bit of room here, and then Bogoroditsky keeps coming. What's that about?
I'm not a huge fan of that, to be honest, because once he got back on the track, he then kept on coming over, which he didn't really need to do, where, as you say, it's a straight line. The steering wheel should be going straight. You should be moving relative to the track as such, especially when you're side by side. It's just it can be a little bit dangerous for that. But fortunately, all the drivers are going at it again on the next lap, and as the timer counts down, the laps go by, these guys are still fighting. It's been a great battle here at the Silverstone 1000, and it's great to see that it's continuing as we come up to Stowe once again.
Yeah, they can't pit yet. That's the critical thing. Again, just to clarify, I've said it enough times this broadcast. You're all bored of hearing me say it, but I'm going to say it once, at least once more. We'll say it a lot more than that, sorry. 65-minute stint limits. That is what they are dealing with here. So, essentially, to reach the checkered flag, they can technically pit with 65 minutes to go. You really wouldn't want to. You need to give yourself at least sort of 3 or 4 minutes leeway on that, in case an extra lap gets put in and all that kind of stuff, depending on where the races are. You really want to be pitting with about an hour to go. Any earlier than that, between the hour and 5 minute window, you're looking a little bit tight, and if you exceed that 65-minute stint, I can't remember exactly what the penalty is, but it is, I think it's a stop and go 90. It's a big penalty, and it's translated into a time penalty post-race. Essentially, you finish at the back of whatever lap you're on. You do not want to exceed that, because all of your hard work over what has been a very, very long day goes to waste.
And that is what we're saying with the McGlade car. The 33 was running it very tight on that, but you are right. You don't want to do it on the 65. You've got to go at least, a lap's worth of time, which is about 2 minutes here, just to make sure if the leader passes the line, then you're not going to be worrying about having to do an extra lap if it's getting very close indeed. But that is, if I'm not mistaken, that's from the pit exit, right? At the end of the pit stop. So that is the time that you are looking for to get to the end. So timing that pit stop to perfection is what you need to do. But sometimes you are limited, just sort of with other time limits you've got to look at, and also the fuel level in the car.
It's pit entry to pit exit, right? So once you're in the pit lane, the timer stops completely, right? And it actually resets, which means that if you are, for example, and you really shouldn't do this because it doesn't actually make any sense to do so, but if you needed to go an hour and 15 minutes and whatever, you were able to save the amount of fuel to get to 75 minutes, but you didn't want to make a full pit stop again, you can do a drive-through. If you do a drive-through, it will reset the time. And so that is a tactic which you could use. You will lose a lot of time from doing it, and you shouldn't do it. But if for whatever reason it will save you from actually coming to a stop, changing tyres, doing a full pit stop, it would save you time on that. It's just, I mean, don't put yourself in that position is the only way that I can say about that kind of strategy.
Yeah, that's it sounds smart, but it is really not in practice how that one would actually work out for you to be in that position. So hopefully no one does that. But as you say, 65 minutes, which means we are just about 5 and a bit minutes away from that window opening, and then we'll start to see these final pit stops. And it's getting so close once again for the lead, under a second now, but that 5 seconds for Honzik at his pit stop in sort of 3-4 laps time, that is going to be crucial, because that'll probably drop him behind McGlade, and then it'll be once again a battle between the 33 and the 82.
Yeah, this race is definitely not over yet, because Honzik certainly has the speed. I think even post pit stop, 5 seconds over 65 minutes. I don't think that's impossible, but I do think he might need to come in the pit lane as early as is really possible on their strategy So to give you an update as to when we're expecting them in, Jaroslav Honzik can technically go for another... Oh, it's going to be tight. He can go for another 10 minutes. No, it should be fine. Basically, again, you want to take it to about the hour mark. You don't really want to pit early than that, because as much as we've said, 65 minutes is the window. But the problem is, if you pit with an hour and 5 to go, well, when it gets to an hour, like the timer ticks down to 0, and then it's whatever lap needs to be finished, which you won't be at the same point of the racetrack as them. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. So you want to pit with about an hour left to go. And so I think we'll be seeing Jaroslav Honzik out for another roughly sort of 7 minutes. Big moment there from Tobias Schur right in the rear end of Nikita Bogoroditsky. Still not able to find his way past in that McLaren. The 322 has been hanging on, obviously with a little bit of side-by-side contact, but still, Bogoroditsky is doing everything he needs to do at the moment to hang on to 5th place.
Yeah, certainly is, and I mean, just doing a solid job. A bit of contact here and there, a bit of argy-bargy, but still somehow managing to hold on to that 5th place, and maybe not the speed that the 322 would have wanted, being next to the 41 at an earlier point, which is now obviously leading that race. But for sure, you can't take away from the effort that Bogoroditsky and co have been putting in that car to try and hold on to these positions. Unfortunately, Dykes has now dropped them by over 11 seconds. So when we saw that battle earlier, Dykes, we were wondering if he was going to pull away, and well, to be honest, there's the fact he has, because he's been a lot faster, and I think Schur is going to do the same if and when he can get past.
Yeah, I just think there's a couple of issues heading the way of this 322 when it comes to its race pace. And if this happens towards the end of the actual race, or whatever issue they're having now, they need to rectify it on the pit stop and get ready for that final race, final stint of the race. And if they don't, well, they're going to drop back even further. Well, to be fair, I think 6th is probably about as far back as it will go. Schubert is about 20 seconds. I know it says +1 lap there, but he's around 20 seconds behind. I think he'd probably be able to hang on with Bogoroditsky at least to 6th place, but you never really know with the way the final laps of this race work. Jaroslav Honzik just lost a little bit over the last lap. It was a 58.2 for Yegor Ogorokov. It was a 59.1, so lost nearly a second over the previous lap, did Jaroslav Honzik.
Yeah, the lap time's certainly starting to swing once again, and as the stint goes on and the tyres get worn, and even now with the track getting cooler and cooler as well, that's certainly something to factor in. And looking at that weather map, it looks like in the next 30 minutes still going to be no rain or anything coming, so that obviously could be a factor to think about for the final pit stop. So it doesn't look like anything like that is going to be happening, so certainly coming the way of some of the drivers at this point in the race. But we are getting very close to these final pit stops, and I'm so excited to see how that one is going to work out. I can also already see there's a couple of the drivers are starting to get a little bit close on the time, and might be thinking about pitting just a little bit earlier to avoid any issues.
Yeah, I'm looking at the top 5 at the moment. The one that's in the closest region to that pit lane sequence is Jaroslav Honzik, who is 2 laps away from making a pit stop here, and it would be the final pit stop that they're all making. Of course, that's on the same level of strategy as Dykes, the 55. Also got to make a pit stop in 2 laps time, so we'd suspect that those two will be in at the same point in the race. Well, about an hour and 1 minute left to go, which means that they'll be well within the remit to reach the end of the race, so that will be absolutely fine. But still, the likes of Ogorokov and McGlade, they can go a lap longer, or 2 laps longer rather, so we won't expect to see those in until about 58 laps to go, 58 minutes to go.
Yeah, which is going to be a huge advantage because it's also taking less fuel as well. So the stop itself will be slightly shorter, which is always, that little bit, a few seconds of advantage. So, yeah, let's see how that one works out for these guys. But Bogoroditsky once again defending that Bentley, seemingly be able to hold on a straight line. But 77 of Schur getting very close once again, but not being as aggressive, diving it down the inside as we've seen some other drivers do.
Yeah, just not really fancying. It was a little bit too far back, maybe lining up a move down into the Vale chicane, looks to the inside, commits to it on the brake, sending it in once again in that McLaren 720, but the outside line for Bogoroditsky is good enough, looking for the up and under, heading through onto the Hamilton straight, and still no option to make that move. Bogoroditsky is doing just about enough to hang on, at least for now, but one little error, then that'll be sorted. These two are on the same strategy, by the way. They'll be pitting in 3 laps time, or it's 2 laps at the end of this one. Kind of would wonder if you're Tobias Schär, pitting a lap earlier, just don't pit on the same lap, just because you can see it's got the pace.
Especially as they've got a bit of time to play with, but I don't think that's going to matter because look how close he is coming out of Aintree there, but that's obviously too close to get the slipstream, but diving it down the inside is what he's going to have to do into Brooklands. Bogoroditsky coming across, as we've seen a few times, but the McLaren going side by side on the apex of Brooklands, but somehow Bogoroditsky holding on to it side by side once again in Luffield, and the switchback is going to happen.
Yeah, looking for the up and under, as we've said before a couple of times, but it's so tricky because Luffield's such a long corner. We've seen Tobias Schär at least look down the inside into Copse a couple of times, but the defensive line from Bogoroditsky might drag him offline on the run into Magnus Beckström. He knows where the rear end of that car is, pulls straight back over the nose, of course, of Tobias Schär, as McGlade has pitted a lot earlier than expected because, of course, they need to hand over because McGlade is in a difficult spot with the pit stops. Their driver stint time would be, again, remember that the limit is 3 hours and 5 minutes. Now, finally, they have been able to get Simeon behind the wheel, which means that they've got 3 drivers behind the wheel. They're not going to extend the 65-minute stint limit, even though it's going to be pretty close to the checkered flag. We'll have to keep our eye on that one. But realistically, they should be okay.
Yeah, they should, just about. And also on the 3 hour 5 minute, I believe it was just under 59 minutes that they had, which means that basically they pit on the exact perfect lap. If they did one more, it would have been just slightly too much. So I think they might have done this, as long as with where the leader is on that final lap is good for them. If they're quite a way off, then I don't think that is going to help them too much, but they should be close enough to the leader that isn't going to matter too much, as this battle for which is now 4th place is going to continue. And let's see how this one works out, because Shea's got so close on many laps, just can't find a way past.
Yeah, if the final lap begins with roughly like 20 seconds left to go on the timer, I think they're in trouble. I think the 33 is genuinely in trouble, because it means that what you'll do is for that 20 seconds you'll go around and basically do an extra lap, which will it'll just take you to a really awkward spot where, because they've pitted with basically just on 65 minutes left to go, or 63 minutes, if you do that extra lap, which is around 2 minutes, you're pretty tight to running over the allotted time. It's basically they're not in the most comfortable spot known to mankind, and they're hoping that it doesn't go for the extra lap, which we've kind of all seen it in all sorts of timed races. Anytime it comes down to the final 5-10 seconds and we're not sure if it's going to be one extra lap or whether we're going to go to one under, drivers on the grid are split. Some want it to go one extra lap, and others are like, please don't, I don't have enough fuel to do this, and that is genuinely a problem.
Yeah, the driver time is such a great factor to have in these races. Makes it a lot more difficult to think about for the teams, and certainly an extra dynamic for that. And it's great to see that the teams are all trying something different. I mean, they're all pitting on different laps. They've all had different driver stints and things like that. It's been a massive deviation between some of them, but it really matters now where the number 41 Ogorodnikov comes out of the pit lane, at what time that is, and then how fast his pace is as well.
Got to say as well, we've had pit lane entries from Lewis Dykes, as well as obviously McGlade, and then Yaroslav Honzik have all been into the pit lane. We were expecting the 82 and the 55, of course, race anywhere in Yaz heat, to enter the pit lane. Right hand side of your shot, by the way. The left hand side of your shot is the battle for what is now 2nd position, Bogoroditsky versus Schär. On the right hand side of your shot, that was Mikkel versus Healy in 17th position. Of course, one of the Leopard esports teams trying to find a way past the big Bentley. And it's it's not able to find that move at the moment. And for Wild Things, they've had an up and down day. They had a couple of issues earlier on with Harry Phillips being on the bold tyre choice at the start of the race. Let's say it that. Obviously, slicks in wet weather conditions was suboptimal. They're inside the top 20 with a 17th at the moment. I think that's pretty healthy recovery, to be honest.
Absolutely, it's always difficult at the beginning part of the race. You know, it was so difficult to work out what is going to be the best option, and you know, to turn things around from that after that first hour is certainly very good. As we're now into the final hour, two guys in the pit stops, Bogroditsky and Schur. Let's see how this one works out for them.
Yeah, and Igor Ognikov will take over the race lead, but he does owe us a pit stop. Didn't even notice this, by the way. Jaroslav Honzik is not behind the wheel anymore. They've passed it back to Maciej Malinovski, who is behind the wheel. He is ahead of Simeon as well. So this will turn out to being a net second position, at least for now. Malinovski, who is so incredibly fast, we'll see if he's able to maybe do a little bit of damage to Igor Ognikov. That might mean, it's kind of no disrespect to Jaroslav Honzik, because I know he's plenty faster than I am, but it might mean that Jaroslav Honzik might have been the reason the car was struggling. So passing it off to Malinovski, a driver who is one of the absolute fastest drivers on this platform, this is their chance to try and take the race victory. It might be a Malinovski versus Igor Ognikov, which I am all about, by the way.
And somehow they've kept that position with the 5-second penalty. You're right. So yeah, just an interesting way that has worked out for that team, going a little bit different to what we thought. But you know, if they think that's going to be the best way to the end, the fastest way to the end, then of course, you know, you might as well swap drivers, to be honest. And obviously Malinovski did a very short first stint, only 42 minutes, which is why he's been able to jump back in to this final stint as well. And we're seeing side-by-side action going through at Abbey as well, which is great to see. A nice shot there. And yeah, either way, second place there, looking really good for them. And it just depends where they come out in relation to this car you're seeing on the right side of your screen now, the number 41. And I'm going to assume that he's going to stay in that car as well.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty tight, I think, but it's more so now working out what the gap is going to be. I'm going to take a wild guess that the 41 is going to retain the race lead. I don't see them losing it here, but it's just about what the gap is going to be. Maciej Malinovski will aim to be within 5 seconds. I don't think they will be. I think they're going to be looking to about 6 or 7 seconds off the rear end of Ognikov, who jumps off of the jacks and then departs from pit lane onto the start-finish straight for the other two. Just in tow at the moment, Simeon keeping up with Malinovski. That, to me, Cam, looks like it might be even bigger than 6 or 7 seconds as they race their way down to Magnus Beckers and Chapel.
Yeah, that's a slightly yikes gap. That is enough for number 41 to be nice and comfortable there in the lead. So let's see what Malinovski can do, because he's got some work to do now. He's got pretty much most of the hanger straight to catch down, whilst having to defend from Simeon behind. That's not going to be an easy 57 minutes, but let's see what he can do. I mean, if he's gonna try it, this is certainly the time to do it.
It is actually 5.8 seconds, so it's not too bad. But like you say, trying to catch down. I mean, I said Malinovski is one of the fastest on the platform. But guess who else is one of the fastest on the platform? Yeah, it's Igor Ognikov. It's not going to be an easy one to do. If I am Simeon right now, I would honestly not fight. No need to fight right now. If you fight now, sure, you might be able to take over second position and you might be able to hold it all the way to the checkered flag. But why bother? Because if you sit behind Malinovski, what if he starts catching? What if he starts dragging you up to the race lead? What if he catches all the way up to Igor Ognikov and there's contact between the two in the final lap of the race? I mean, I don't know about you, but I would take third and potentially risk that.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly right now they don't need to fight. Yeah, you are right. I just don't know when we get later on. I don't know. I mean, if it's not going to be on, then obviously going to need to be fighting for that position, because that 33. I mean, it's at good pace. I mean, they're going to want to get as high as they can, but they are a little bit further out of the championship, so maybe not wanting to get involved with that.
No, I mean, I agree. I'm not saying that never fight over the entirety of the stint. That's a silly thing. That was just second position. I'd go for it. But I'm saying right now there is no reason to fight Malinowski. Not until the final 10 minutes. Not until that battle that gap is completely sorted and set in stone, and definitely will not change. Well, we've seen Bogoroditsky get out of the car as Kirill Sadarov has got behind the wheel. Tobias Scher has also jumped out for Sven Hetic. The two of these now battling over 5th position, as we've seen these cars do, but it's their teammates doing battle now as opposed to the main drivers. It means we might see a somewhat different kind of battle. We've seen plenty of bits of brushes, a bit of contact between the two of them. But we'll see if the two teammates in the form of Sadarov and Hetic will continue the same trend.
Yeah, it's always interesting when there's a driver change and just seeing how that is going to translate to the battles that we're seeing, because especially when you've been out of the car for an hour, 2 hours, and then you've just got to jump back into a really high level battle, and you can see just how, I mean, they're exactly the same distance apart as from when they went into the pit lane, so they're literally just continuing, and they're already going at it once again, which is great to see. But the drivers just need to get themselves warmed up once again and not start making any little mistakes and risking further penalties from just not really being in the zone for such a high level battle.
Yeah, like I say, very, very tight. One of the SBQ racing cars as well, directly behind, that will try and stay out of it. Although, I don't know if you were able to catch earlier on the race when me and you and O'Leary were on. Some of the SBQ cars were deciding to actually battle quite aggressively with some of those on the lead lap, which was an experience. We'll see if that's going to happen in this one. I don't think so. I think I get the feeling they might think, we've done that once, let's not try it again.
Yeah, no, I did watch the first couple of hours, so it's very entertaining, don't you worry. But yeah, I saw that, which I'm always not a big fan of, to be honest. I don't really like seeing those lapped runners get involved too much with the people on the lead lap. Of course, they've got their own race to think about, but they're still not on the lead lap, so which one is more priority. But it's always a difficult situation to be in, especially if you're in a situation where you're a lap car but you're physically faster as well. You need to sort of get ahead, but it's quite difficult to get ahead in a nice way that you then aren't being attacked into the next corner. So yeah, it's always an awkward situation.
Well, Malinowski has just set the fastest lap of the race. It was in the hands of Raditsi with a 57.657. It then moved very, very briefly to the hands of Igor Rognikov with a 57.587. And then Malinowski came along and absolutely blistered it down with a 1:57.570, a whopping 17 thousandths of a second faster, i.e. the gap's not really changing much. They are locked on the same time. That does not mean the gap will not come down. If Ogorognikov overdoes his tyres, if any minor mistake is made, and this is the thing, is that on ACC, that's not just, oh, he missed the apex at a corner or locked up a little bit. If you overdrive the tyres, if you underdrive the tyres, if you misjudge coming through a little bit of lap traffic and stuff, and you have to work your tyres a little bit too hard and then they overheat from that, anything like that, driving offline too much, skipping a corner and getting dirty tyres, all of that, any mistakes like that can eventually, they can blow up, they can balloon, it can put you into a negative feedback loop, and then suddenly what was a 5.5 second very comfortable lead in 50 minutes has absolutely disappeared. You have to be careful, but also you have to push. You can't just relax.
Yeah, you got to keep on it. It's not a time to get complacent. You are right about that, and it's certainly looking good, as we had Ognorogov there, fastest lap of the race, and to be honest, Malinowski, fast lap of the race, but only about a 1/10 of a second slower was Ognorognikov. So basically, it's working out to be pretty close. These two at the limit are the fastest laps of the race between themselves, and it just depends who can do that for the longest time, who can be the most consistent in the last 51 minutes.
And the thing is, when you have it like that, you've got to kind of think, when you're in the hands of Malinowski, who is trying to wrestle everything out of the car, he has nothing to lose right now. If he overdrives the car and the tyres overheat, they finish second. It's tough. Yeah. If they don't, though, and they undrive the car and then think, well, yeah, but we could have maybe battled for the race lead. We could have maybe done something about this. They're also battling for the championship. The top two in this race are the top two in the championship. And right now, Malinovsky and that 82 are losing ground. It is the 41 that are the championship leaders. It's 116 points that they have to their name coming into this round. It will be going out by a further 8 points when it comes to the Champions League, because it's 42 points for second, which means what is a 16-point advantage to Ogorognikov will head its way up to 24 points over half of the available points. So you only get 50 points for a race win, so under half rather, sorry. Half of the available points for a race victory would be their advantage in the next round. It would mean that for them to lose the championship next round, not only would the 82 have to win at Monza, which is not exactly the most Porsche of circuits known to mankind, but the Bentley, which does go quite well around Monza, would have to finish 8th. Not so sure about that one.
Yes, and also that's assuming they win the race to be 8th as well. So yeah, very difficult situation to be in for that number 82. And really that battle a bit earlier on, I think in the end actually just hindered them with the way that it's worked out and letting that gap come down. I think the 41 probably would have caught at some point over the last couple of hours of the race, but instead they managed to lead before the final pit stop and then just have a bit more of a comfortable race finish here towards the end of the race. It's still about just under 6 seconds. It was actually purple there for Ogorognikov there on the last one. So it's certainly looking like the pace is there between both of these drivers, and at that point, even if it's just a 10th here or there, there's not going to be enough laps to come down 6 seconds.
Yeah, it's a little bit tight, but it is swinging massively into the favour as the night is upon us here in Silverstone. 20 past 9 in game as we really do race our way up towards the checker flag. Igor Ogorognikov is behind the wheel of the 41, and it does look like, at least at the moment, we'll be catching up with the SimWare.pro by Vides team post-race if this continues, because they've just looked so strong. Bear in mind, they qualified in 11th spot. They had to work their way up, and they certainly did so. It has not been the easiest day for the 41, but they have worked for every single position that they've gained, and now lead by 5.8 seconds over Malinovsky, over Simeon, Dornelles, and then Sadarov and Hetic. That battle separated still by 0.4 of a second, and then 77 McLaren Prime E Racing of Sven Hetic is still not able to get past that Bentley.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy actually how long that battle has gone on for between those two cars, and even with different drivers, it hasn't changed the way. I think you are right. The Bentley's just it's just got that little bit that it needs, I guess, down the straights to hold on. That even if you get that tiny bit of a run around this track where the straights are sort of medium length, there's no sort of really long straights. It's still just enough for them to be able to hold on. And as you say, going to Monza, that is looking very ominous.
Yeah, but the race down towards T1 at Monza delivers many dramas, so the championship most certainly is not done yet, and complacency is the enemy. The championship's not done until that very last checkered flag of the season. We're in the 24th hour of racing, by the way, this season, because of course each race being 6 hours. We're in the 4th race of the season, we're in the final hour, the 24th hour of racing. So we've essentially done a full endurance race here, and the championship challenge is going the way of Ogorognikov, but that does not mean that everything is done in the championship. Those who want to battle into the top 3 of the championship, for one of the drivers or for one of the teams, the team that is 3rd in the championship, this has not been the race for them. Williams Esports, they're currently in 11th position. Tinko van der Velde's behind the wheel. Didn't go well in qualifying, started down outside of the top 30, worked their way up inside the top 10 in the first hour of the race, and kind of nothing past that point. I'm a bit baffled by that, to be honest, because it's not exactly as if the Bentley's bad around here, considering that Ogorognikov's leading and then Sadarov sat right here at the back end of the top 5. I don't know quite what's gone wrong with the Williams Esports camp, who we know are very strong.
Yeah, they certainly have been, and I think that definitely helped them in the first hour being in the Bentley. But I think maybe just the laps, the gaps have just spread out too much. For them to be able to gain that time back, I guess. I mean, if you look at their pace, it's not horrific. But obviously not on the leader's pace either. So they're obviously lacking a tiny bit of speed, but I think it's just one of those situations where by the time they sort of got up, they did have a bit of an issue earlier on as well. I think it was just too far away for them to catch up, really, which is a bit of a shame because obviously they had such strong pace at the beginning there. You'd be hoping that they'd be able to find their way back in. But as you say, third place in the championship, that is not the way that they would have wanted to do the penultimate race, because it really leaves them at such a big disadvantage going into Monza.
Yeah, and it certainly is for a team that's as strong as the number 6. Sodacat comes in to serve a drive-through penalty. I think that one was done from in-game track excursion, which obviously drivers will need to worry about. But for a team that's as strong as Tinko van der Velde, as Dara McCormack, and as Nikodem Wisniewski, endurance masters, ACC masters in the form of van der Velde and McCormack, such a star-studded lineup for the Williams Esports team that obviously have won this season. It will be a little hard to bear, especially it's Williams Esports. It's a home team, and essentially the Silverstone circuit, but still not really their day. Either way, focusing on the race at hand, it has clouded over an awful lot here, Mr. Roger, and you kind of wonder if in the next 5 minutes, if it just says in half an hour's time you've got a bit of rain on the horizon, I'd be all for that, to be honest.
Yeah, the only thing is it's kind of a tiny bit too late now, because obviously we can see 30 minutes ahead is not going to do anything, which means even if it was now 30 minutes, you'd only get it for really the last sort of 5 or so laps, which would be it'd be a cool end to the race, depending on how heavy. I guess if it monsoons and everyone's on 6 tyres, that would be very interesting indeed. But for sure, it would be nice to see a tiny bit more rain during the course of the race, but that is that's just how it goes, and for sure any rain towards the end would be a nice finish indeed, just in case anyone starts making a bit of a mistake here and there, because we've actually there has been some obviously little off tracks and no grass mowing and stuff like that, but there's actually, from the cars we've been seeing, there's been very little huge mistakes, huge crashes or anything like that.
Yeah, I've got to say, I've said this before, I tend to work in a restaurant through the week, and one of my managers I do some sim racing with. We do a bit of Assetto Corsa Competizione together. We did an endurance race in a league. It was 12 hours of Barcelona, and bless him, poor lad, gets behind the wheel. He starts the race. Obviously, 2-3 laps into the race, it starts raining, and we were like, right, okay, so he does a 2-hour stint in the rain, and he is not the fastest driver in the wet. He did really well, made a couple of little mistakes, but it's tricky conditions, so fair enough, it's what it is. It's a 12-hour race though, so he's done his 2-hour stint. He gets out of the car and thinks, right. As he gets out of the car, obviously I get in and it's slick weather. It's just dry, and I was like, sorry mate. I drive for 2 hours. I then get out, hand over to my teammate, does 2 hours. I get back in for 2 hours. By the time I get out of the car and then this guy gets back in, rains again. The worst luck that I've ever seen for a driver. Poor lad. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, rain is a difficult one, because it's one of those things. I find it's less fun to drive than what it seems like it's going to be. Like, everyone's like, oh, we need a rain race to be exciting. As a driver, it is not nice, especially if it's like a 12 or 24-hour race and it's just a bit of a slog. From that point, it can be, quite difficult indeed. But overall, I'd say as much as it can be quite annoying, it is fun to have a race that's slightly different in that regard. Sometimes some of these endurance races can, you said it earlier, can become pretty scientific and pretty, you've already organised what you're going to do before you get to the race, but when it's rain, you never know.
I like rain in sprint races. I don't like it, as in this is as a driver, not as a commentator. As a commentator, I'm just like, I'll take it whenever. But as a driver, I don't like it in endurance racing, mostly for the fact of I just have flashbacks of battling with Nikodem Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski for a title at Le Mans, and it being just in the worst conditions and just hating every second of it, because they were a lot quicker than us. That's the only real reason.
Season 8?
Don't start. Yeah, it was season 8.
Oh god.
Yeah, we were battling for season 8 of an endurance league that that Cam and me have both raced in and commentated on various bits. But yes, we were battling for the title and for the race, and they were a lot quicker than us in horrible weather. And that's why, in endurance racing, I don't really like it. In sprint racing, love it. Open wheels, touring cars, whatever. If it's like a race that's half an hour long, give me some rain. Love the stuff, because it's hard to understand how hard you can push. Everyone's just sort of like, well, either drive at 90% or just push as hard as you can and just wheel it around. No, that's complete rubbish. You've got to trust yourself, and you have to be way more consistent in the wet than you are in the dry, which is kind of something that people kind of don't really understand. Because in the wet, if you make a mistake and go offline, you go to the wall. You're out. You're basically done. Whereas in the dry, if you go up like here at Abbey, you go straight on here. Well, you've got loads of dry runoff to just go and use. That's all wet out there, though, in wet weather conditions. That's all really slippery.
Yeah, it's just like a bathtub or something like that. You just start slipping and sliding. And I think, obviously the important point is you've got to stay on the racing line, because even though the racing line is wet, it's less wet because obviously the cars are going over the top of it than the offline. So as you say, you have to just be so consistent to keep your car on that optimal line, and it's more difficult than it seems, because you have to be so precise. And when everything is just longer, the braking zones are longer, the acceleration zones are even longer, it just makes it so much more difficult, because the variance, there's a lot more potential for variance. That extra 5 meters or so of braking could be the important factor, whether you hit the racing line or not at the apex and things like that. So yeah, it's certainly a massive challenge, and I envy drivers who can be so consistent in the wet, but I think I probably just overthink it a little bit and get too scared. Sometimes you just have to be calm and just get the job done.
Yeah, like I say, you've got to accept when you're behind. I know a lot of people get like really nervous, like, oh, I can't do this in the wet. And I'm like, you're behind the wheel at the moment. You're the only one that can be behind the wheel at the moment. We can't exactly just have someone just jump into your rig. Just drive within yourself, and that's the important bit in wet weather, is driving within yourself and understanding your limit. And those that are really good in the wet typically understand where their limit actually is. And it's normally people that are better in the wet actually have better racecraft generally, because they understand limits of themselves and other drivers. That's just just an observation. Don't worry, not firing shots at anyone.
I agree. Like, you're just a better driver, because it's the difference of making mistake is just exaggerated so much. So in the dry, you can get away with so much with bad driving, but in the wet, you can't get away with it. So no, I think you are right. You generally see the better drivers come out on top in those conditions, because they are the ones that can master it and really keep the car on the limit despite the challenging conditions.
Of course I'm right. I'm good in the wet. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm really not very good.
Would you have got pole 6 hours ago?
No, I would have finished last 6 hours ago. I can absolutely confirm that. I'm not awful in the wet, but I am also not good in the wet. I'm not fast in the wet, that is for sure.
I found out I was bad in the wet. I was actually in real life karting many moons
really?
ago. I always thought I was pretty decent in the wet. Then 1 year, I think it was beginning of 2016 actually, I did a test day with sort of the next level up, the next series up, and I thought I was really good. Yeah, I was last out of about 30-something drivers, dead last, and also it was by about sort of 3 seconds or something, and that's not good. That's why I'm no longer karting.
Yes, I've done some rental karting, and the engine complains at my sheer mass, and so I decided,
especially in rentals.
Yes, I decided it's like, I'm not doing this. No. There's too much of me to throw around. The cart does not fancy anyway. By the way, whilst we were waffling on the 199 that Leiden is behind, that being the MSL racing car, has been into the pit lane for a drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits. We've had a few of those today, and we're adding another couple as we head into the final hour of the race. There is your race leader. It is all quite calm around Silverstone at the moment, while some of the gaps are quite close, like that one between Sadarov and Sven Hetic. There's just no opportunity for Sven Hetic to go for a move just yet. This driver is pulling out a comfortable lead. It was out to around 6 seconds. It's come back down to 5.7 over this lap. We'll see what it is across the line and see if there is any closing coming from the way of Malinovsky. I do not believe so. It's down to 5.8, but still Ogrognikov holding on strong. Sven Hetic, bit off the road there though, as he's still trying to attack, still trying to find his way past Sador. He might be close to Brooklands this time.
Yeah, he might be actually getting a bit of a run there, but it's just that Bentley is just able to hold on in the straight line. You've got to really dive it here into Brooklands, which he's thinking about. He's looking, he's trying to make himself big in the mirrors, but as the lights are really, or the light I should say, is really starting to go away, the headlights are shining bright, he can't quite find that gap that he needs, but for sure, I mean, he's got past, this car's got past before, it's just, you need to hold on to that position. It's certainly more difficult to do that.
Yeah, and there's no more pit stops to try and undercut, overcut, anything like that. You've got to do it on the circuit right now. And Sadorov to being defensive from Sven Hetic, who's trying to go around the outside of Kops. This would be a super move, but he just doesn't have the overspeed to do it. And of course, that Bentley goes all the way out to the white line, and there was no move for Sven Hetic to be able to try it. Let's take a look back at the previous attempt coming down into Village in way too deep. And Sven Hetic brings it back onto the road as they would continue to race it around. I mean, great little battle. I kind of understand the Bentley running out wide there. There was definitely no overlap with Sven Hetic, but he did give it a good go. Did the German at the first corner of the track at Kops.
And it's really, he's at that point where, because he can't just choose where to overtake, he needs to force Sadorov into a bit of a mistake, put him offline, try something different, and really, work his way up to make the move. He's not going to come to him, as he knows by now, having sat there for half an hour in this stint, and obviously his teammates for the hour before that. So they certainly know what the back of this car looks like, and for sure it's not going to be the easiest. But what he needs to do is he needs to do what we've seen a couple of other drivers do: get alongside in the braking zone, try and make him have a bit of a bad exit, things like that, and try and use those sorts of technique to make that Bentley slower on the straight to then have a dive into the next corner.
Is there any other ways that you can force a driver essentially to make a mistake?
Flashing them.
Does it work though? The only reason I say that is because I know David Christie absolutely hates people that flash.
Yeah, well, you've just got to make sure that they're looking in the mirror more than they're looking ahead. So yeah, doing that little flick in the braking zone, a bit of a flash, maybe just a bit of a cheeky send down the inside, even though you're never going to make it, but also you're never going to make contact because you're so far back. That sort of thing, it just gets her in the back of the head a little bit, gets them a bit on edge of what's going to happen, because as it goes on, obviously the pressure builds up. We're getting into the final 30 minutes almost of this race, and really that is going to be difficult for the drivers to hold on to that, because they know they've almost done it, but they've still got that little bit extra to go.
I've always said it kind of depends on the driver, right? I come from the world of touring car racing and stuff, where you need to use every little trick in the book to try and find a way past clear flashing lights, looking down the inside and not really committing, backing off of drivers to carry the momentum up to them, which is also another thing. And that sounds crazy, but if you know you've got the speed over them, sometimes you back off to about 1.5 seconds and then try and pounce back. Sounds crazy, but sometimes those kind of things also work. You've got to use basically every little trick in the book to try and find your way past. You have to learn though who you're battling with. In endurance racing, I think it's a little bit harder because there's a lot more drivers in general. But in the touring car stuff, when you're racing against the same 30 people and you've dealt with them before, you understand their experience. If they're a rookie, right, or they've only raced for a couple of years in sim racing, or they're super aggressive, I always just look down the inside. Straight on, I'm just like, boom, because 9 times out of 10, genuinely, they just make a mistake and go straight on. It's hilarious. But when you're battling with someone like I said before, that I battled with Jaroslav Honzik in some touring car stuff, Gergo Baldi as well, he's the 2-time WTCR esports champion, battled with drivers like that. No point in looking. Absolutely no point in looking. They are way too experienced. Don't look, don't flash, just try and find a way past, because they're not going to crack under your pressure. You have to work your way to getting alongside yourself, and that's kind of the dynamic that people don't really think about as even from a spectator or even from any sort of point of view, is that the drivers need to understand each other as much as they understand themselves if they want to make a move.
You're right. You've got to know your opponent and what they're going to do. Obviously, it's a bit more difficult if it's maybe a newer series or something like that, whereas in esports, competition where it's like more of a hot lap system, so you don't really know who's going to be in the competition till last minute. But in something like this, where it's a series over multiple months, multiple races, you surely will find out the characteristics of certain drivers, because generally the rough order of the grid is, in a certain way that you're batting similar drivers most races. So you'll definitely be able to work it out, and therefore, as you say, you'll know the drivers who are maybe more aggressive and might crack under pressure, or the ones who maybe just don't have as much racecraft, and you can get on top of them and that sort of thing. So that definitely does dictate how you go into a battle to try and work out the best way past. But as we've seen today at Silverstone, no matter what you do, it's not going to be easy, and you're going to have to put up a big fight.
Yes, indeed, and there could well be a big fight for the race lead again, because Malinowski is finding a bit of second wind here heading into the final half hour of this race. The last lap time the gap's come down, it was around over 6 seconds. It's now coming down closer to the 5-second mark, 5.4 seconds over the second sector split as they come to cross yet another lap ticked off. 57.990 from Yegor Ogronkov. Malinowski across the line at 9.40. It came out whopping 500 a second over that lap. Don't think it's enough, but it does mean that it is potentially swinging the way of the Yas Heat car. Basoglio, though, receives a drive-through penalty in the 202 SPQ Racing Team car. Drive-through penalty, obviously, at this stage of the race. It's not come from race control. You know it. It is a track limit violation. So many today.
It is that sort of track, though. You've got the exit of Stowe, you've got the exit of
Cops.
What's that called? Club, the new final corner on the GP track, Club. Cops as well, and even Brooklyn's a little bit if you're not careful. So yeah, there is definitely a few places that you can really push the limits, because for some reason the curves around here, they're just dead flat and wide, so you can really just abuse them and obviously go over the limit and therefore get your count up. Do you know what the number is? Because we saw some happening quite early on in the race.
Don't know. I think it's 3 off the top of my head, but that is a Michael Hamlet question. We do not know at the moment. I'm pretty sure it was 3 and then a penalty, same as it is, obviously in your neck of the woods on RF2. This is to do with track limits. These 3 track limit cuts, and then the 4th is the penalty. So there we go. I was right. That is word for word what Michael Hamlet just said. So I'm always right, apparently. He didn't say that. But either way, Sven Hetic around the outside. Another little attempt there on Sadarov. The two Bentley seem like they're struggling a little bit more towards the second half of the stint than they were at the first half.
Yeah, they are getting very close indeed once again. It's just so difficult to find that way past. We see the McLaren, though, keeping it around the outside. We have seen a load of sense. Stowe into Vale has been such a big part of the race so far. It's a great sequence of corners, because really you don't brake so hard for Stowe that you can definitely find a way to get side by side, but you can't necessarily dive it down the inside. The chicane after that, that's where you need to make your move. We've seen the battle is going on through there for multiple laps, but it's always difficult to complete that move. And this Bentley of Simware by Vides holding on for now, but they've held on for a couple of hours now. Is there going to be any sort of change, any sort of pressure going on Sadarov as we enter the final 30 minutes?
Yes, indeed. I just don't know which way it's going to go right now. Malinowski is closing in. I know that there are some people that do feel that we've been robbed, and like I say, I don't disagree with the penalty. I do understand that some people are like there should have been a penalty for the 33 stuff. I don't disagree with the penalty that got the 82 a 5-second time penalty. So in that sense of it being like removing a penalty, the gap between the 82 and the 33 would be more now. It would be 5 seconds longer, but the gap between Malinowski and the race lead would still be the 5 seconds as it is. Thus, it makes no difference. So don't understand the criticism on that one, and the let them race thing is rubbish, because you can't just let them race. You do need to step in with race control every now and then. That is why we need to step them in. It's kind of like when it comes to wanting people to race, I get it, because like you want to see some racing action on screen. Of course we do, but if it's an unfair move, it's an unfair move. I don't understand like the race control have to step in somewhere.
Yeah, the let them race is more of those sort of kind of half race incidents where they're sort of trying to have a nice battle. But if you literally just push someone off the track or you hit them, that's obviously a penalty. That's a lot different. The let them race is really for the more minor incidents where you could easily give someone a slap on the wrist or a cheeky little 5 seconds, nothing too harsh, but that should be really when it's actually pushing someone off or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we know that obviously in the real world we've had issues with let them race, and so it's swings and roundabouts, and I do understand that. But at the same time, what's the point of complaining about it now? We've had a 5-second time penalty. The gap's 4.3 seconds. It's coming down, and the race is most certainly not over yet because Malinowski is digging deep. We need to focus on the positives of the race and certainly not the negatives, because we've had, to be fair, around here, for the most part, I would say we've had a pretty great race. It's for some might have fallen a little bit flat over the last sort of hour or 40 minutes, I'd say, because we've had some great racing from the start of the race in the wet weather through the middle. That the first hour that I jumped back on was absolutely superb. The battles for the race lead and the battle here for what was 4th and 5th at the time as 6th was closing in. We've had some great battles all afternoon and a great race here in Silverstone, and it is definitely not done as we head into the final 25 minutes, roughly sort of 13 or 14 laps left to go, and Malinowski is just turning it up to 11 bit by bit now. 4.1 seconds he's charging.
Certainly is, and 0.8 on the last lap is really starting to come down there, and that is enough. If he can keep that up, that is obviously enough to catch and at least have a bit of a look, but we'll have to see how that one works out, because Ogrodnikov has had a very good consistency and pace over his couple of stints as well, so I think that is going to be a difficult one. But Malinowski, as you say, is coming back towards him and needs to try and find a way past, even if he does get there, which is something that Hettich and Scher were trying for ages in this McLaren, but they're still behind the 3-2-2. But it's at least good to see that they can stay so close for so long.
Yeah, it's not your neck of the woods, mate. We're not racing open wheelers around here. We can actually race in these GT3s. No shade. So you're obviously coming from a world of open wheel racing, dirty air and stuff. Sorry, mate. The racing here, like I say, it's tricky to pass. Oh my goodness me! I thought I was going a little bit too deep there from Sven Hettich. Whilst these cars don't really punch a massive hole in the air, it means that you don't get the major slipstream up. But it does also mean that you can follow literally centimetres off of the car directly ahead and still have a decent amount of grip. There is still dirty air, by the way. It's not as if it's just turned off. It still does affect you to some degree. But either way, just to clarify, by the way, for the race lead, it's not that... Ooh, there's a little bit too deep there from Sven Hettich again. It's not that Malinowski's pace... Oh, sorry, it's not that Ogrodnikov's pace, rather, has dropped off massively. He's still doing 58.1s. He's been running very consistent lap times. It's the fact that this guy, Maciej Malinowski, has just found an extra little bit of speed in the second half of this stint. Maybe saved a little bit of tyres over the first half as the gap grew just a little bit, to then go in for the second hit to try and close that gap down, to shut this down with relentless consistency and try and bring himself into Ogrodnikov. It does mean, though, that when he gets there, if he gets there, he's only going to have a lap or two to do it.
Yeah, it's getting to that crunch time, really. He needs to be there now so he can have multiple laps to try and work this one out. But who doesn't love a cheeky send right towards the end of the race, even on the last lap? Last couple of corners here around Luffield would be nice, but for sure that is a lot more difficult than it sounds. These guys are literally doing some of the fastest laps of the race, so of anyone at this moment in time. They're pushing each other to the limit of the cars, and it's so difficult then therefore to try and get something. But that was another 10th, just shy of a 10th on that previous lap. So yeah, 10th a lap isn't going to be enough. He's going to need a bit more than that.
But it is still the pressure. I mean, if you want to make someone crack, just close down every single lap, every single mistake, because what that does is that gets into you're in Ogrodnikov's boots. Now, I've said this before, he's obviously too good as well, so this actually kind of doesn't really apply, but still, as a driver, I always said when I was behind the wheel, there would be a point in the race where, like, with 20 minutes left to go, like in a race like this, I'd look at the gap and it would be 4 seconds. I'd then think, right, if I'm lapping around, for example, a 58.1, then they, to close down on me, would have to be doing like 47.5s, which is 57.5s rather, which is like the fastest lap of the race every single lap to close down on me, which isn't going to happen, right? And so at that point, I'm starting to get a bit more like, right, I just need to do, all I need to do is just 57.1s. I can do 57.1s consistently, and that's the major bit. You kind of just bring them into the mix that way, and you put the pressure on that way. We are also being told that the Yas Heat car are putting in an appeal for the 5-second penalty, which would be dealt with post-race. Let's just clarify that. That would be dealt with post-race, that 5-second time penalty. And so if that appeal goes through, and if they do, then what would happen is they would be given the 5 seconds back, which would then put them ahead of Malinowski. It's one of the kind of good things about using time penalties and stuff, is there's a clear, like, it's 5 seconds. It's not like, with a drive-through, it's kind of like, oh, it's 21 and a half or something. It's like, no, we know it's a 5-second penalty. You can add that one back on to then relieve things that way. In my opinion, I think that penalty should be overturned, because I think the actual penalty itself was fine.
Yeah, it was fine. Well, yeah, from everything that we saw, I don't see anything different. And similar incidents got the same penalty from memory over the course of the race as well. So yeah, I don't know if there's going to be much to look at that, but of course they can try, and they should try, because obviously it is going to be very good, very big for the championship, because of the point swing that would, it would be a 16-point swing effectively, with how that one is going to work out, with 8 points being the difference between first and second. So that's going to be a huge difference in the potentially in the championship.
It would halve the gap. It's a 16-point gap at the moment, and it would halve it all the way down to just 8 heading into our final round of the season. So who knows, but it does feel like be a bit deflated, but that will be dealt with post-race. So that means the post-race interviews might be very questionable. We'll have to wait and see, though, because we've still got 20 minutes of the race to deal with, and who knows, we might well see it on track regardless. This, though, is the battle for 5th position. Sadarov and Sven Hetic, they are still going at it, but I do feel that every single lap that goes by, Sven Hetic is almost like he's closer, he's hungry, he's readier to try and make something stick. In 20 minutes, surely there's got to be a good opportunity, like a really solid opportunity to get his way through.
Surely, but it's been 2 hours of that, but he's actually getting quite close here, headed in towards the Vale chicane, but it's going to have to be such a big dive, which he's half thought about there actually. He's made Sadarov go off the line a little bit, but not enough to do anything coming down to those Hamilton straights. So it's not the easiest situation to be in for him, but I think at some point, there's no point sitting behind here really. At some point when he's close enough, he just needs to descend of the season to try and get past.
Yeah, it really does need to be a big one, to be honest. Like, I don't even know where a big dive like that can happen, because the thing is, a lot of the corners around here are a lot faster than you think. They're a lot more medium. It's why actually overtaking around Silverstone is quite tricky, because you can't just do a big send into Cox or a big send into Stowe or to Brooklands. You can only really do it into the Vale chicane, where you've already gone through a tight sequence, or you've gone through Stowe just before it, so you've already scrubbed off a lot of speed. So there's no big send into there, and you can't really do it into Village in the loop, because you've already gone through the likes of Abbey and Farm. It's kind of like actually having a big send is really tricky. Yeah, I think you need to get a bit lucky with some lap traffic, which conveniently is one just ahead.
It is. It's building up to that, isn't it? Now 17 minutes to go. The laps are ticking down from what these guys are going to be able to do, about 9 laps or so, give or take, maybe 10 laps of what they're going to be able to achieve towards the end of the race. So obviously the opportunities therefore are going down and down. I think the Vale chicane is the one to do. Try and get a good run through Stowe and really try and do something there. But it looks like actually this lap traffic is, despite sending loads of dirt, I don't think it's actually going to be too bad if they get out of the way at a convenient moment. So let's see how that one works out for Sadarov there towards Stowe corner, down the inside, having a think about it. Hetic is going to have to dive through as well, but he gets cut off, and unfortunately that's going to potentially ruin that battle.
Yeah, it's the Gripax engineering car that's getting flashed here just to try and jump out of the way. It's Sutherland behind the wheel right now. Big send down the inside from Sven Hetic. Got to say, I think that Savalainen was actually trying to get out of the way on the hanger straight, but obviously Sadarov was using the slipstream and was closing into the rear end of the Audi R8. So obviously by the time they've run into Stowe Corner, Savalainen's been like, okay, I'm just going to use the slipstream. I'll just take the race in line then. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. But right there, I don't think Savalainen did anything bad. The two of them separated by a very similar gap to what they went into that battle with, so that's fair enough. Kind of jumped out of the way at the points he needed to.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation with the lap traffic there, trying to find the absolute best place, but of course it's never going to be a perfect situation. But yeah, Hettich then dropping off a few tenths once again. It's just becoming a little bit harder and harder as the laps tick down. 170 laps completed now by the leaders as well, so plenty of laps and plenty of opportunities for these guys. But I dread to think the number of laps that 77 has sat behind the 322, though. It's been for quite a while now.
Yeah, just can't find a way past. I mean, you'd be able to memorise every single sponsor on the rear end of the SimWare.Pro by Vido's car. Potentially even considering how much there's been a couple of brushes on the side between the two of them, maybe even a couple of sponsors from the side as well. It does get frustrating when you're sat behind the same car and you just cannot pass. I am, as I think you know, Cam, just from having dealt with me enough over the last sort of like 6 or 7 years, I'm not exactly the calmest wheeler behind the wheel, and I can tell you that if I was in Sven Hettich's boots, I would be incredibly frustrated and very loud about it.
Oh, I'm the same as well. I'd be raging and trying to find a way past, and that's what I was saying about it sort of needs a send every now and again, but you do have to be built in a certain way to do an absolute YOLO send for not a race win. But a place is a place, and especially in a championship where there is obviously prize money distribution and things like that for the end of the season. You've got to be fighting for all these places, and every point could happen. And hopefully Hettich gets an opportunity at least to send it down the inside, but you have to be calculated with how you do that as well. You can't just do an absolute full YOLO send. That is just silly. It has to at least be half an opportunity.
Well, the gap's now 5.6 seconds, so when it comes to my thing of interviewing people, whether there's any point or not, at the moment, yes, there is point to interview SimWare.Pro, because there is obviously, again, it's being appealed post-race as the Yaz Heat's 5-second penalty from earlier, which means that it could well be questionable as to who wins this race. But if SimWare.Pro by Vides, even though I think it's a bit unfair that they're the ones that have to try and outrun this, if they can finish 5 seconds clear of the Yaz Heat, then they win the race. The thing is I feel that it would be rough for the 41 to lose a race win when they did nothing wrong, right? That they're not the reason the 82 got the penalty, right? Oof. I can't
That's
believe
an interesting point. Yeah,
it's really rough, isn't it? It would be such a sour taste that you've done everything right. The guy behind has made them, or they've got involved in an incident earlier on. They've received a 5-second time period, and then you lose the race win. Like, what? That would be, again, race control are allowed to make their own decisions. But if I was in the SimWare.Pro by Vides camp, I would be beyond fuming if that was the case. Yeah,
it is a bit of a weird one, because even if Malinowski gets within 5 seconds of the number 41, he would, he was behind him anyway, and he probably would still have been behind him anyway, even if he didn't get that 5-second gap. So yeah, it doesn't really obviously make sense in that case, because that 5-second penalty they got doesn't relate to the 5 seconds that gap that we are now necessarily, with just how it's worked out. So yeah, from that point of view, it would be be a little bit weird, but it's probably going to be one of those things as talked about for a while. The ironic thing would be is if Malinowski was 5.1 seconds behind and it was overturned, so it doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what will happen, but it's a bit of a sour taste potentially to the end of what has been a thrilling penultimate race of the season. Still, though, we might see some on-track action, but I'm not so sure. Sven Hetich has dropped a second off of the rear end of Sadarov, and the gap between Ogrodnikov and Malinowski, 4.8 seconds. It's kind of curious as to how it went down to about 4 seconds, went back out to about 5.6, back down to 4.6. I think the two of them are struggling with the tyre balance on their cars. Obviously, also a little bit of lapped traffic as well, as we can see here. going through the Vale chicane with Yiga Rognikov. He does have a little bit of lap traffic directly ahead. And so that one, I think, might be one of the slow racing car. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. Not even remotely. It's a BMW, so not even close. That one will be Leiden in the 199 that's running through the car corners directly ahead for MSL Racing. So it's kind of like you've got a little bit of lap traffic. That's what's kind of causing some of the gaps to ebb and flow. But for right now, I don't think SimGrid.pro even know, by the way, that penalty's been appealed, because why would they even pay attention to it?
Yeah, probably not. I mean, unless they're obviously watching the stream and that. Yeah, it's definitely an awkward situation for them to be in. And as you were mentioning a couple of minutes ago, they've done absolutely everything right over the last 2-3 hours of the race. They got the speed back where they needed to. They got the overtakes where they needed to. They've done the strategy. They've been consistent. And, really, they are working their way towards a probable championship, because as it stands, the gap is going to be 24 points, which is not looking like what it was going to be halfway into the race. It was looking to be about 10 points or so, and that extra 14 points from that moment in the race could be so crucial by the time we get to Monza.
Just 10 minutes left to go in this race. At the moment, it is the SimGrid.pro by Vides car leading from Yaz Heat. And then I know we haven't spoke about them for a little while, but I think with 10 minutes to go, probably speak about the about Simeon again in the number 33 West Competition racing car, and even Dornelles in the race anywhere since what, because those two BMWs, sure, it does seem like the circuit works well for BMWs, but considering that one of them was disqualified from the previous round and the other one retired from the previous round of the season, the pair of them are way down in the championship comparatively to the rest. Where is the number 33 in the championship? Because I'm pretty sure they are down. I'll come back to me on that one, but I know that the other one is down 37th position in the championship. Basically, it's not been a good season for either of them, and they're ending the season, or heading towards the end of the season, on such a high. West Competition race, by the way, are 12th. Yeah,
12th place with 8th position for the number 33 as their best. So, third place today, I mean, that's a good result, really, considering how it's gone. Of course, they were leading for quite a while as well, so that would have been good to get that. But really, in this second half of the race, they have just not had the pace. The 82 got involved with them, and obviously the 41 game past both of those in the situation there as well. And now they are over 20 seconds off the lead. So for sure, not the way they would have wanted the last couple hours to go. But either way, a podium is a podium, and would easily be the best result of the season.
Yeah, again, it's so impressive. When you have that sort of push towards the in the penultimate round, it gives you a little bit of an extra kick for that final round. Like that kind of last little bit where you think, actually, do you want to? I know this sounds stupid, because you think surely they are always trying, but we've all kind of had this, right, where you've had like a decent penultimate round of the season. You think, do you want to try for the next one? I don't know, like you've lost your way for a couple of rounds. You've had a bad couple where you kind of get really pushed down and think, actually, I cannot be bothered to practice for the next round. And then suddenly you have a round like this and you think, okay, we're putting in a lot of practice for the next round because I want to win.
And especially the final race of the season would be a good one for this one. But yeah, you are right. You've got to come back from these difficult results. It's not the it's not the nicest thing to go through a bit of a run of results lower than what you are capable of, but it happens sometimes. But the fact that you are coming back and you're still trying to work it out is something that is is quite important. And for instance, I was just looking at a couple of the results. I mean, like Williams Esport, third in the standings before this race, they DNF'd one of the 3 races, so they've only had a second and first place finish, and that's still enough for them to be third place. So keeping that consistency is good, and even with a DNF, trying to come back from that is certainly something that you just have to do. It's a series, money on the line, and you can't sort of just sit there and get all sad about it. You need to put in the work to be fast at the next one.
Well, the gap for the race lead, the work is being put in. by Maciej Malinowski, 3.4 seconds. This is heading on to 4 laps left to go in this race. I will just point it out for one final time, but I think that Simeon might be a bit close here when it comes to the driver's stint time, but I think he should be okay. But we'll keep our eye on the number 33 if anything happens late on in the race. But Ogrodnikov is being hunted here. 3.4 seconds, 4 laps. That means it has to come down about a second a lap. I don't see that happening, but it does mean that Ogrodnikov is really he's in the room now where one light mistake, one odd back marker in a bad position, and that gap's gone.
Certainly is, and that's what you were saying earlier about the pressure. You just got to keep your car there, in the case of Malinowski, and just, even if you can't catch them, just have your car in the position that you can also take advantage of any mistakes as well. Just try and force those mistakes by constantly closing those gaps down and getting close. But I'm going to assume that Ogrodnikov is going to have enough in hand to be able to hold on to this from sort of, like a physical standpoint. I don't know from what we've seen previously this race if he's the type of driver to be cracking under that pressure, but who knows. It's it's getting late in the day. It's been a long race and there's only 5 minutes to go.
It has been a long race, it has been a long day, but it has been a superb performance from the number 41. The only foot wrong that they've really made, it must be said, was qualifying in 11th spot. Outside of that, they've played their cards perfectly. When they caught up to the back of the 33 West Competition racing car, and then of course Malinowski in the Yazheat car, when they were having their intricate battle, shall we put it, coming through the village and the loop, whilst that was all going on, there could have been some bold attempts from Ogrodnikov. There could have been some unwise, unforced errors, but he backed off. He thought about it and actually went, no, I'm not going to go for it now. I'm going to wait. And what happened the next corner? They crashed. Boom. The race leads yours and you're running away. The gap's 3 seconds heading on to the final 3 laps of this race. Bit of light flashing as well to clear the Aston Martin as we head down towards Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Nice stuff there. That was the Ballas Esports car that was very kind, shall we say, to this car. And look at all that clean air. I don't think we're seeing another bit of lap traffic until the checkered flag.
I am just doing the math. I think Simeon is going to be within seconds of the driving time. We'll have to see exactly. There's 3 laps to go, including this one, and which is about 6 minutes. And where he was when he crossed the line was around almost exactly 59 minutes on his stint time, which is getting obviously very close to the 1 hour 5. So I think it's literally going to be within seconds for that number 33 car, in which case we could see them dropping off that podium if it's just a couple of seconds the wrong way for that team. But that is how tightly they tried it, but we will see if it's going to work out.
I mean, they were put into a bad spot. I don't know what the actuality was, whether there was the fact that Drago Simeon couldn't get around until this point in the race, and so they've had to strategize their way around it. Either way, whatever issues have happened, they have strategized their way around it brilliantly, and they've got themselves into a position where they might greet the checkered flag without receiving a penalty, but it is painfully close. Also, whilst we're looking at these two, you can see here as we look at the 41, the 82 is the next car down the road, 2.7 seconds heading on to the penultimate lap of the race. It's closing down massively. Malinowski is charging right now. Do not forget that we've also got the battle for 5th position, because Sadarov and Sven Hetic are separated by just 3/4 of a second, and you've got to think when you come onto the penultimate lap of the race, or 2-3 laps to go rather, you're going to charge. You're going to give it a go somewhere. Surely you've got to give it a go somewhere.
You have to try it. Yeah, if you've got the opportunity, you have to try it. Just keep on pushing to the end and see what happens, really. You can't really give up now. You've done 5 hours and 58 minutes of racing. You can't give up in the last 2. You need to be trying to do what you can. But for sure, that is going to be one of those things that's easier said than done. It's getting very close for a lot of these drivers.
Wow, again, heart and mouth moment. This is what I'm saying about pressure, is that Ogrodnikov is staring at that gap coming down and thinking, I can hang on to that gap, but the more it comes down, the more you think, actually, that's coming down really, really quickly. I'm a little bit concerned. At the moment, this is going to still take a mistake from Ogrodnikov, who has been known to make them before. Tinko van der Velde, drive-through penalty for Williams Esports for exceeding track limits.
Lap too short, unfortunately. Well, 2 laps too short, because there's going to be 1 extra lap, if I'm not mistaken, to go. So yeah, just enough time for him to serve it, and that will be it. And yeah, certainly Simeon getting very close. He's just gone 1 hour, 2 minutes, 3 minutes to go, and he still needs to do a lap and a half of this race. That is going to be so close for that 33. It might come down, you know, if he makes a mistake or locks up or goes wide, that could be enough, because it's literally within a couple of seconds.
Well, it wouldn't be a race without drama, would it? I said before, it comes down to how close the timer is for the race leader crossing the line. Now, I said before it needed to be roughly 20 seconds. That was 20 seconds for them crossing the line with the race to go. So we know we're heading on to the final lap of the race. Oh, you are right. It is seconds for Simeon. I'm going to be honest, I think they're getting a penalty. I think they are absolutely getting a penalty for exceeding driver times. I don't know for sure though, so we'll keep our way through. We head on to the final lap of this race. 35 seconds across the line means we will be on to the final lap. And at the moment, Ogrodnikov is in position for the 41 to not only win the race, but also to take a very strong 24-point margin into the final round of the season.
Yeah, it's gone 1 hour, 3 minutes. And now it's 1 hour, 3 minutes, 5 seconds, and a 33 still coming out the final corner, which means they're going to go over the 1 hour 5 and therefore get a penalty post-race. It's in the pit lane.
Because there's 24 seconds. You remember how I said there was that thing where you could do a drive-through penalty and reset the timer?
It's going to work.
He might have to do it, and it might just keep the 55 at bay. It's going to be a tight little battle between the two of them. Obviously, for the final spot on the podium here at Silverstone, the pair of them looking for their first podiums of the season. And that'll be a pretty tight battle. There is the Race Anywhere SimSport car. Where is West Competition Racing comparatively to them? Oh, no! They got to stop and go 30 for speed in the pit lane!
Oh, my God. What a moment to get that as well, pushing it so hard because they knew they would be close to the 55, and they've actually come out still ahead of the 55, but that is obviously going to be overturned, you know, indefinitely by the time they get that penalty. That is a crazy situation. They tried to be smart, but in the end they are going to lose the podium and even possibly close to the top 10.
They might lose the top 10 because that stop and go 30. They won't be able to technically serve it because they won't be able to serve it in the race. It means it'll probably turn, I think if you can't serve it, it turns into like a 90-second penalty. So I think they are dropping right the way down the order, which is so unfair after such a good day, but it is what it is. And for this driver, what a stint it's been over the last 2 hours of the race, being closed in on by Maciej Malinovski. We'll give our hats off. What a super stint it is for the Pole, who's managed to do everything he can to close the gap down. But out of the final corner from 11th to 1st, Simware.pro by Vides, our championship leaders, have done the work on the day, and they will cross the line. The victors here at Silverstone, Malinovski in behind, and we'll wait for the charge across the line between the likes of Simeon and Dornelles. We know there's a stop-go 30, which will promote the Race Anywhere team onto the podium. 37th in the championship. What a super drive it is.
That is an amazing result from that team. Such a good race overall as well, but especially that 55 car. As you say, they're so low down in the championship, but they really put it on today. And unfortunately for that 33 car, they are going to be dropping all the way down, which is such, I mean, they had it in the bag as well, because they, even with that drive-through penalty, they came out ahead of the 55. The strategy of the sort of giving yourself the drive-through to reset the stint time, it was going to work until just that final braking into the pit entry, which is such a shame. But yeah, an amazing race as darkness has fallen here over Silverstone.
Well, we will catch up with our race winners hopefully after this, as we do at the end of all of our Coach Dave 1000s. Love to catch up with our race winners. But again, as much as that is what's happened, there is the question mark in the air as to what is going to happen with the victory. Because, of course, we know Yaz Heats have appealed the 5-second time penalty they received, which means that maybe the 41 will be robbed of this victory, you could say. I do not know. But just a reminder then, as they all cross the line, Ogrodnikov and Simware.pro by Vides, your race winners. Then Malinovski in the Yaz Heat car in second. And then Simeon is there there, but the plus 60 seconds will drop them back further down the order, so we'll catch up with them in a moment once the final car of Schwanker crosses the line. It will promote, there we go, boom, off it does, so it drops Simeon down to 7th position, so they're still inside the top 10, so fair enough, good result I guess, but could have been more. Dornelles for Race Anywhere in 3rd. Sven Hetic, Prime E-Racing. Said before, it could have been a good day for the McLarens and got themselves inside the top 5. Sadarov in 5th position, which means that Sadarov actually dropped back on the last lap. So there was a move from Sven Hetic on the last lap of the race to get that, what became 4th position. So it was a double move, technically.
Yeah, I was looking at that on the overlay, trying to see who was coming across the line first, and yeah, you are right. Looks like they got past after what seemed like 3 hours of sitting behind that Bentley, finally managing to get through. So amazing finish to the race for that 77, who really put on a good show for us.
Again, a super performance from the entire squad there from SimGrid Promovides. And as we've said, they're going to go into the final round of the season. All things we'll treat it as it is. You know, if there is a post-race change, you'll be able to find all that on SimGrid social media. But for them, they're going to be heading into the final round of the season with a 24-point advantage. Very strong. They're going to be very hard to beat.
Well, yeah, that with 50 points going off, that is going to be a huge mountain to climb, considering how consistent 1st, 3rd, 5th, 1st. That is, yeah, easily the most consistent, which is why they're leading, and also they're going to be leading by quite a decent way to like the guys sort of lower down in the midfield as well, just because of how good they've been. So that is going to be difficult, but anything can happen. We've seen the amount of penalties today people have got. You can get them at Monza as well, and it's still a 6-hour race where anything can happen.
Well, we'll try and await to see some of the SimGrid Pro by Vides, which we do have them joining now. We do have Mikhail Bykov and Yiga Ogorognikov. So I do know that Ogorognikov's English is not so great, so I'm going to try and ask a very simple question as we'll drag them in and get them ready for the interview. Yiga Ogorognikov, super drive over the final stint there. How was the battle between yourselves and, at the point, the 2 race leaders?
Thank you. Was difficult race. Last 2 hours I really was really difficult for me. I really nervous, and I trying to did all my best.
Thank you, Yiga. Obviously, a super drive. We'll get to Mikhail Bykov, who, obviously, for the team, it's been such a hard performance today. You know, to battle with squads like Yazheat, and to be fair, West Competition Racing had such a good effort, but to come out on top there by such a small margin over 6 hours of racing, such a hard drive.
I trying to answer.
Okay.
Yeah, we in the start of the race, we had not good quali. We start only 12, and after 2 hours we loses around 20 seconds. Yeah, but I think only by clear driving, without mistakes, and kind of lost, we just drive stable and solve.
Indeed, yeah, like I say, very tricky. Do we have Mikhail Bykov here? I can see him. He's in the Discord. I think he might be struggling with his microphone.
Yeah, he come to support me. Just listen.
Well, we'll give our thanks, because I don't think we'll catch Bykov here, because I think he's like I say, he's having a bit of an issue. But either way, thank you so much to at least Yiga Ogorognikov for giving us some words. Thank you for having a little chat.
Yeah, thank you.
And Cam, your debut here in not only the Coach Dave 1000, but also in SimGrid in general. How have you found it, mate?
Oh, it's been great. That was an amazing 6 hours of action, and I really enjoyed that one. It was good to see that the battles continued even, later on into the race, and the strategies and even the numbers of the driving time was just so close between all of the teams. And yeah, obviously there's a bit of action, a few penalties here and there, which is always spices it up as well. So certainly an entertaining 6 hours.
Well, I say big respect to Yiga Rognikov, who I know struggles with English and still gave us a good couple of answers there. So big respect. That's a brave move from a driver who's had a great day out on circuit. Same with the entirety of the SimWed.Pro by Vides team. But that, for us here in the commentary booth, is us wrapped up. Of course, you can join us again, not only for the season finale at Monza in a few weeks' time, but also for the Coach Dave 6 hours of Spa, which will be on the 17th of July. Fantastic. That one happening over on iRacing as well. From us in the commentary booth, from myself, Lewis McGlade, from Cameron, Roger, done a super job on debut, and of course Ewan O'Leary, who was here for the first 4 hours of the broadcast. David Christie, who's been the super sub on the camera side of things, has also done an excellent job on the broadcast. We thank him for his efforts. But until next time, when we head to our season finale at the Temple of Speed, we wish you a very warm goodbye.